Good morning and a very warm welcome to the resplendent Rugby School, where we are a tickle under 7 minutes away from the start of this men's Metrobank One-Day Cup encounter between Warwickshire and Lancashire. You're listening to the voice of myself, Aaron Viles, delighted to be joined here on Bears TV by the one and only Adam Bridge. Adam, great to have your company once more at what is one of the most spectacular outgrounds in the entire country.
It is. Thank you, Aaron, for the wonderful welcome. It is what a place to be. It's nice to see some green grass as well somewhere. Clearly they have a supply of water tucked away somewhere. So as we look away to our right-hand side, a throng of people already in with their foldable chairs, getting comfortable around the boundary edge on what is a beautiful day. And I think the other joy, of course, what we're going to have is no rain again, which is quite lovely for cricket, isn't it?
Certainly is, yep. I don't think we've got any danger of there being any Duckworth-Lewis interruptions today.
They'll start when the county championship returns. You can guarantee it.
You can indeed. It has been such a lovely summer though, hasn't it? And what a beautiful and picturesque venue we have got for us today here at Rugby School for the second game of the 2026 Rugby Cricket Festival. As you can see on your screen there, Warwickshire earlier won the toss and the captain Rob Yates decided to give his side a bit of a bowl first. So just to take you through the teams taking to the field today, starting with your hosts Warwickshire, will be Rob Yates, Dan Mosley, Vance Jarney, Kai Smith, Zen Malik, Alex Davis, George Garton, Michael Booth, Nathan Gilchrist, Ethan Bamber and Oliver Hannon-Dorby. As for the visitors, Lancashire firmly entrenched in that battle for the top three and subsequent qualification for the knockout rounds. Opening the batting will be Keaton Jennings and Matty Hurst. Then there's Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Rocky Flintoff, Harry Singh, Arav Shetty, the captain George Balderson, Tom Bailey, Jack Blatherwick and young seam bowler Luke Hans. Adam, two strong teams taking to the field today. Who have you got your eyes on in particular heading into this game?
Well, I mean, I'm intrigued about the selection from the Bears today. It is a new wicket, so it's not the one that was used last Sunday. So we're on a new surface today. Interesting to see the makeup of the side, not going with in essence, frontline spinner, obviously relying on the likes of Rob Yates and Dan Mosley to provide that. So it's all about the seamers today. Nathan Gilchrist, a player that interested me. I was surprised we didn't see any of him in the blast, actually, because I thought, having seen him previously for Kent, he is a decent limited overs bowler, and I actually thought that the Bears could have done with him at the start when they were a little bit light on quicker bowling options. So I'm intrigued to see how well he goes today. As ever, OHD's been in fine form in this competition. I mean, there's a man you can rely on for all occasions. I see him away to our left-hand side because he does kind of stand out. He's just helping, I think, orchestrate the flag wavers as the two teams start to approach from the clubhouse and the pavilion away to our left-hand side. And I mean, in terms of the Lancashire side, I mean, it's full of excellent players, isn't it? Rocky Flintoff is someone you've heard so much about purely by name alone and the association with his father. So I'm quite intrigued to see him in the flesh today.
Yeah, most definitely. For me as well, Luke Hans, mentioned him already, young seam bowler, decent pace, and someone who, again, this competition is almost tailor-made for. It's the opportunity to bring those young guns through, product of the Lancashire pathway, and delighted to see him getting an opportunity today. Big thank you as well to everybody who's tuning in via the Warwickshire Cricket Club YouTube channel. Please do let us know where you are tuning in to Bears TV from today, whether you're tuning in from Shakespeare's County, whether you're tuning in to support the Red Rose of Lancashire, or maybe just catching a little bit of Metrobank fever as a neutral. It is an absolute pleasure to have your company on the live stream today as we see the two sides coming out onto the field of play. The two openers for Lancashire, Matty Hurst and the ever dependable Keaton Jennings, and the Bears led out by their one-day cup captain, the Mosley maestro himself, a certain Rob Yates.
Martin Sackers is on duty today. Does he know whether he's holding up white cards after 5 balls or whether he's calling overs? They're interchanging these umpires between these different competitions on the go at this moment in time, but he looks natty in his purple. He's joined by Simon Widdup, who are our two match officials for today. I mean, what a setting, what a day we've got in store, and it's an interesting decision by the Bears to bowl first. Clearly they feel the wicket is a decent one. Happy to have second use on it. What we did see, of course, last year when we were here, we saw a pitch used 3 times. Certainly deteriorated by the time we got to game 3 to make it quite difficult to score runs on. And we also saw the likes of Taz Ali having a bit of a field day. Disappointed not to see him or Theo Wiley in the side today, or Jake Lintott as well. I think, having a frontline spinner in this competition is important. And also in the case of Theo and stuff, he had a good first game when he did make his one appearance. And again, as you mentioned, this competition is built for bringing through these young players.
Certainly is. Well, I think we're going to have the first over of the day bowled by Ethan Bamber, the left-handed Keaton Jennings, the man to face the first ball. As soon as I say that, Adam, there's a field change, just a little bit of tinkering. I think Zen Malik and Kai Smith just changing positions on the onside and offside respectively.
Yeah, so Davo with the gloves, of course. Here comes Bamber, who we had on comms with us during the blast, of course, and immediately played down to third, where OHD will field. The inimitable figure of OHD stands out in any crowd, and they're off and running. Jennings off the mark. Suspect OHD will have the new ball from the south end.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. He has had a pretty good competition as the former Yorkshire seam bowler. The pick of the bunch, of course, being that game at Edgbaston, took 5 for 60 in the victory against Surrey.
And of course he'll be keen to do over Lancashire as a Yorkshire man, that's for sure. And Ethan Bamber immediately on the mark here. It's good to see him back playing cricket. Again, he was another bowler I thought we may have seen a little bit of. He was in a couple of squads for the blast, wasn't he? But not used in the end. He was great company though, very unassuming, very self-deprecating when we spent some time with him, wasn't he? George Garton, of course, in this game playing as a batter only. And immediately Bamber's on the mark. Good start. Does look a good wicket, to be fair. Lovely colour.
Usually is here at Rugby School. And just to touch upon the difference when it comes to the more technical aspects of the pitch itself. So the game against Gloucestershire, it was 10 millimetres of grass. Today it's 8, so slightly less grass coverage.
It's angled away by the right-hander. That will just be one more to the total. Michael Booth doing the fielding. Good to see him back from injury. Brings Jennings back onto strike. Seasoned campaigner, of course, former Test opener. Scores runs in every format of the game, Keaton Jennings. Loud cry of no. Very wise. We've already seen some spectacular fielding from George Garton in this competition.
Yes, the run out against Surrey, wasn't it? The pick up and turnaround throw at backward point. That was quite surreal, really, from Garton. Probably the one man in this Warwickshire fielding unit who you don't even want to really risk the single against.
No, very much so. It's a lead from Jennings. Completes a really good over to start with from Bamber. Just 2 from it. And Lancashire 2 without loss at the end of the first.
Tidy start that from Ethan Bamber. And as we suspected, Adam, it will be Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Warwickshire's leading wicket taker in the competition so far, to open up the bowling from the south end. 11 wickets for the very, very tall seam bowler. Club veteran now, an immensely popular figure here in Shakespeare's County. Big thank you as well. Almost 1,000 of you tuning into the live stream already. Do let us know where you are tuning in from. Already had a couple of geographical shout-outs, Adam. One in Malta and one in the south of France. 2 lovely locations to catch the action from.
Probably both places a tad warmer than here, despite the fact it's lovely here, I think it's fair to say. Did see Italy rocking up around kind of late 30s, same in the lower half of France as well. Really is a beautiful summer. And no greater sight than OHD steaming in. Just guided by Matty Hurst. There's one more to the total. It's just incredibly dependable, isn't he, OHD? You know, great quality, but also just dependable. Even at the start of the campaign when he was brought into play in the Blast as well. This feels like his competition as much as it's Ed Barnard's, with his one cameo appearance this time round being quite spectacular. Jennings just onto the back foot. Oh, there's a misfield there from Dan Mosley, who's been released by the Trent Rockets again. The Rockets already confirmed into the top 3 in the 100, of course. Mosley yet to feature for them. They do have a very, very strong lineup. Good ball onto the back foot again, Jennings. A couple of slips in place. The fielders that are out, obviously in the obvious places. Down at third and kind of a wide leg. It's off the pads. Half a shout from behind the stumps, but no run. Fielded by Kai Smith, who not only is a great wicket keeper, he's pretty decent out in the outfield as well, isn't he?
Certainly is. He's a live wire, is Kai Smith. Also someone who has really developed and elevated his game as a result of featuring consistently in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Still remember his debut against Nottinghamshire. Very, very memorable appearance, that.
Another strike on the pad. This time there's an appeal from Mosley and OHD, but it was again only half an appeal, not moving Simon Widdop in any way, shape or form, and rightly so.
Just going back to Kai Smith's debut, I still remember his shot as the final ball of the innings, taken on Dane Patterson, who at the time was a South Africa international playing for the Proteas. And he ramped him. He ramped him for 4 off the very last ball of the first innings.
He's beaten Jennings there. OHD, lovely ball. And a very tidy over from the man you would say is the leader of this Bears attack. 2 overs gone then, and Lancashire 3 without loss.
Just going on to these first 10 overs almost in isolation, Adam. It will be fascinating to see actually how different this surface plays. We've spoken already about the slightly less degree of grass length, so it's 2 millimetres shorter than that first pitch that we saw against Gloucestershire. But the other thing in that game, it was on a good length. Just a few deliveries began to lift, and it put a real seed of doubt in the minds of Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey as Bamber comes into bowl.
Left by Hurst. Not too sure how tall Hurst is, but he kind of looks quite small in comparison to Keaton Jennings, doesn't he, up the other end?
I do like the chemistry, the mix that Lancashire possess with this opening pairing. Keaton Jennings, as we know, such a dependable, reliable performer. Lancashire's leading run scorer this season, 375 runs for the former England international.
Struck on the pad, big shout this time, but no interest from Martin Saggers.
And then with Matty Hurst, again a very classy cricketer, someone who can just manipulate those scoring areas, whether it is through backward point, has a lovely drive through the covers, happy to implement the dominant bottom hand through mid-wicket as well. Where there is a little bit of space, I'd say more so just in front of mid-wicket. Kai Smith is there in a short catching position. He's certainly someone to watch out for heading into the future.
Again, there's no run. These two very tidy in the opening exchanges here. Building pressure. That mindset switch from 20 to 50 overs, that's quite a big one, isn't it? In terms of that need to get off to flying starts. If you do get off to a flying start, great. But if you don't, there's a long way to go to turn that one round. Just removes and kind of pulls out that shot, Matty Hurst, last minute. Another dot ball.
Well, I think it's an important thing to mention. It's not necessarily how you start, because you can definitely get those runs back a little bit later on. You just need to set a little bit of a foundation, and it's something which Gloucestershire did quite well. Admittedly, they got off to maybe too slow of a start. More on that after this ball.
Side edge from Hurst. Be one more to the total.
So after 25 overs at the drinks break, Gloucestershire were 87 for 1. So that is a very, very slow scoring rate. It's less than 4 and over. It's in the threes, actually. But in the final 25 overs, and yes, it helped that Ollie Price went on to score a century, they scored 190 further. So they got into the 270s. It was nowhere near enough, but as long as you don't lose too many early wickets, especially on a surface like this one, you can make it up in the latter stages.
And the last ball of the second over is left. Bit of foot movement there from Jennings. Looked like he was going to be quite aggressive with it. But in the end, I think Bamber saw him coming. Bowled very nicely. And we're 3 overs down. And it is a very slow start from Lancashire. They are 4 without loss.
Just to take a quick look at the table as well. Of course, plenty of games taking place today. It's a big game, especially for Lancashire. Touched upon it at the start of the programme. The Red Rose County currently in 3rd in Group 8. The Bears in 7th. Sadly does appear as though the home side's chances have dissipated. Lancashire firmly in the mix for the knockouts.
He's played and missed at that as Hurst. Taken by Davies. Yeah, a win against Leicester was quite important, wasn't it? Obviously, when they posted the 220, I thought, oh. However, it clearly was a bit of a tricky wicket to bat on at Grace Road, and almost managed to do the job on Leicester, but that defeat really kind of does extinguish any realistic hopes of qualification. He's got him. Edged by Hurst. Well, he wasn't far away the previous ball. And OHD strikes. Catch comfortably taken behind the stumps. And Hurst is on his way. And it's been a tricky start for Lancashire. And it's just got a little tougher. Hurst on his way. 3 from 11. Caught by Davies. Bowled by Hannon Dolby. It's 4 for 1.
And this is exactly what Oliver Hannon Dolby does. That's almost a first-class line and length. Just testing the outside edge here of the right-hander. It's a really nicely placed delivery as well from Hannon Dolby. Just a little bit of extra nibble on that one. Hurst has a little bit of a prod offence. It's not a ridiculous prod by any stretch, but it's just enough to induce the outside edge of the bat. Simple catch, and Lancashire do lose their first as Josh Bohannon strides out at number 3 for the visitors.
Yeah, lovely shape to that ball from OHD. Very comfortable for Davo behind the stumps as well. And a 12th wicket of the campaign for Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Well, just going back to that, because I know you mentioned his record in the competition. In 2023, Hannon Dolby was the leading wicket taker, not only for the Bears, but in the entirety of the One Day Cup. And it is a format which really suits him, especially in the opening overs, because he can just bowl that testing line and length. It's quintessential channel bowling, and let's face it, on the county circuit right now, given his experience, the nous, the veteran leadership that he possesses in this bowling attack, there aren't many better in this kind of early situation to get those quick wickets.
No, certainly not. Josh Bohannon then is the new batter. Forced to play at the first delivery from OHD. Tricky start here for Lancashire. But they do bat a long way down. I think that's one of the things you can say about this Lancashire side, and they're in decent form, as we say, sitting inside the top three in the table, chasing qualification.
Well, they are. You look down even to number 10, Jack Blatherwick and Tom Bailey. I should say 9 and 10 really for those two. Certainly not tail enders.
With a testing delivery for Bohannon. 2 balls remaining in the 4th over in this power play, of course. 2 out in the first 10 overs of the competition. I mean, what you can say about this pace attack that's on offer from the Bears is even when Bamber and OHD are off, it's still fairly relentless with Gilchrist and Booth to come. He's beating him again this time outside. Plenty of movement. But Hannon does like to get him out the crease, doesn't he?
He does. Funnily enough, it's something I actually saw up in Farrington, so I went down in between commentary stints. I do work for the other side of the Pennines as well, just to throw that out there. But on the Thursday, I went up to watch their game against Nottinghamshire. Lovely venue, by the way, is Farrington. I think there's a lot of promise with that particular facility. But something similar, Bohannon and Hurst actually in that game, just came out the crease a bit.
Cut away. Didn't middle it. Didn't get it off the square. And there's no run. Completes the over. Wicket in the over. It's a wicket maiden from OHD. 4 overs gone then. The wicket to fall, of course, that of Matty Hurst. And it's 4 for 1 after 4 overs.
Tremendous start, isn't it, by Oliver Hannon-Dorby and Ethan Bamber. We speak about bowling in tandem, bowling in partnerships. These two keeping it very miserly indeed. Quick shout out as well via the live stream to Derek Robinson, who's watching on and cheering from Lancashire, obviously supporting the Red Rose today. Do let us know where you're watching from as Ethan Bamber bowls here to Jennings.
Just couldn't quite get to it. It's a valiant effort from Bamber. Not the tallest, is he? If that was OHD, that would have been gathered up probably. Good effort though.
Early encouragement as well for Bamber, just inducing the leading edge there of Keaton Jennings. On another day, just nestles into the hands, who knows, but very, very good early signs here for the Bears opening bowlers. But Jennings, so experienced, he'll know. Still plenty of time.
Even Jennings finding life difficult here as he's beaten again. Playing at a ball outside the off stump. Really nice start from Bamber. Why are you laughing?
Because earlier we had the conversation about the complete lack of rain that we're going to have in the Midlands today. Just looking around the grounds, there's actually been a delayed start at Darlington.
Oh, okay. What is this Darlington? What do we expect?
Well, because Durham and Essex, they're currently off for rain.
Well, but that doesn't surprise me. Could be tight, but comfortably through. I'm not. It's up north, isn't it? There's no drought warnings up there. I know someone who lives up there. I spoke to him the other day, and he's heating on.
Seriously,
It's not that warm up there.
Wow.
I mean, he is a bit strange, but
we're just touching upon Darlington as a venue this season, and South Northumberland actually. They've had excellent crowds of Durham. A couple of sellouts.
Ben Stokes factor, I suspect.
And just the love of the competition. It's been the same at Yorkshire. Lancs had a really nice crowd in at Farrington. Just a really nice buzz, a nice atmosphere for that Notts game.
Punched away. No run. Bamber keeping the pressure on. Just one leg by off the over so far. How, given that you do occasionally work for the White Rose County, just out of curiosity, how's Scarborough looking? Because I heard some reports yesterday that it needs a little bit of attention, some of the kind of facilities, should we say, for what is kind of one of the most picturesque outgrounds.
Well, it's iconic, isn't it? North Marine Road, as there's a little bit of a misfield there by Zem Malik. Allows the Lancashire pair to scamper through for a single, just releases a tad bit of pressure. But yeah, when it comes to Scarborough, so they're almost 5,000 in for that game the other day on Friday against Derbyshire. It's just there's one stand at the minute which is deemed too dangerous for the public, unfortunately. So I think the long-term plan, they may actually turn it into a grass bank, which would be quite nice.
All right for the media to go in it, though. It's not. Last ball of the over, that's just turned into the leg side. That's a little bit better from Jennings. I mean, it's racing away. It's not going to reach the boundary ropes because it'll be collected by Booth. But they will get two. First time they've scored more than a single in the innings so far, and that completes the fifth over. Bit of frustration, I think, for Ethan Bamber that they picked up 3 runs off the bat at the latter stages, and it moves them on to 8 for 1 at the end of the fifth over.
Just going back to the chat about Scarborough, though, and of course here at Rugby School, Farrington, Darlington, South Northumberland, Neath. It's been wonderful to see the outgrounds so heavily populated, really. So if we're looking at this from a national point of view, ticket sales for the One Day Cup have been up almost 20% up and down the country. Here's Hannon Dolby. And I've seen it firsthand, even here today. Admittedly, it's not the same as last year. I think for a couple of the games, almost 3,000 in attendance, but it's still a very, very healthy crowd in today. They'll make plenty of noise as the game progresses, and without ground cricket, there's just that almost extra intimate feel. You're a lot closer to the boundary, a lot closer to the action, and on days like today, well, there's no better place to witness some county cricket.
Yeah, nice breeze as well today, which OHD at this moment looks like he's probably bowling into, although it is moving around. Means the heat out here today will probably just dissipate a little with that breeze.
Is that camera fixed from the other end? So where the bowler's coming in from? Okay, right. Am I okay to just say that? Legend, thank you.
Another defensive shot from Bohannon. Another 3 dot balls from OHD. It's 9 in a row now from him.
It is. It's brilliant from the experienced seam bowler. As well, just to clear up any confusion about the current camera angle here, we have got a fixed camera from the south end. We've just had to move it slightly, so it's a little bit of an angle compared to usual. So that does explain if it's a slightly different style of shot compared to the school end.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say one of those gorgeous trees has impaired our options today with the change in wicket.
Well, that is the explanation, really, compared to the game against Gloucestershire, with the wicket just going over one strip. Just had to move all the equipment as well.
I was going to say we are on the boundary to the side as well, as opposed to our usual blast position where we're high and above behind the bowler's arm. It's the joys of out cricket. Another dot ball from OHD. It's the joy of it being sat under a gazebo.
It is. I just think it's wonderful. I just love the One Day Cup as a competition. I really do. I love the feel of outgrounds, not only here, but the other one that I've mentioned a lot actually on commentary this season is Cheltenham. I believe a couple of the games there have sold out as well for Gloucestershire.
I think Derby playing in Chesterfield as well, aren't they?
Yes, they have done. Yep. And Repton as well.
Last ball of the over then. That's cut away, and it's going to be the first boundary of the day. And it's well put away by Josh Bohannon. So the perfect over from OHD fails on the last ball. The first boundary, just checks his run up. OHD not happy to concede a boundary. And it's the first for Lancashire, and it's coming the 6th over, 12 for 1.
It's just sat up nicely, really, hasn't it, for Josh Bohannon. Carves it away on the offside. Zero protection down there.
First time he's given them any width at all, isn't it? Either bowler.
Yep. And that's why it will get punished.
He's not happy as he's trudging off. Away to our right-hand side. Not a happy man. Bohannon on to 5 then. Here's Jennings on strike, who's really struggling to get going here for Ethan. 13 so far. 4 overs left in this first power play. Big swing from Jennings again, not for the first time. And very encouraging for Ethan Bamber, who probably feels he should have picked up Jennings by now. Beating the bat on a few occasions.
Just needs to be careful here, does Keaton Jennings. His wicket holds a lot of weight, especially for Warwickshire. Would really galvanise the bowling attack even further.
Garton doing the fielding. Not convincing so far from Jennings, is it? Either in defence or in attack.
No, but even so, just needs to calm himself down here. Maybe just have that quiet word with himself. Recognise that, yes, there haven't been those scoring opportunities yet, but your wicket's more important in these early stages.
Well, that's better. Lovely shot. Shot of the day so far from Keaton Jennings. Out the middle of the bat and all the way to the boundary ropes for 4.
Glorious, really, from the Lancashire opener. Nice confident stride down the track. Real low risk shot as well, because it's all along the deck. Again, there's no protection out there for these two Warwickshire new ball bowlers. Just looking at the field positions, I believe there's a deep backward square out towards the spectators on the other side of the ground, and Oliver Hannon-Dorby down at deep third.
Well fielded by Garton. I'll tell you what, you've done very well to pick out that fielder on the far side. It is one of the things about our cricket, isn't it? When you're trying to spot fielders on the far side, because they are just literally mixed in with people who have brought their chairs and are parked up on the boundary rope.
Well, thankfully, Michael Booth wears a big sun hat.
And well, he's also got those protectors on his arms, hasn't he? I noticed as well. Bamber with one of those too. And Bamber at the moment just changing the field a little here. He's moving OHD a little finer as well. Well, OHD standing outside the ropes right now. I think Booth has gone a lot squarer as well on that leg side. And he's got him this time, has he? There's a big appeal. Umpire Widder, again, not interested. Just giving his explanation to Alex Davies, who has his hand to his chin and trying to work out quite how that's not been given.
He's causing some early problems here, isn't he? Ethan Bamber admittedly hasn't got that reward.
Edge on that one brings OHD into the game, and that will complete the over. 5 from it in total. Jennings on to 8, and with 7 overs gone, Lancashire 17 for 1.
Just another geographical shout out for us, Adam. Shout out to Michael Percy, who's tuning into the coverage from Toronto in Canada. Imagine that must be either late or early, depending on your perspective.
Is it 8? It's 8 hours, Toronto? I think it's 8 hours, isn't it?
Well, Michael will know. Michael, let us know what the time zone difference is at the minute. Great to see Nearly 1,800 of you tuning in as well. If you haven't already given the stream a like, please do feel free to do so as well.
Smacks about 3:30 in the morning there, potentially. It's a lovely shot. Again from Jennings. Not going to make it all the way to the ropes. Booth will cut it off, but they will run too. And runs just starting to come.
They are indeed. And for Jennings, I think that boundary will have just calmed any early nerves. I know that sounds crazy to say for a man of his experience, but as an opener, when you do see a surface like this, especially, they probably will have heard some stories about the Gloucestershire game where it did just nip up a little bit on a length. Just settling into a rhythm here.
Well fielded. It's 5 hours behind. So actually it's not too bad. It's 6:28 in the morning.
There you go.
I was thinking of Vancouver. That's 8 hours. It's over the other side, isn't it?
Well, that's an early start then. Unless you've
start.
pulled an all-nighter, Michael. But no, it's great to have your company.
It's dedication.
It is, yeah. Let us know who you're catching the action for as well. Who you're tuning in as a Warwickshire fan, Lancashire fan, enjoying the coverage as a neutral. Either way, fully rate and respect the dedication to county cricket.
Sun's gone in, bit of light cloud overhead. Oh, he's just tried to tuck that one away and he's got a thick edge on it and it's going all the way down to the ropes. 4-4. Jennings trying to free those arms up, but still not doing it convincingly. He's on to 14, 23 for 1.
Even so, it's another boundary for the Lancashire opener. I will say not as glorious compared to his other two shots through the offside, but runs are runs, especially as an opening bat. Goodness me, you have plenty of occasions where you do get those low scores. You don't mind how those boundaries come.
RHD just adjusting the field. Just the one slip in now. It's powerfully hit by Jennings and it's very well fielded. Really got all of that, but it was an excellent stop by Zen Malik.
He's been busy there, hasn't he, Malik, so far? Jennings really targeting that scoring area.
I was going to say the line that they're bowling, it kind of he's kind of the hot spot fielder, isn't he? Doing well so far. Can't do much about that. It's a glorious shot from Keaton Jennings. Absolutely freeing up those arms and accelerated to the boundary. Really, really nice shot.
Yeah, that one was rifled, wasn't it, by Keaton Jennings. Made a very nice, clean connection with the cricket ball. Runs away like a tracer bullet towards that pocket of spectators in front of those lovely trees at the south end.
No run to finish the over. 10 from it. Quite expensive from OHD, his fourth. And, well, we talked about a quiet start. They've just started to move a little here. 8 overs gone. Lancashire 27 for 1.
Yeah, they have. And the boundaries are starting to flow as well, aren't they? Especially for Keaton Jennings. You'd argue he's been the aggressor in this particular partnership. Still going at a somewhat watchful start, you'd say, overall. 18 from 25. He's not exactly going at over a run of ball, but even so, he's just starting to find his mojo a little bit here. Getting to grips early doors with the pace and nature of this surface.
That's the cleverest member of this partnership right now. What sort of trees are they? you know everything.
I don't, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I studied zoology.
Oh, okay.
Not botany.
Oh, we'll find some animals for you then. That's wrapped him on the pads. And again, a big shout, but nothing doing from umpire Widdop, who stands firm. But he's not doing anything. He has nodded his head. Big shout from in front and behind the stumps. Umpire Hannon. defensive from Bohannon again. 9th over, so just a couple left in this first power play. George Garton, of course, who won't be bowling again this season, but in for his batting and his fielding prowess. It's that ability to clear the ropes towards the end of an innings that he's here for, isn't it? If required. Just straying down the leg side, and OHD's not going to cut that off. And that's going to be 4 more runs. This time to Bohannon, who moves on to 9, and it takes Lancashire on to 31.
That's slightly frustrating for Ethan Bamber, not only because he's just missed his line, but he'd also just changed the field. Hannon Dalby took about 4 or 5 steps to his left. If he wouldn't have done that, he could have got there. So that is slightly unfortunate for both bowler and fielder. Bohannon, though, he won't care one jot. It's 4 more runs.
Oh, it's identical. It's almost a replay. It's finished in exactly the same spot. Edged for 4 more for Bohannon. I wonder if Bamber's just starting to tire towards the end. Is just strayed again onto the pads of Bohannon. And it's 4 more to the total.
And unsurprisingly, that has brought about the change in the field placement for Hannon Dalby. He's back in that original position, a lot finer now compared to where he was before.
And a leg slip's gone in.
Yeah, that's interesting. We haven't seen that too often this season. But Bamber, he's looking to bowl very straight here, bringing those pads into play.
It's a nice looking shot from Bohannon, and the fielding was good from Mosley to start with, but they will still scamper through and take the single. 36 for 1. More field alterations here for Bamber. So again for Jennings, he's got someone going in, this time not at slip, but inside the circle at short fine leg. And Jennings with a classical defensive prod to conclude the 9th over. Jennings on 18, Bohannon on 14, and Lancashire up to 36 for 1.
I know you touched upon the scoring rate a little bit earlier, Adam. So it's gone up from 2 runs per over to 4. They've doubled it between these two. Jennings, with that more proactive approach, does appear to just be working in his favour at the minute. As for Bohannon, still remaining very compact. He's been able to punish a couple of loose deliveries from Ethan Bamber to the boundary. That's resulted in him now moving into double digits, as we're going to have a change of bowler from the south end. It'll be Michael Booth to replace Oliver Hannon Dalby.
Very different in their stature in terms of size and body build. Back from injury, of course, Booth. Really nice competition to ease him back into playing again. And what we know about Booth is he's quick.
He certainly is, yeah. Really impressive character as well. I spoke to Michael prior to the start of the season, and long term he sees himself as not only being a leader in the bowling attack, but a leader full stop. He wants to fulfil that almost number 8 spot of being a bona fide all-rounder, someone who can contribute with both bats, with ball in hands, also a very safe pair of hands. He's taken some brilliant catches during his first few seasons as a Bear. Real fierce competitor as well, loves the heat of battle.
Mind if you just joined us, Warwickshire winning the toss today and choosing to field here at Rugby. That's in the air. Oh, and it's almost caught. Just falls short of Kai Smith. Already inducing a full shot from Keaton Jennings. Not for the first time in his innings so far. Mosley almost called into action. Kai Smith, actually, should I say, almost called into action. It's an excellent stop.
It really is, but that's always important here at Rugby School. The fielding standards have got to be top notch. We saw that in the first game of the festival against Gloucestershire. Again, some excellent catches taken in that particular game. And the ground fielding, it was really solid. Even though the outfield, as you can imagine, is very quick. It's not as fast as other venues, just because of that extra degree of life in the grass.
Jennings just turns that round the corner, and it'll be one more to the total.
But even so, you've got to back up your bowlers, because, trust me, the later you get into the innings, it is difficult. The boundary size isn't massive here. Compared to your big stadiums, you've got to keep things very disciplined, very tidy, and the ground fielding does abet and assist that as the innings goes on.
I know you're doing your shout-outs from around, but we do have another viewer who is watching on as that leaps a little bit on Bohannon. Esteemed football commentator Jim Proudfoot is tuned in today from,
brilliant.
I suspect, somewhere down south, near the south coast. I suspect he'd have been off watching his beloved Torquay yesterday, and today he's settled down for a little bit of cricket, being he's a huge Bears fan. I know he was catching some of the highlights while he was in America covering the World Cup of some of the Blast games. Last ball of the over coming up. And that's turned around the corner. And that's going to go all the way to the ropes for 4. Nice shot from Bohannon. And a boundary to conclude the first over from Michael Booth. 5 from it. And that completes the first power play with the scores 42 for 1.
Again, it's just a little bit loose, isn't it, down the leg side on that occasion from Booth. Bohannon dealing in boundaries and really being gifted them at this stage. Another shout out as well to a Liverpool fan tuning in from Akron, Ohio in the States, who was born in Nuneaton, of course not too far away here in North Warwickshire. Always love giving shout outs to places in Shakespeare's County, having grown up here in what is very unbiasedly, in my opinion, the best county in the country.
I don't think you can say it's an unbiased opinion.
No, it isn't. But on that note, Adam, we'll have our first change in the commentary box as well. I shall make way when you'll be joined by the excellent Phil Britt.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Aaron will be back soon. Ethan Bamber's going to continue from the school end here in Rugby. As I mentioned, the sun's just dipped away, which might be quite pleasant for all of those patrons who have made their way in today. They were queuing round the block when I arrived, with their foldable chairs over their shoulders and ready to go. And as Aaron said, change in the box here. Phil's come to join me as Keaton Jennings will pick up a single out to Kai Smith. One more to the total, 43 for 1. Morning, Phil.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And bright start, isn't it, from Lancashire? They've got started picking the rate up, and that ball flying across this outfield.
Yeah, they weathered the early storm, didn't they, for the loss of just Matty Hurst?
Yep. Yes, they've got through it. I thought a good opening spell from Bamber and from Hannon Derby.
Bamber into his 6th over. Forward defensive from Bohannon, who's on 18. Jennings up to 20. And Jennings' scoring rate was very slow, but when he finds the middle of the bat, boy, does he find the middle of the bat.
Well, the one which he hit through extra cover, which rocketed it up to the road end, was he hit that with some real venom a couple of overs ago. I'm glad I wasn't sitting in the front row eating my sandwiches.
I was going to say, danger for the old ankles there. There's no run there. Again, fielded in close by Mosley this time.
It's quite right. I know the announcer, Mel Smith, warns everybody to make sure they keep watching, don't drift off. But it's sitting in a deck chair out in the sunshine, it's very easy. And then suddenly finding a ball smacking into your kneecaps or something.
Good line again from Bamber to Bohannon. Pam has bowled very well this morning, without reward, I think.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well consistently throughout this season. I was a bit surprised he didn't feature in the T20 team.
Not the only one there, Phil.
They were struggling, and I couldn't understand quite, especially as he was playing club cricket at the time.
It's a lovely shot from Bohannon. That's going to reach the ropes as well. Oh, despairing dive, and an excellent dive in the end from Kai Smith, who, as we mentioned earlier, he's electric out in the field as well as he is behind the stumps, and that was a terrific stop.
Wonderful stop, because it looked, even at the point where he sort of put a dive in for it, that it was beyond him. But he probably covered about 30 yards there, and then the full stretch dive for a ball racing away. Yeah, for a wicket-keeper, he still would figure as one of your best outfielders, I think. Him and George Garden.
Excellent boundary rider. 3 though to Bohannon brings Keaton Jennings back on strike. He struck that well straight to Gilchrist, but it will be 1 more to the total, and that completes the 11th over. Lancashire drifting towards their 50, 47 for 1.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings has a sort of ominous look this morning. He looks like a man who's got his mind set on making a big score. Puts that big stride in and plays it through the ball.
We were saying earlier, Phil, if you can be, 8 for 1 after 6 overs, because it's not how you start these 50 over games, it's very much how you finish, and your wicket is very precious.
Exactly. Booth from the Oak Road end, and he's bowling to Jennings, 47 for 1. Crowd still just building up. Not quite, I don't think it's quite as many as last Sunday at the moment, at this time. Michael Booth comes in. That's a beautiful shot. That's that front row again, those gentlemen and ladies sat up in that extra cover, deep extra cover. Have another one. Mind you, didn't get it quite the same pace, but still quick enough to evade the fielder there, and 4 more to Jennings, and that brings up Lancashire's 50.
It lacked the ferocity of the previous one, didn't it? But like you say, for those spectators in the front row, that's quite helpful.
This one just played into the onside, and Yates just tied his up. There's no run.
Yeah, I remember at one point Jennings' strike rate was around 20. He's up to about 78 now, his strike rate. So he's certainly up the tempo. He's taken his time to play himself in, and as you say, he does look like a man possessed, but also he's a very dangerous man once he gets in, isn't he?
Yes. Nice solid defensive shot to that short extra cover. And there's no run.
What are your thoughts on no frontline spinner as well?
Well, I think they've shaved the pitch down quite a lot. They've taken an extra 2 mil off the grass from last week, so it's 8 mil on this hybrid wicket. You're not going to get the same amount of purchase that they did last season, and that doesn't obviously work in the favour of our spin up. This one chopped to cover point. There's no run.
It was delightful watching Taz Ali bowl on this last year.
Well, because he got 5 for twice, didn't he? Here,
he certainly did.
This year he can't. They're not putting him in the side. No Jake Lintott either in this side. I don't think. I'm right in saying that. So it's very heavily reliant on the part-time spinners, as and when needed, and mainly the seamers.
Yeah, Yates and Mosley will be the spin options.
This is nicely driven, a quick pick up and shy at the stumps, but Jennings was home. So I think Warwickshire laid out quite clearly, laid their stall out as to how they're going to attack. So it looks to be playing pretty well.
It was quite difficult scoring runs here last season, the last game in particular, wasn't it? Because it was third use on that wicket as well.
That's right. Was that the Middlesex game?
Yes.
Yeah, and Warwickshire in the end got undone by the Middlesex spinners, didn't they?
Yes.
This last one. And pushes it away to backward point. Ends with another dot ball. 52 for one. We've had 12 overs. Jennings is on 25. Bohannon is on 21.
Yeah, 52. Good partnership going between these two as well, following the departure of Matty Hurst. Plenty more batting still to come in this Lancashire lineup, of course. I'm sure we're about to see Dan Mosley, are we? Is he having a bowl, or is it going to be Gilchrist? I would have thought it would be Gilchrist, but
I would have thought so, yeah.
Yeah, it is Gilchrist.
Yep.
Dan's just taking his cap off for a moment. Probably pleased to get out on the field and get some cricket, given he's not had too much in the 100 for the Trent Rockets.
No, that's one of the problems. If you don't get into the squad for the 100, you can sit. So I suppose you've got to sit and count the money really whilst you're not playing.
Count the money and take the fact they're through the eliminators, and you never know, you may get a chance.
There's worse ways of making a living, you know.
I don't think we can talk, Phil. We're sitting here in the sunshine watching cricket. It's not too bad, is it?
Yeah, but I don't know about you, Adam, but they're not paying us 100 money, are they?
No, that's true.
They should
Well,
be.
they're paying you, Phil. I wasn't getting paid. I was here for pure pleasure. It's going to be Gilchrist. Again, he's another player that I thought we might see in the blast. He played quite a few games for Kent in the competition last year and bowled very well at times. In he comes, and a wide ball to start with.
He did
Terrific
carry
stop.
a few niggling injuries, I think. Played a lot of second-team cricket, but I think from his point of view, he was in the England Lions squad at the end of last season and did very well. And I thought he's going to kick on from the Australian tour, and he's going to push on, but it doesn't seem to have quite developed.
No, I mean, there's ferocious depth in that fast bowling department for Warwickshire, for sure. That's a better ball, and a tight run there, but they get through.
Yeah, there is a big, but again, they've suffered a lot with injury. Keith Barker's has not played that much cricket this season. Gilchrist, Booth was injured for quite a large part of the summer.
Certainly a high-quality group. 50 partnership up for these. That's Gilchrist. It's better. It's more like it to Bohannon.
Cricketer which I'm not sure where he is going and what's happening with him is Chase Simmons.
We've not seen him at all this year.
No, and I just wonder where he figures.
To the back foot defensively, Bohannon. There's no run again. It's better from Gilchrist. He's found his line and length now.
I think I'm right in saying he hasn't played in any first-team games this summer.
Not from memory. And obviously they relied on him a few times last season and put in some good performances as well.
I thought he bowled well.
Down at Essex, he bowled very well.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot. And it's well fielded. Excellent stop from Mosley.
Bohannon's a good player. Again, a player I was a bit surprised wasn't in the playing regularly in the 100. But again, perhaps he's last season or so he's just lost his way, because I thought at one stage he was going to probably kick on and get possibly up to international standard.
Well, he's another. I think he played for the Lions, didn't he, at some point? Gilchrist has to change his line to Jennings, and it's another wide.
Oh, I think he did. Yeah.
There's very much a lot of talk about him going in that respect. Scored 42 against Gloucester last time out. He's made a few 40s in this competition throughout this campaign. It's one more to the total. So he's been in decent form without ever really kicking on to a big score.
But if you've got somebody scoring 40 regularly for you, that's you can build around that, can't you?
Well, it was a 42 against Gloss, a 43 against Notts, 47 against Kent, 42 against Leicester. I mean, pretty consistent for your average, isn't it?
Not bad. Here he is, 22 now.
One ball to come from the Gilchrist over, which feels like it's gone on for a while, but that's due to the fact we've had a couple of wides. Just 5 off it so far. Long conversation between Yates, who's obviously captain in the side, and just working out the field placings exactly here for Bohannon.
Has a little bit of a hollow feel, I think, from a Warwickshire perspective, as they're already unable to qualify for the final stages of this competition again.
Yeah, that winner against Leicester would have really helped the cause. Oh, Bohannon's gone big here. Really has gone after that. And it's gone all the way for 6. Terrific shot from Bohannon. There was a lot of airtime there. Really went after the final ball of Gilchrist's over. And it was a free hit as well, courtesy of the previous no ball. So, huge 6. And there's still 1 ball to come. 12 off the over so far.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot. Really was. It absolutely steepled up. I was thinking, if that is going to come down, and running back towards trying to fetch it, that's a heck of a job there that Bamber had got under his hand, but he was fortunate for him. It went over the ropes for 6.
Taking full advantage of the free hit. And then better from Gilchrist. Expensive first over. 12 off of it from Gilchrist. 13 gone. And Lancashire moving quite nicely now. 64 for 1.
It can be an expensive when you just go an inch or so over that topping crease and have to bowl it again when the batsman knows he's got a free hit. Suddenly your figures start to look a bit expensive. But he took full advantage of that one. So it brings Jennings with both of the batsmen at the moment on 28. 64 for 1. We've had 13 overs. The scoreboard on the far side of the ground, which is an addition from last year. Booth starts a new over and Jennings drives it away through extra cover. It'll just be a single. The outrider is round and doing the fielding and restricts them to a single.
Yeah, I thought we only had 1 last year.
Yeah, we just had the one to our right. But there's a new scoreboard which is right opposite. Last Sunday you couldn't read it because it was so low. The crowd was sat in front of it. But it's been raised, which is very helpful, so we can look straight across to it today. It's going to be another run, just looking to play it away into the offside, but it ends up tickling down to short fine leg for a single. 1 more to the total, 66 for 1.
We were just talking about the form of Bohannon. Obviously, Jennings on strike going very nicely on 29. I mean, he's in pretty decent nick as well. A century against Leicester, half centuries against Gloucester and Surrey, and, well, 40s and 30s in all of the other games in this competition so far. So
that must be quite a weight of runs he's got there overall this season.
Yeah, very much so in this.
You can add another 1 to that.
In this competition, he's going very well. It's fair to say. It's been a long time since he made that Test debut back in 2016. 3 years of Test cricket he had to his name, didn't he?
Yeah, he sort of. He looked like he was set, didn't he, as an England opener, and then had that bad series, and then never really. And people kept talking about him coming. His name was always sort of mentioned as being an option, but the opportunity never really sort of came. This one is cut away down to Kai Smith out on the deep point boundary. Yes, another single.
He looks like a high quality batter, doesn't he? He scores runs in all formats as well, which
yes, he does.
Always handy for openers.
Yeah. And today he looks very comfortable at the crease. I think Rob Yates, the Warwickshire skipper, would be glad to see the back of him, because beginning to build a decent total. This one is hit in the air up to Hannon Dolby, who's at a deepish mid-on, but it falls down in the end well short, but just for a second, it looked like he may have made a false shot. Some lovely trees round this ground. You might see those on the pictures when they do the wider angle shots of the ground. Which is very good because it gives shade for people, particularly on these particularly hot days. We're almost like two climates here. Where we're sat commentating, there's a breeze because it's quite open behind us. But when you get to the other side of the ground, that breeze disappears and it's very much warmer over there. As I found out last week, I got a hoodie on here because I was quite chilly. I walked over the other side with the hoodie on, people looking at me like I was mad.
Yeah, I've come capped up today to try and protect my my balding head, just in case. I'm glad you mentioned the trees, because I asked Aaron earlier about the trees away to our right-hand side and what sort of trees they were. But I think, Phil, you will be the man that would know that, because he was, excuse the pun, stumped. There's Gilchrist in again.
I'll have a look, but I'm tempted to say oak, but I think I might be wrong.
I don't think I've ever seen a tree quite that shape before. You say that's what?
I imagine they've been cut and trained. The road's called Oak Road, which
could
may
be the clue,
be a giveaway,
but
it might be the Royal Oak.
Sent to the pads and well fielded by Malik, who's been electric in that circle in the opening 15 overs. It's no run.
It's like everything else here. This is the most magnificently maintained ground.
It's nice to see green grass, isn't it?
The grass.
I've just used a brown grass this summer.
There's obviously no shortage of water in rugby.
I've seen a few streams actually of some of the One Day Cup games, and those that have been held at lovely schools like this do tend to have nice grass.
Yes. All I'll say is the rugby pitch, which isn't going to be used till early season training when the schools come back in for early season rugby training, looks equally green.
Gilchrist again. And just catches Bohannon a little high up on the bat, maybe towards the gloves as well, but they'll get away for one more to the total. This is much better from Gilchrist, the start of his second over, just the single so far.
I think they obviously take their rugby union a bit more seriously than we did at grammar school.
Yeah, it was never a game that I enjoyed.
Oh, I played rugby for a long time, but it was... you didn't do anything till you came back in September. But they go when he said we're in for early season training.
Oh wow!
And I thought you couldn't go training during term time.
It's one more to the total for Jennings. He's on to 30, score up to 70. So ticking over at just over 4.5 and over.
Been a bit better this over from Gilchrist. He's tightened it up a little bit.
Hannah may look for a boundary here, and he gets one. Quite fortuitous, I think. I think he was looking for it, but wasn't too far away from Davo as it thrashes away to the boundary. And it's 4 more to the total, 74 for 1.
The way those advertising boards are positioned is also, when he got that thicker edge there, which flew down there, they act as a launch pad, and that ball can fly. And I don't know whether I'd want to sit behind those, because if it comes roaring in and hits them, instead of stopping it, it just launches straight at you.
Yeah, anywhere around this boundary rope, you're in a little bit of peril, but that, I guess, is one of the joys.
Well, we're lucky, we're right on the edge here, but we're quite agile, aren't we?
Well, speak for yourself, Phil. I'm hoping if anything's coming this way, it's going to land on the gazebo.
I'm hoping Aaron runs across and picks it up. Booth again in, bowls, and he has got his wicket. And Jennings, who's just been really talking up, is dismissed. He's bowled by Michael Booth, and Warwickshire get the second wicket, 74 for 2 at the beginning of the 16th over. And Keaton Jennings has gone for 30.
That's a big wicket for Warwickshire. Start of this 16th over. Jennings on his way, and Booth started quite nicely. He's not been as economical as he wanted to be, but he's done him all ends up there. Lovely delivery from Michael Booth. Plenty of pace and rattles into the top of the stumps.
It was a very loose shot from him. He plunked his foot down, his right foot down the wicket, but the shot was more of a flap at the ball as it went past, and really good delivery. So Warwickshire get a much needed breakthrough, 74 for 2, and it's Jennings who's gone.
Yeah, and given the run of form he's been in, 30 from 42 balls today, 4 fours, striking at just over 70. They'll be very pleased to see the back of him. Marcus Harris is the new batter for Lancashire.
Yes, but doesn't get too much easier, does it? Another left-hander coming through.
Well, they've taken the chance to have a drink as well, with us being in the 16th over and just over an hour into the day's play.
Dan Mosley is down there with the drinks and taking a little longer than the others. He's ready now. He's put his cap on. Off he goes. Up to mid-on. Off for the left-handed Harris. So Booth, his first wicket of the day. And bit of a surprise, really. I thought, I really did think there that Jennings had looked pretty set.
That extra pace of Booth may have just done for him.
His first ball from Harris receives, he plays out at full length and just runs it up to Mosley. It's up at mid-off.
Booth coming round the wicket here, so he's getting a decent angle into the left-handers. Speared that first ball in at Marcus Harris, the Australian.
This one through and outside the off stump and just gets a few oohs and ahs there from the Warwickshire team. Alex Davis leading that behind the stumps.
14 test appearances to Marcus Harris's name, of course. His form, well, he only got 12 against Gloucester, but a half century against Northants and also against Leicester. Enjoyed himself at Farrington as well against Kent, hitting a 47. Of course, Kent here on Tuesday.
Yep. This one he's going to get off the mark. He's placed it away through out into the down to the cover boundary for a single.
Strange, isn't it? Because obviously in white ball we're used to playing Lancashire in the Blast, but with that new format this year we haven't seen them in the white ball competition.
No. You covered the Blast, don't you? But what did you think of this year's competition?
I actually quite liked the new format, if I'm honest. I thought it was nice playing teams that we haven't played year in, year out for the last however long. I mean, the poor start from the Bears is what ultimately cost them.
This one is pulled away nicely by Bohannon, and it beats the dive down at deep backward square leg. Is that Johnny down there? I think, isn't it? Yep, down there, who couldn't prevent the ball crossing the ropes. So Bohannon moves on to 39.
It's a lovely shot, actually. Good effort from Johnny.
Just a little bit short, got a bit of bounce, pulled it away nicely, nicely timed, ran off the face of the bat beautifully. There's Booth in again and bowls, and this is driven and driven past it. Short extra cover. Won't get to the extra cover boundary because Kai Smith is there. Malik was the man who was diving down trying to prevent the singles, but get 2 for his troubles, and moves on to 41. 81 for 2.
Yeah, Malik's been excellent in the field, so that was quite disappointing to see. Actually, going back to the Blast, I mean, I feel that opening game against Gloucester and the fact they didn't convert that into a win just seemed to knock the wind out the sails right at the start of the competition, because they still ended up on 24 points and within a sniff of qualifying, despite what was a terrible opening.
Yeah, you can't lose 5 games out of 12. The first 5, wasn't it? They lost.
Yep.
And went to the break with just the 1 win in the 6th game. It really meant you've got to try and win every single game in the second 6. And in fact, they reversed it, didn't they? It was 5-1 negative in the first 6 games and 5-1 positive in the second. But net, it was, I thought, disappointing.
Here's Gilchrist. First ball from him to Harris is just left.
That structure, is it the same counties again next year, or do they mix the bag up again?
I think the only mixed part will be who the kind of outlying side that you face. Obviously, they
like
face Surrey and
Sussex
Notts this time.
sorry,
Sussex and Notts were the two they faced, yeah. I think that's the bit that's kind of
so
changeable.
It's local counties plus...
Yep.
Okay.
It felt to me like there was a lot to play for in all 3 groups towards the end, which possibly with the way it had been done previously, that wasn't always the case. But I think in terms of just general performance, they kind of let themselves down at times. But we could probably say the same about this competition. It's been close. You know, the game against Leicester the other day, you looked at the initial score and thought, "Oh, that's not a great score." But then Leicester struggled to get to 2-2-1. Just key moments not quite gone their way.
I suppose following on from the T20 disappointment, not to be able to progress, isn't it?
I think all eyes will be on those last 6 county championship games, won't they? Because they're very well placed.
They are. There's not a lot of points there, so they can't afford to slip. Well, it should be strengthened with a couple of overseas players for the start of the new, the resumption of the county championship programme, which is end of next week, I think.
I'm sure the weather will turn around then, Phil. So Bamber back in for his second spell, over 7 of his 10. Clearly they feel there's an opportunity here with Harris at the crease.
He's just very watchful at the moment, Harris. He's just got that single. He's faced 8 deliveries now, so not in a rush. 81 for 2. We're 1 ball to go in the 17th over.
600 odd runs for Harris in his Test career. 14 tests for Australia, as we said.
Is he a Western Australian, Harris? I think he seem to recall.
Another watchful delivery in the end of a maiden over from Ethan Bamber. 81 for 2 after 17. Yep, he was a Western Australia. That started out in the under-23s. He's served his time as well for the Melbourne Renegades and the Perth Scorchers in the Big Bash.
So is it hydration break?
Oh, I thought we just had one when the wicket fell, but it looks like we're going to get another one.
This looks like an official break this time.
So 2 or 3 really good overs you can see there for Lancashire so far. 17 gone, 81 for 2 then. Run rate, 4 3/4, 4.76. And it'll be Bohannon they're looking to kind of build around from here, won't it?
Yep. Yeah, Harris just settling in, but Bohannon moving on nicely. Quickly moved from up into the 40s. So we must be having a couple of these. Another one you would think at the 2/3 stage, 34 overs.
Yeah, that would be...
When they change the ball, when they select the 1 ball at that stage as well, don't they?
We're not calling it a hydration break at this point, are we?
Well...
It's all a bit too World Cup for me. Good old-fashioned drinks break.
I made the classic mistake, mentioning the World Cup. I started collecting stickers for my grandchildren. And my wife said, don't do that. You'll know what's happened in the past. So I did. The grandchildren lost interest fairly quickly. So I'm going along thinking, I've got quite a lot now. I'm going to try and get this book. there's over 1,000 stickers because there was the 48 teams?
I was going to say, yeah, 48
all
teams.
with 20 stickers in each one, plus there's some stars and other things going. So there's 1,000 stickers, and I'm up to now about 600 and getting this last 400. So 3 times a week now I'm going and buying 20 quid's worth of stickers. And I'm thinking, why am I spending all this money? The kids aren't interested. I'm going to fill a book which will go in a drawer and never be seen. But I'm now determined to get this book finished.
It's a mission now, Phil, isn't
Well,
it?
it is. I'm trying to, even getting to the point in the village of thinking we'll have a sticker swap morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where people can actually, because you go online and they're all moaning about scams and things. So it's one way you can actually see the sticker swap with somebody else's short. But just a tip. I noticed the Premier League for the new season of their stickers.
Oh, is that out as well? Are you giving that one a miss?
I'm giving that a complete miss. Not even thinking about it.
That's understandable.
You could spend a fortune on it, though.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, you need some pals to swap with, don't you?
Yes,
that's
you do.
absolutely
Yeah,
the key.
I don't have many pals of my age who are collecting.
Who are collecting stickers? No.
My wife thinks I'm gone mad, and she may not be wrong. But fortunately, she's away at the moment, so I'm buying them.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, fill your boots.
She's off in Italy. If I hadn't spent all this money on the stickers, she'd be in the Bahamas.
You just go to the newsagents and ask for a box full. That's probably the easiest way to get it done.
Well, the shops are stopping them now.
Oh,
as
are
well,
they?
Of course,
Oh.
yeah, because it's yesterday's news, isn't it, really? So it's going to be more and more difficult.
It must be nice. Quite a nice view up there today, flying over Rugby School. That was the longest drinks break ever. That
I was going to
felt
say,
like.
not missing anything while I've discussed my stickers situation, because there's nothing at all been happening other than they've been refreshing themselves.
Well, the batters were back, and
Yeah.
Warwickshire was still having a team huddle.
Michael Booth to continue from the Oak Road end, and this one is pushed out to Malik at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The previous over was the first maiden of the day for Bamber. RHD had a wicket maiden earlier, of course.
I think he had 3 maidens in his opening spell here last Sunday. He was getting quite a bit of movement as well last week. There's runs here for Bohannon, down to fine leg. Will be a couple more. Ball returned back to Alec Davis. Alec Davis, who I'm almost at the point with Alec Davis now, where I just will him to get runs, because it's been such a terrible summer for him with the bat.
Yeah, you you also build friendships with these people, don't you? And you just you're such a nice guy. Just please go and score some runs.
And this is pulled by Bohannon. He was looking to drive it up to the onside, but in the end, Johnny makes a really good stop out on the deep cover mid-wicket boundary, having had to run round probably best part of 40 yards to get to it. But they got back for 3, and the total goes on to 86 for 2, and Bohannon on to 44.
Yeah, he was very square, and the mid wicket was inside the circle. So once he was beaten, there was a big run on for Vance Johnny, but it was excellent.
Next one is played at the offside. I think, in actual fact, I credited Bohannon with 2 runs off the prior ball to where he got the 3. They were actually leg bias. It looked from where we were sitting as though he'd clipped it down to fine leg, but put down in the book as leg bias.
Closing in on his 50, going at more than a run a ball right now, Bohannon. That will be the next prized wicket for Warwickshire.
Some more runs here, turned this time into the onside, up to Guy Smith, who runs around in front of us by Harris. He moves on to 3, 88 for 2. par score here at Rugby is about 250-260. So you really do need to be in that region. This one just dropped down into the backward point area and then run into another over. That's the 18th over, 88 for 2. Bohannon is on 44 and 3 to Harris.
Yeah, Gloucester took a while to get going the other day, didn't they?
Yes.
But then kind of the last 25 overs really accelerated through. So it's going to be Bamber to continue.
Once again, we've been blessed with good weather. Apart from that one game which was interrupted with rain, the last 3 years here so far, it's been very good, the weather. Run out, Granny.
And here for at least a couple more.
Yeah.
Here's Bamber again then. Oh, it's nicely angled away by Bohannon. He'll only get a single for it.
I think this is the first year of 3, isn't it? The arrangement, the agreement.
Was it 3? I thought it was 3 last year.
3 games. I mean,
Oh,
3
3.
years.
Oh, yes,
I'm
3.
talking
Yes,
about.
yeah, 3 years. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is year 1 of a 3-year current agreement for this competition.
It's also it's not just the cricket here, is it? It's the support and the development that they offer up as well as part of the package, which is terrific to see.
And the facilities for the players here are excellent. The gyms and everything.
So a nice shot from Harris. Just be one more to the total though. Kai Smith, the busiest of the fielders on this boundary. Bohannon on to 45.
Lancashire on to 90. 90 for 2.
Gary Barwell as well, providing his expertise to help the ground staff here as well, isn't he? Over the next few years as well.
Yep. I haven't seen him today, but he was here last Sunday.
It's a nice looking shot that from Bohannon. He gets nothing for it, but it's nicely played.
Ground staff here are very friendly as well, very good. They tell you exactly what they've done and what really very happy to go through what they've done to get the wickets right.
Cricket Badger's paradise then in that case.
I think it is actually, yeah. I think what they dearly love is to have a 4-day game here.
I think the calendar quite works for that, does it? For county cricket right now.
No, possibly not. Although I suppose the only one you could look at would be the late August match, if the calendar gave you a home game at the end of August. Otherwise they're in term time, and I think it becomes a different proposition.
Struck on the pads again. Bamber. Well, I think he's been quite unlucky. He's bowled really, really well. He's got 1 ball left in his 8th over. He's only gone for 27 so far. He's found the edge a few times. He's wrapped a few pads. Forced a couple of full shots from Jennings and Hurst early on.
You never hear Bamber's name bandied around as part of a potential international player.
No, he's very, we had him on the blast, he's very self-deprecating, doesn't speak very highly of himself, so I don't think he does much self-promotion in that respect. Ended over, by the way, that's 90 for 2.
Because he's been, since his move from Middlesex, it's been a major success story, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. He's been excellent.
You know, particularly in the red ball cricket, he's obviously be difficult in the white ball for the blast. He didn't play, but in the championship, he's been Warwickshire's main strike bowler, taken over the mantle of Oliver Hannon-Dalby's, who, talking of which, is returning to bowl from the Oak Round end. And so Michael Booth, with that 1 wicket, is back out of the attack. And Alan Dolby, 1 for 15 from his 4 overs at the start of the innings, is back on 90 for 2 as we start the 20th over. You can go and have a look at those trees, Adam, when you're off air, and see if you can work out what they are.
I'm not expecting much success with that film.
Bring us some leaves back and we'll have a look. And Dolby in, and it's turned off his legs by the left-handed Marcus Harris for a single.
I don't need to go far to collect leaves because they seem to be being blown down right now.
Yeah, I'm going to say they're very
by the breeze.
dry, aren't they? They're drying out very quickly and being blown around the leaves.
My wife said that we were walking the dogs the other night. She went, it's almost like autumnal because the leaves are very brown and they were getting blown off the trees by a little bit of breeze.
Hannon is beaten by that one and bangs into his thigh pad and drops down in front of him. You can hear the hollow sound as just drops right down in front of him. There's no run. The ice cream van right opposite us on the far side of the ground is doing good trade, I think.
It's a long walk for an ice cream, that film.
Isn't it? This is going to be. Initially thought that was going to be runs, but not to Garton. It was at backward point.
And being very watchful since the return of OHD. He's on 45.
He doesn't give you too much width or opportunity to hit through him, Oliver Handolby, does he? He keeps that line, that nagging line length. Very upright as he comes in and bowls, and past the outside edge as Banner was looking to run that one away down to third man, but in the end lucky to, in the process, as he was beaten by it, not to get a nick through to Alec Davis. This one he does cut and cuts away nicely, beautifully timed, but he will just get the one run down to third man. One more to the total.
It's only a couple of times he's provided some width, but Hannah's on it straight away, isn't he?
Yeah.
OHD kept it very tight in those first 3 overs.
47 Bahana moves to 93 for 2. So we've got one ball to go in the 20th over. And it's a dot ball as it's run away to George Garden, a backward point. End of another over. So after 20 overs, Lancashire are 93 for 2 with Bahanan 47 and Marcus Harris 5.
Hannah a little annoyed there. I think he thought he'd missed out on a really good opportunity. But he's going very nicely. 19-run partnership between these two. I'm going to make way, and Aaron's going to come and join you, Phil.
Thanks, Adam. He'll be back with us after another 10 overs, which is about 35 minutes. You've got just time, Adam, to get round to that ice cream van and then run back with them. But I don't think he's going to take that off. So it's going to be Rob Yates coming into the attack. So we're going to see first bowling, first spin of the day from the school end. And he's going to be bowling to Josh Bohannon. And field just settling round. So we've had 20 overs of seam bowling, and now we'll see a little bit of Rob Yates's. I hesitate to say part-time spin because it's rather more than that these days.
Yeah, completely agree, Phil. Something which he's worked on very hard in the nets over the winter as well. Views himself as more of a batting all-rounder now. There's Rob Yates.
Yeah, it definitely has really worked, as you say, hard on it. First delivery is pushed away for a single, and Hannon moves on to Harris. No, it is, but no, it was. Let's get it right. That was Harris who played that shot.
Yeah, definitely Marcus Harris, that the Southport.
Shouldn't be too difficult. One's a left-hander, one's a right-hander. So too busy talking. So what do you think after 20 overs? Well, who'd be the happier of the two sides?
Good question. I'll answer that after this ball to Bohannon.
Yates just fields gently off his own bowling.
Yeah, I think Lancs would be slightly the happier of the two, just given how difficult the first few overs were for the openers.
There's going to be runs here. Down to long on for a single. Just pushed past the inner field. George Gardner's there, but couldn't quite get down to do the fielding. Time he can, it's hit straight to him, and there's no run.
I do think Warwickshire have bowled pretty well, though, I must say, especially early doors with the newer ball.
Going to be signalled a wide as this one is fired in down the leg side, and Harris did try to get the bat on it, but Davis standing up is prevents it going any further than just the ricocheting off his pads. Yeah, I think probably you're right. I would agree with you in terms of this stage. They've got actually a good launch pad for a decent total. One-handed stop by Garton there, running across prevents any more than the single.
Yep, end of the over. 21 have been bowled at Rugby School. Lancashire 97 for 2. Yeah, I think the key for me, Phil, is the wickets. So, yes, they've lost both openers. Matty Hurst was the first one to go. Nice delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dalby. And then Keaton Jennings having his stumps disturbed by Michael Booth. He fell after his fellow opener. But since then, especially Bohannon, I think he's batted very, very well indeed. Started off quite cautious, quite watchful, but getting into a nice rhythm. Here's Hannon-Dalby then. Harris advances and smites that one downtown. Are we going for 4? Well fielded, I say that. Little bit of a fumble actually by the spectator out there. I thought he was going to get there.
Yeah.
Lovely way for Lancashire to bring up the team 100. Comes courtesy of Marcus Harris. And a beautifully clean strike.
He spotted that early, the young red-haired lad out there, and ran round, was racing around long before the ball got over the ropes, but in position, but couldn't quite take it cleanly.
More runs here for Marcus Harris. One more to be specific. Yeah, got into a good position. It's just the hands just burst through.
Yeah, just brought up the 100, so with that boundary. Just a little bit ominous that the way he launched into that. Harris looked as though he's got himself settled, and now it's to get on with it. And Bohannon has looked very solid so far this morning.
Another single for Josh Bohannon. Moves him within one of his first half-century of the campaign. That in the one-day cup, of course, not across all formats. Had a previous high score of 47 against Kent. That came in the first game at Farrington. Lovely venue, I have to say, Phil. Thoroughly enjoyed my time up there.
Whereabouts is that close to then?
It's by Preston.
Oh, okay.
It's Preston way. So I went up there for the Nottinghamshire game, so it was the second one of this. It was almost a little bit of a trial that they've ran. So long term for that facility, it's a wonderful facility as well. I do think it's got a lot of promise for the future. I think the maximum theoretical capacity is around about 5,000, but for these trial events, they've kept it down to 2,000. But just really nice, really lush.
Yeah.
Beautiful place to watch a bit of county cricket.
So Lancashire use Blackpool, don't they?
They do indeed,
use
yeah. Stanley Park.
Aigburth at Liverpool.
And Rugby School, which isn't actually in the county, that's in Cumbria. But they often play one-day cup matches there.
Yeah, so they've got quite a few grounds which are in use. Have you been to Aigburth?
I have indeed, yeah, with the lovely old school pavilion.
Yeah, huge, high, big pavilion behind. Because that was used a lot when the renovations and switching the pitch round at Old Trafford was going on.
2 more runs added here for Marcus Harris, and that'll be the end of another productive one for the Red Rose. Lancashire 105 for 2 after 22 overs here in Rugby. Yeah, I've done Aigburth, have now done Farrington, obviously have done Old Trafford, done that quite a few times across different formats and different competitions.
Yep.
I've been to Stanley Park a lot, but for club cricket. So my girlfriend is from Blackpool, hence the connection there. Been watching quite a bit of Blackpool Cricket Club. Of course, have connections on both of these teams. Admittedly, Richard Gleeson isn't playing today, formerly of his home county. And Lancashire's head coach, Stephen Croft, a product of Blackpool CC as well.
Good cricketer.
Tremendous cricketer. Really nice guy as well.
Robbie Yates starts his second over, and this one is just glanced down behind backward of square for a single to bring up his half century. So that's come off 56 balls, and he's gone along very nicely.
Has indeed. First half century of the campaign it is for Josh Bohannon. 6 fours, 1 6 in there. Started off watchful, a little bit cautious since then. Starting to really motor along and scoring the runs with great fluency and consistency. So that'll be another single, this time for Harris.
Yeah, that 6 he hit earlier on was a terrific strike. The height it got, it was actually church steeple height. So Lancashire 107 for 2 here in this 23rd over. It's Yates. There was this one that pushed that one through on Bohannon just a little bit quicker, and Bohannon just readjusts. I can't get a run. And again, bowls. This is going to be a single. Booth comes round to do the fielding. Not a particularly tidy piece of fielding, but just off the pad, so leg by been signalled. Another one to the total, 108 for 2. Piece of fielding by Yates off his own bowling. This nicely timed shot from Harris.
Just looking out there, Phil, Dan Mosley going through a few warm-ups.
Yeah, you'd expect him to perhaps get in with his overs now. This one is given more air and is driven down to long off for a single. There's one more to Harris, who has quickly moved up to 16. It seems suddenly started to motor, and the runs coming reasonably comfortably as 109 for 2 after 23.
Yeah, just the 4 runs scored from that latest over for the visitors, but even so, it's very low-risk cricket at the moment. For Marcus Harris, he's someone who, we all know the class and pedigree of the man. It does just take a little bit of time sometimes, not only in one-day cricket, but in the first-class arena as well, just to almost settle into the pace of the surface. So Warwickshire, they'll be hoping to see the back of him as soon as possible. So we see the ice cream van here at Rugby School. Imagine that'll be doing plenty of business today. Just taking a look at the weather. Meant to be having highs of 28 to 29 degrees a bit later, as right on cue it will be Dan Mosley with the ball in hand from the south end of the ground. A little bit of faster off spin compared to what we've just seen from Rob Yates. Really likes to fire in those darting arm balls.
Yeah, it definitely pushes that ball through, doesn't he?
Starts off by conceding a single. Good stop by Oliver Hannon-Dolby at third man. Nice to see Dan Mosley back playing for Warwickshire. Real fierce competitor, a very dynamic all-rounder. Went wicketless in the defeat at Grace Road, took none for 15 from his 2 overs. Be hoping to get his first one on the board and Warwickshire's third in today's encounter. One more this time for Josh Bohannon. Whenever I mention Dan Mosley as well, we have to give a shout out to Nether Whittaker, his local cricket club. Shout out as well to Josh Bohannon's, which is Farnworth Social up towards Bolton. Produced quite a few county cricketers over the years. A nice battle here against the left-handed Harris. You can't really treat him as a spinner. Yes, it is slower compared to your seam bowlers, but he doesn't really offer pronounced turn, especially not on this surface. There's no real deterioration. It's a fresh track prepared for today's game.
You'd be hard at this pace to get it to turn much. He's not far off medium pace here.
Well, at one stage,
just watching him side on.
Well, they measured his pace a couple of seasons ago, and it was just a tickle under 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That'll be a dot ball to end the over. Pretty good one from Dan Mosley first up. Just 2 runs conceded. Lancashire 111 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good over from him. He kept the ball right up on the spot, and he didn't allow them to be able to drive through that ball. So what Rob Yates is looking for here is, between himself and Dan Mosley, he's probably covering his 5th bowler option, and if they can get between the two of them 10 or a dozen overs and smuggle those through, that allows his main 4 strike bowlers to do the rest. Anyway, end of that over, and Yates himself will continue at the school end. It's just a little pause while the batsman had a quick drink brought out for them, and change of gloves. And Bohannon, who's 51 not out, will be facing. Real difference in the style between Mosley and Yates. Yates much more of a loop and considerably less pace. He fires the odd one through, but not in Mosley's fashion. This one is driven down the ground, down to Dan Mosley, who's out on the long off boundary and does the fielding. One more to the total. Harris is back on strike, 112 for 2. Bohannon moves on to 52.
Slight change in the field as well. Ethan Bamber was at backward point. He's now been moved into the covers. Kai Smith also taking a few steps to his right, just to go to deep cover point.
This one beats the forward push of Harris. He was not quite sure how to play that one. He came forward looking to perhaps run it away, but in the end a little bit of extra bounce as well for Rob Yates. This gets the outside edge and comes down to short third man, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby does the I think the smart piece of fielding for a man at 6'8". He stops it with his foot rather than ricking his back or something like that, potentially doing that for a ball which was just running away from him. This is going to be more runs. This time for Bohannon, tucked away. It's down to Kai Smith on the cover on the mid-wicket boundary. $114 for 2. At the moment, the boundaries have dried up a little bit of late. It's to just keeping it tight. This one, having said all that, it's almost as if he's got switched on. He launches over long off for 4 runs. The fielder in on up to the just outside the edge of the circle, but not covering the boundary itself. And Yates goes for 4. Just launched away off the. That was the final ball of Yates's over. So we've had the halfway stage, and Lancashire 118 for 2. Bohannon is on 53, and Harris is on to 22. They picked that up nicely.
They certainly have. Just going back to the previous game, which was between Warwickshire and Gloucestershire here at Rugby School. Spoke about it at the beginning of the programme. After 25 overs at the drinks break, Gloucestershire were 87 for 2. Finished in the 270s. Here's Dan Mosley. Starts off with a dot ball. So this is a really nice foundation for Lancashire here. Still got plenty of batting to come with the likes of Rocky Flintoff, Harry Singh, Arav Shetty, George Balderson. Inventive by Josh Bohannon. Scoops it very, very fine. Hannon Dorby is there to protect any potential boundary. 2 more runs added to the total, and let's not forget those players at 9 and 10, Jack Blatherwick and Tom Bailey, very handy with the bat. So this was always going to be the key for the Red Rose. Lay that foundation.
Yeah, they got a good depth of batting there.
And then Luke Hands at number 11. Excited to see him in action. Nice confident stride. Good fielding as well by Ethan Bamber. Restricts it to just a single.
Yeah, Bamber had to get across to that, otherwise it was through and up to the ropes. It was hit nicely by Bohannon.
Harris can't quite penetrate the gap on the offside on that occasion. It's a very dynamic middle order, comparatively inexperienced with regards to the Bears today. Now Harris, he tries to go round the corner. Big appeal from Dan Mosley. Turned down straight away by the standing umpire. Yeah, you look at Warwickshire today with the likes of George Garton, Alex Davis, formerly of Lancashire County Cricket Club, Zen Malik as well. Both of those units have a big role to play as it's deflected off the boot of Mosley. It's hurtling towards the boundary, will just about be dragged in by Bamber. Tell you what, Phil, that would have been a rather unique boundary to round out the over. As such, it's just 2. Lancashire 123 for 2 after 26.
Yeah, I think he got that. Bamber got it covered pretty much until Mosley's toe deflected it away, and then he had to scamper back. But he hadn't quite. I think he'd done enough, Mosley, to take the pace off to prevent it getting to the boundary. But even so, but up to 123. And I was saying to Adam that the sort of pass score is around the 260 mark, doesn't it? 255.
Oh, I think that'd be well below today.
Oh, I think I was going to say. I think on this today, that was nowhere near enough. I think you can add a 50 or 60 runs on that.
Well, the other day in the Gloucestershire game, 277 wasn't enough, was it? That was chased down with
yeah,
relative ease by Rob Yates.
This is turn to Mosley at square leg. No run. It's a good start to this over from Yates. Just 14 coming from his first 3 overs. This one he's looking to launch it. Bohannon over extra cover, but didn't quite time that right. A bit more air and driven down the ground, but it'll only be a single as it's quickly returned back to Alec Davis.
Good attempt though, isn't it, by Rob Yates? If anyone was to pull off that style of court and bowled, it would be him. Also brings up the 50 partnership between Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. Batted very nicely indeed for their side. Was important as well after that wicket of Jennings, not to allow any further wickets to tumble.
This one is again played up to Garden, so Yates keeping this right on the spot. Harris and Bohannon just finding it a little bit difficult to get him away. This is given plenty more air, and it's launched in the air for a while, but this time a little wider, and they get back for a second run. Harris, he moves on to 26, but another over slips by, and another fairly economical over for Warwickshire, 126 off 27, so they're certainly keeping the break on.
I think that's a really good point you make there, to be honest, Phil, because the spinners, even though they haven't been testing and challenging on the wickets front at this stage, they have been restricting and just reducing that flow of run scoring a little bit. So Dan Mosley's first one went for 2, Yates' first one went for 4. Even since then, the highest scoring over has only gone for 7, so they're doing a very good job here. Here is Dan Mosley. Slashed away by Josh Bohannon. Gilchrist will go off in pursuit, but the ball was always going to win that one. It's a fast outfield. 4 more off the bats of Josh Bohannon.
First time he's really dropped one a little bit shorter and given width and allowed Bohannon to cut it back down towards that boundary. Once the fielder there is on the edge of the fielding circle, so it's got to go straight to him, because once it's gone wide on this fast outfield, it'll run away.
No run scored there at the end of this over as well. We'll give you an update as well from some of the other games taking place in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. I know that for those of a Lancashire persuasion, be looking intently with events down at Cheltenham College. Nottinghamshire are also firmly embattled in this race for the top 3. They're taking on Gloucestershire. Currently sit at the bottom of Group A to the West Country outfit. Just 1 victory in their opening 6 games. Very full by Dan Mosley. Can't quite be hacked away by Marcus Harris. Also plenty of action taking place in Group B, where again the race for the top 3 well and truly on. That's going to be 4.
Again, drop similar to the one earlier on in the over, just a little bit too short, bit of width, and been whipped away. So Ramos is really getting good return when he's keeping the ball right up. But the moment he drops short, then they're using his pace as well to help cut it away.
Looking at Marcus Harris here as well. He rifles that for 4 more. Absolutely zero stopping that one. You mentioned the acceleration, Phil. He was 16 from 26. He's now 34 from 42. There has definitely been a little bit of an extra degree of proactivity from the Australian. He started to put the hammer down a little bit. Boundary to round out the 28th. Lancashire 139 for 2.
Yeah, Robbie Yates, because this is where it becomes a slight problem for him now. He's got to decide, does he carry on with this spin or does he throw in a few more, just take a break? Right up until now, till that last over, he's actually been in control. The spinner's done a good job. Just now, the signs are that the Lancashire bats are beginning to get after and to accelerate. He's bowled, Yates had 4 overs, Mosley's had 3, is it? So he's got 7 of the 10 which he needs from his 5th bowler, and perhaps take this over. So he starts his 5th over, A good one to start with. Pulls Bohannon down the wicket and just gets him in a little bit of trouble because he got slightly misread the flight on that one, and the ball runs that way to Mosley at square leg, and there's no run. This one off the thigh pad down to Bamber at fine leg, just signalled a leg by.
Just to provide a quick update from Cheltenham College, Nottinghamshire 156 for 3 after 31 overs. Carver Rayner and former Lancashire man Hasib Hamid, the captain of the Outlaws, going very well at the moment.
This one is cut and cut through Bamber. This one will go to the boundary. I don't think Kai Smith's going to get there. No, he's not. It really should probably have been fielded there by Ethan Bamber at short third man, but through his hands and away. So 4 more runs to Marcus Harris, who moves on to 38. Total goes on to 144 for 2. There's Yates again in. This will be another run to Bamber, unable to field that one cleanly. But there's no penalty for his misfield this time.
How often do you see that though in cricket? It can be a very cruel sport at times. Have a little bit of a misfield and suddenly the ball just follows you around the park.
A really soft crowd though, they're not laying into him or anything like that. It's even worse when you're in front of a big crowd in the stands and you then, every time you field the ball, they give you the bird. Back on his stumps, but not out off the final ball of the over. So yeah, it's again comes away not too expensive. Mosley going to have another over from the Oak Street end.
Well, there's a long conversation taking place between captain, bowler, keeper, George Garton also in the mix as well. Will be Mosley to kickstart his 4th over of the game. He's gone for 20 runs from his opening 3.
I think it's much warmer out there in the middle than we believe, because we are kind of don't get we've said this before, where we're sitting we don't get the full impact of how hot it is, because we've got a nice gentle breeze blowing through behind us. We're in the shade, but the bat just again had a mop down. Somebody brought a towel out for them.
Yeah, it's around about 28, 29 degrees. Here's Mosley to Harris. No run scored off the first delivery.
It's coming up to the point here, 30 overs. You can generally, the old adage would you take that in a white ball game and double it. So coming up to around about the 300 mark we'd be looking at would be the expected return for Lancashire now. Probably a little bit more than that in actual fact.
Especially if these two continue in this current vein. Nice stop by Dan Mosley off his own bowling.
Much better this from Dan Mosley. He's not dropped that ball short and wide so far.
Still can't get it away. Really nice start this from Mosley. Great response after getting a little bit of treatment in the previous over. Can he round it off with another good one? Well, yes, he can. It's a maiden over. Great response from Dan Mosley. That'll be the end of over number 30. Lancashire 145 for 2. We'll also have a change here in the commentary box. We'll say fond farewell to Phil Britt for the time being. And we'll welcome back the Dorset tones of Adam Bridge. It will be a continuation of Yates from the school end. The Warwickshire captain happy to lead from the front here, trying to search for that breakthrough. A little bit of a spread field as well here for the off-spinner. 5-4, that's the split. Just in favour of the offside. Huge appeal, and it's given. Rob Yates does strike, and the partnership is broken. Josh Bohannon, we've seen that on many an occasion in this game, looking for those fine paddles. There wasn't any protection down there. The shot was on that occasion. Just didn't execute it as well as he had done prior. It's been an excellent 62 from 77, courtesy of the Lancashire number 3. His first half century in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. But his stay at the crease is done. Rob Yates, well, he's the partnership breaker, Adam.
Or maybe I am.
There is that as well. There is that as well. Changing the commentary box, changing the Bears' fortunes.
There we go. I mean, Bohannon has batted excellently, hasn't he? You could see what he was trying to do there. And there's been a lot of LBW appeals coming from that end. I think Ethan Bamber felt quite distressed that he wasn't given any, but this time round, big shout. Alex Davis up immediately, and there was no hesitation from Simon Willop. Finger up immediately, and it means we're going to see Rocky Flintoff.
Does indeed, yep. Son of a certain Freddie Flintoff, younger brother of former Kent all-rounder Corey Flintoff as well. Very much a product of the Lancashire pathway. First joined the Red Rose when he was 8 years old. Here he is, representing the club in senior cricket, just as his dad did so magnificently for many a season. Of course, represented the England Lions, did Rocky. In addition to that, we've been given quite a few club cricket shout-outs today. You'll be glad to know I've already mentioned Nether Whittaker.
Oh, good. I don't want Dan to get upset.
Or indeed Nether Whittaker themselves. But as for Rocky, well, he's played for St Anne's Cricket Club, as well as Southport and Birkdale. Here he is then, with a bit of a foundation having been laid by the experienced pair of Josh Bohannon and his current partner out there, Marcus Harris. Starts off on the defence.
But if we apply the double your score at 30 overs philosophy, 290, I think it's slightly above par for here, isn't it?
It is, but having spoken to the ground staff, their gut feel was in and around 300.
I hear they were very forthcoming with information, which for a badger like you was probably very exciting, wasn't it?
You know me, I love talking to the ground staff. It's great.
I did wonder earlier when you were asking, when you were telling me about how many millimetres, I thought you had your ruler out.
Another dot ball here for Rob Yates. No, it's always interesting, and obviously learning from the people who dedicate their lives to the art, really, of preparing pictures. It's always fascinating. Terrific shot by Rocky Flintoff. That's some way to get off the mark. Brutally struck and disdainfully dispatched 4 downtown. Lancashire closing in on the team 150.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, that. Met the ball and no danger. Just into the gap. Very nice. From Flintoff.
Yates responds well. Dot ball to finish what was a pretty bountiful over for the Bears. Big wicket of Josh Bohannon for 62 and Lancashire 149 for 3. And there is just something about saying Flintoff's name for Lancashire. It feels right, doesn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it certainly does. He's tall, like his father as well. Certainly a taller figure than Harris, who's popped along quite nicely here, actually, as well. He looks a bit tentative when he first come in, but he's 39 off 50. Not too much spin for these two. It's not turning and gripping, is it?
No.
Just doing a holding job, really.
It wasn't expected to either. Again, that was the other takeaway for today. Even though it's very warm, the pitch isn't expected to deteriorate.
10 overs for 46 between these two so far.
Well, even in the Gloucestershire game, as the 150 is brought up with that single by Marcus Harris, both sides, the spinners struggled a bit. Yes, there were wickets, but they weren't wickets from pronounced turn, from those classic off-spinner's dismissal where it just kisses the surface and comes back into the stump itself. They came from mistakes. They came from errors. So it is going to be difficult graft, I'd say. But then again, as we all know, people do like hitting against spin, so opportunities may manifest themselves. I don't think I've asked you before as well, Adam, but when it comes to your club cricket journey, more on that after this ball from Dan, which is going to be a single down the ground.
I think it's fair to say I'm better talking about it than I was playing it. No, actually, that maybe is a little bit harsh. I didn't play much of a weekend, but I used to play in a Tuesday night and Thursday night league. So 20 overs was my thing, really.
And who was that for?
It was a team in Canterbury, so it was a work-related thing. But there used to be kind of 2 evening leagues that I used to participate in. I was we weren't very good for a long time, I think it's fair to say. And this isn't a boast; it's a factual statement. What I'm about to make. I took over as captain, and then the following season we won the league.
There you go.
Well, it was T20, and obviously it was back in those days. And when I say back in days, we're talking. Well, we're talking late. Well, no, probably mid 90s. Actually, maybe early to mid 90s. To be fair, it's nicely cut away, well fielded. It's going to be a single. Oh, that would have been a bit tight, wouldn't it? Just not far away. I wasn't expecting a direct hit, but it looks like he's home. Yeah, so it would have been early 90s, and 20 over cricket then was. So I used to open the bowling as a spinner. I was a forerunner for 20 years later, I think.
Which kind of spinner? Off spin or leg?
You could do both. Yeah. I could do both.
Wow, mystery spinner.
I used to take wickets in the early doors. I had a pace bowler up the other end, me spinning it from one end. We did all right. Terrible catcher, and not very good with the bat. I think my top score's like 32. I think.
Yeah, I'd rather not talk about my top score. There's a reason why I turned into a commentator. Here is Rob Yates then from the school end. 1 for 26 so far for the Warwickshire captain. Got that big wicket of Josh Bohannon. Can he get Harris? Well, he won't with that delivery. Turned on the leg side for 1 run.
Tell you what's interesting here. I mean, we've already had, this is the 12th over a spin. Obviously, Gilchrist only bowled 2 earlier. Booth's gone through 5, OHD 6 and Bamber 8. I just wonder if we might see a full complement of 10 from each of these two, given that so far they've only gone for 49 runs between them.
Well, there's only really been one big over, and it was Dan Mosley's 3rd one. It went for 13. And since then, of course, he's bowled a maiden, so let's wait and see. That will be a decision to be made by this man Yates.
Well, this is his 7th. And at the moment, they're pretty respectable figures, aren't they? 1 for 27.
Very much so. One more run scored, despite the valiant dive of George Garton.
It kind of makes you feel that actually what Yates is doing here, this is probably not what the plan was. I suspect the plan was, going in with the 4-seamers and no specialist spinner. The plan would be that the 4-seamers would probably bowl 40 overs and they'd make up 10 from these two. But it's good to see Yates is adapting. We're about to get blown away in the 10th here.
Just about stopped by Ethan Bamber. Yeah, apologies if you can hear that on the FX mic. It's a real stiff gust of wind that's just kicked up by us here in the marquee.
Forgot to go and take a picture of those trees to find out what they are. I'll do that in the break.
I was going to say, we've got the innings break for that, Mr. Bridge.
No, I'm going the other way, the innings break, towards the food truck.
This will be one more. Kai Smith is positioned out on the boundary on the offside.
I've been dreaming of that burger since last year. Very lovely selection away to our left-hand side.
See, that's the other thing about outground cricket. End of the over, Lancashire 155 for 3. Just getting those local food vendors in. The local ice cream van as well. That's been very well populated today.
It's a long walk, though. I didn't go over there during the 10 overs I was off. I just went for a cup of tea. I think it's a Libertine burger van over there. Are we allowed to publicise who's here? You know what? Very good burger last year. Very tasty.
So it will be a continuation of Dan Mosley as well.
It is 1 o'clock. We are allowed to talk about food, aren't we?
I'd say so.
This is good from Dan as well, because he took a bit of tap the other day, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Spoke about those figures at Leicestershire. None for 15 from his 2 overs. Scored 15 with the bat as well. And actually, after this delivery, which comes off the under edge of Marcus Harris's bat, he ran quickly for the first one. Can't turn it into a 2. I've got a little bit of a trivia question for yourself, Adam, and everybody tuning in. So Dan
You asking us trivia is a little bit unfair.
No, so it's a nice question though. So Dan Mosley has played List A cricket for 4 different teams. Can you name them? You should be able to get at least one.
Yeah, I would hope so. Given he's playing for them today.
Another single this time for Rocky Flintoff.
We are including the 100 in List A, aren't we?
No.
No, okay.
2 of them are very, very similar.
Are they?
Yep.
I can't remember if he went out on loan or whether he's been... No, he's never been out on loan.
I'd give it away if I said the clue.
Okay.
I'll give you a clue. It's not in the One Day Cup. Slashed away through the offside by Marcus Harris. One more. Moves the Australian to within 5 of a half century. Again, this trivia also available to everybody tuning in.
Don't give us the answer yet. We need to give it some thought. Give them a chance to get on the comments beneath the YouTube channel.
Yeah, the fourth one definitely separates the Badgers from the rest.
I'm just checking my WhatsApp, because if my good friend Jim Proudfoot is still tuned in, he's very good on statistics. He might know the answer to that. End of another over from Dan. Good over as well. So his 6 so far have gone for 26. Yates' 7 have gone for 29. So between them, 13 overs for 55 runs. 158 for 3. As things stand, 34 overs gone, and time for a drinks break, which is a good time for you to just repose that question one more time.
It is indeed, yep. So the trivia for today's live stream on Bears TV. Dan Mosley has represented 4 different teams. So not 4 different clubs, 4 different teams in List A cricket. Who are the 4? That is the question. Teams, yep. 4 different teams. Or 4 different sides, depending on the nomenclature that you prefer.
You're using those long words again. It's not the blast.
Well, while we also have the drinks break, I think that's a nice opportunity to run through some of the scores on the doors. We've already touched upon that game taking place in the West Country between Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire. The Outlaws still chugging along very well. Nottinghamshire 178 for 3. Carver Rayner closing in on a half century in that game at Cheltenham College. As for the other game taking place here in Group A, Somerset 126 for 4 against the Northamptonshire Steelbacks at Wantage Road. Top score of 40 for Tom Lammonby, but Luke Proctor, again a former Lancashire man, has taken 2 wickets in that one just to stifle the West Country visitors. As for Group B, Hampshire going along very well in the El Clasico, the South Coast rivalry. They are 202 without loss against Sussex. Ali Orr on 97 not out against his former side.
Can you give us a clue to which country he may have played his List A cricket in?
I can. I'll give you that after the final couple of scores. Players finally got underway in Darlington in what is now a 38 overs per side encounter against, well, between Durham and Essex. Durham 26 for 2 after 5 overs. And as for the other games taking place in that group, Middlesex 196 for 2 against Derbyshire at the county ground in Derby. And Worcestershire, the defending champions, 141 for 4 after 31 overs at Sophia Gardens. So, yeah, we'll give you a little bit of a clue.
Those two big overs, that's one of those down overs, isn't it? Also, I think Gilchrist over there are the two which stand out on the Manhattan, don't they?
Yep, it was that 28th over.
And Gilchrist.
Dan Mosley went for 13. But yeah, I'll give you a clue.
Oh, let me get. Didn't he go and play somewhere like? Is it Pesh? It begins with P, I think. Somewhere that begins with Peshawar.
Yep, Peshawar Zalmi. That's T20 though. That's T20. That's in the PSL.
Okay. Yeah,
so
okay.
I will give you a clue. I will give you a clue. It's in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
He played in Sri Lanka in the 21-22 season.
Did he?
He did indeed. Yep.
And all three of them are in Sri Lanka.
No. Think about this. Think about it, Adam. 4 teams.
4 teams.
Not 4 clubs. 4 teams.
Yeah.
Think bigger picture than club cricket.
Yeah. Oh, okay. England.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. You and your quizzes. Robbie Yates is going to bowl again. 8th over from him.
Welcome back with a single down the ground by Marcus Harris.
So the other two are in Sri Lanka?
No,
one of them is in Sri Lanka.
One of them is in Sri Lanka. One of them is very similar to that last answer.
We're not saying England Lions.
We are.
Oh, that's
yes, we are.
Question.
It counts. It counts.
And then Sri Lanka, well, yeah, that's one for the Badgers.
I've just looked in the YouTube live stream, though. Someone has got it.
Oh, okay.
So fair play.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Give a shout out to that at the end of the over.
Highsmith being adjusted here on the boundary by Yates. Delicate from Flintoff.
It's one of those shots which has been good value today. Bohannon played a couple early doors. Even if it doesn't go to the boundary, could at least get 2. Confident stride into the pitch of the ball by Marcus Harris. Moves him on to 47.
They're well placed here, aren't they? It's one of those that could go either way, They are very well placed. Couple of wickets and all of a sudden they're in a little bit of strife.
One more for Rocky Flintoff. Yeah.
So you know, by the way, unbeknown to the viewer, I was removing a wasp from your jumper while you were running through the scores. That's why I was bashing you with my microphone to try and get the wasp off. More for my personal thing, because he jumped onto me, because I'm obviously in shorts and a t-shirt, whereas you got your hoodie on. Hoodie on in this weather. What's going on?
More runs this time for Marcus Harris. Moves him on to 48. Playing a really mature innings. Here's Lancashire's overseas player.
He opened for Australia, didn't he? In Test cricket, yeah.
Did indeed, yeah.
Wasn't the most successful period of his career, was it? But he was playing Test matches for his country. 14 in total, I think. Another good over, really, isn't it?
It is indeed. See, I did mention I'd give a shout out to CJ Avey. I wonder if that's Charlie from social media. Let us know if it is. Yeah, Burger Recreation Club. That was the other side that he represented. He scored a half-century in a really important game in that competition as well. I can't remember if it was a semi-final or the final. But yeah, he loved his time out in Sri Lanka. Spoke to him about it a couple of years ago. Just needed some cricket in the winter. Through his connections here at Warwickshire, got that opportunity. It is, yeah, shout out to Charlie. As Harris turns that on the onside for at least 1. He'll scamper back. Oh, no, he won't. Little bit of indecision there. Just be a single. Moves him on to 49.
breeze has picked up. It's interesting watching the weather vane on top of the pavilion. Saw Matt Walker walking across a little bit earlier on, having a wander around the ground. Obviously he's on his way to Sussex at the end of the season to take over as head coach. He reunite with Paul Farbrace, who's become the director of cricket there. Former Kent coach. Kent here on Tuesday. It's a stinger for Mouse, that one.
It is. Not for the first time as well. Kent have played here at least on one other occasion. This, though, the first time that Lancashire and Warwickshire have done battle at Rugby School in List A cricket. It's been nice, actually. I saw a few Lancashire fans earlier on who had made the long journey down from the northwest.
Yeah, I saw on X there was a few that were planning to make the trip to Rugby School.
Oh, why wouldn't you as well? It is a glorious venue.
Another good over here from Dan. Just one off it so far.
Going to be more runs here, though. Michael Booth, thankfully for the Bears, is positioned down towards the boundary. Just one more. Brings Harris back onto strike.
This will be the completion of 15 overs between the two spinners. I think we may see them bowl 20 between them. Wouldn't surprise me.
It's a dot ball to finish. Harris remains on 49. Lancashire 165 for 3. 14 overs remain in this, the first innings at Rugby School.
Anyone who's a regular watcher of Bears TV will know you are the don of statistics. So I saw this the other day and I almost messaged you to say, are you having this? This was after Joss Butler scored, in theory, the most amount of runs in 20 over cricket. But he was playing in the 100. That's not 20 over cricket. So how as a statistician, how can you stack that one up? Because I really struggled with it.
I understand where you're coming from. I really do. And I can see the counter argument for it. But I think it's because it is the shortest format that we do register stats for. So it's not like T10 cricket, whereas the 100 is still a registered competition, even though it is a different format. So it's a little bit like List A cricket. 40 over stats still count towards 50 over stats. First class cricket still counts if it's 3, 4 or 5 days. So,
but you can't say he's the highest run scorer in T20 cricket after he's just notched 60 in the 100, can you? That was where it fell over for me. But you're the badger, so if you accept it, then I accept it.
There are people far more qualified than me to accept it. So if they accept it, they accept it. Here's Yates then, bowling to Flintoff, who gets Harris back on strike.
On the cusp of a 50, Harris. He's on 49. Could be the second Lancashire player to pass that milestone in this innings so far. I really thought Keaton Jennings was on for that, given the form he's been in as well. You know, obviously you weren't on comms with me then when I just started to notice ridiculous numbers from this competition this year.
Well, he surpassed 400 runs, hasn't he? Was on 375 before today. Here is Yates then. Bowling to Marcus Harris. Slashes it away through point, and this will be a 50 for the Australian. A fourth in the 2026 Men's Metrobank One Day Cup. It arrives from 67 deliveries faced and includes 5 boundaries. A little bit of a muted celebration. He knows he's still got plenty to do, but he has provided a very nice bedrock here for his side to go on and get a very healthy total indeed.
Yeah, it's been a good innings. It's worked it really nicely. 67 balls, decent strike rate, but probably prepared when needed to put the foot on the gas as we enter the latter stages of this innings. In the meantime, Flintoff's happy just to milk another single. I'm guessing Jake Libby must be somewhere up there in the top run scorers in the competition, given his 309s.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, he's actually got the highest List A average in history. He's overtaken Sam Hain, who unfortunately ruled out of the one-day cup.
Well, fingers crossed he's fit for the county championship when it returns.
Even so, the staggering thing about that, so Hain had an average of 57.76 and 72 overall in the one-day cup. So 57.76 was the list day average. And he improved it. He's improved it again. He scored 80 in that only appearance against Northamptonshire. That's big. That is huge from Rocky Flintoff. Sends it into the crowd, and an excellent catch by the spectator in the white shirts. They've been good at Rugby School. In the Gloucestershire game, a couple of smart crowd catches and a lovely strike by Rocky Flintoff. Takes Lancashire into the 170s.
Like you said, not the biggest boundary in the world, but he struck it very cleanly and cleared it by quite some distance. First time they've really gone after the spinners here, apart from that one over from Mosley.
Single to wrap up the 37th. Really good one, that, for Flintoff and for Lancashire. The Red Rose, 176 for 3.
9 overs for 45 then from Yates. And it's going to be Mosley to bowl his 8th. Wonder whether that will be it now for Yates, whether we'll see Gilchrist maybe pick up some of the slack before we get back into probably Booth, Hannon, Dolby and Bamber. Booth still got 5 to bowl, so maybe there'll be a bit of sharing between him and Gilchrist. The makeup of these last 13 will be interesting.
Still happy to lead with spin here, though, aren't they, the Bears?
Yeah, this is Mosley's 8th.
Will Flintoff continues to attack.
Straight at Yates. Not quite so aggressive this time from Flintoff. That's bowled really well. Somebody who's not bowled much in the last few weeks, I think he's bowled really well today.
He has, aside from that one over, which went for 13, and that was due to a couple of different things. First, it was the line offered a little bit too much width, and then also the length, a couple of drag downs in that. It was the 28th over of the innings. Since then, he's just got back the radar. Kai Smith now goes out to deep mid-wicket. He's not going to be needed, though. That's gone for 6. Struck with absolute authority by Marcus Harris. Goes Rocky. Whatever you can do, mate, I can do it as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice strike. Very clean. I just noticed he's not on the boundary ropes. He's quite a way in. I do wonder, had he been on the boundary ropes, whether that may have kind of presented an opportunity. It's in the car park, I think, away to our right-hand side, that ball. He's just got it back as Ethan Bamber. Harris moves on to 57. First 6 from him. We've seen 3 in the innings in total so far. I was about to say 27 dot balls in Dan Moses' spell, which is pretty decent. Him and Yates are both in the kind of mid-20s for dot balls. Saga's just having a look at the ball to make sure he's happy with its condition.
Harris has jetted off very quickly for the first one. Good running between these two.
Good stop on the boundary ropes and good bit of fielding.
Constantly scouring for gaps here is Harris. Tries to go cheeky. Just the single.
Gilchrist was coming round, but both he and OHD were there. You're thinking, if anyone could potentially get close to it, but neither. Completes the over. 186 for 3 then. 38 gone. 12 to go. So something around the kind of 290, 300 mark. Feels like it's a reasonable score right now. conversation. I think Yates is going to finish. He's going to bowl his 10. Theo Wiley's just making his way off the field, having been on duty, fielding for
Zen Malik. Yeah, Zen's just come back onto the field of play. He's been busy as well as Zen Malik. Always gets put in those danger positions alongside George Garton, as you'd imagine. Two very good fielders. Malik now backward point. Ethan Bamber, slightly wideish third man. That's a full toss. And that'll be 4. One bounce on the offside. Not the delivery that Rob Yates was hoping for. Marcus Harris gleefully accepts it.
Yeah, last couple of overs, just a little bit of untidiness from Yates. Full toss on this occasion. Smith nowhere near in a position to get close. Not a good start to the over.
And then rocks onto the back foot. Gets it just away from the infielder. Kai Smith does the tidying up. 2 more runs for Lancashire. The danger as well for the Bears here. I'm just looking at the finishers for Lancashire. Saw Arif Shetty at Farrington. Goodness me, he has got all the shots in the locker.
Kai Smith is covering a lot of ground on this offside to the left-hander.
Well, I was about to say he's the only one out on the offside, but Yates has got long off in place here against Harris. Great stop. Fantastic bit of fielding by Dan Mosley.
Yeah, one-handed stop, terrific. I guess the question is, will Mosley continue? Given his last over, probably, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, especially given who they've still got remaining in the same department.
If he did bowl out, it would leave them needing 10 more from the combination of Gilchrist, Booth, Hannon, Dolby and Bamber. And they've got plenty to play with. Just in Bamber, Hannon, Dolby and Booth alone, they've got 10 to go. In fact, they've got 11 to go.
Imagine we'll see a return for Michael Booth at some point.
Yeah, he bowled really nicely, I thought.
Especially the ball to Keaton Jennings. Always a nice sight, isn't it, for a fast bowler?
Last ball of Yates' spell. Seven off the over in total. He finishes with 1 for 52.
Not bad at all from the Warwickshire captain on a surface which hasn't really provided too much assistance for the spin bowlers. He's kept it relatively tight and got the big wicket of Josh Bohannon. So Lancashire 193 for 3 with 11 overs of the innings still remaining. The Red Rose nicely positioned to get a big total on the board on what is a fresh surface at Rugby School, and one which, according to the ground staff, is set to maintain those qualities throughout the entirety of the day's play. It will be Dan Mosley then for the 9th over of his spell.
Slight misfield has allowed them to come back for 2 quite comfortably in the end.
One more through the covers for Marcus Harris.
I just wonder why the way that Harris is waiting and looking to cut everything and very predominantly playing in the offside, whether there was an argument to maybe strengthen out there, but I'll leave those tactical decisions to Rob Yates. It just feels like the boundary sweeper is literally covering an awful lot of ground.
It does. Scooped again down the leg side by Flintoff. Another couple, Oliver Hannon Dolby, well positioned to mop that one up. We'll have a change in the commentary box as well at the end of this over. Marshall make way for Phil Britt, and yeah, should be in for a cracking final 10.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final 10, isn't it? I think we're going to see a bit of pace on the ball from the Bears, and we'll see how Lancashire deal with that, because they've played the spinners very well. They haven't got away from the spinners, which I think is surprising, given there isn't too much turn out there. Very much a holding job, as you say, from these two.
Davis, he tried to anticipate it. Flintoff gets it over the top of the Bears keeper. Will be 2 more, and the 200 will come up for Lancashire in the 40th over. Really impressed with this start as well by Rocky Flintoff. He's showing plenty of enterprise out there in the middle.
He is, and I mean, they've accumulated 7 off this over quite comfortably without taking any major risks. So there feels like there's just been a little acceleration from this Lancashire side. Harris with experience, he's up to 70. He's very much providing the impetus, and Flintoff there maybe with a little more flair. Plenty of
Power as well from the 18-year-old. So that'll be a single to round out the 40th over. Lancashire 201 for 3. And I shall make way. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom courtesy of Adam Bridge.
We'll better find some, I suppose, to fill the gap then. So 40 overs gone, 10 to go. We're entering the final power play of this innings. 201 for 3. Then Harris 70 off 78. Flintoff 25 off 31. And a score of 300 must be in the sights of this Lancashire side. And interestingly enough, so Rob Yates has finished his 10 overs. We are going to see Vanch Jani. Now, we've been debating how the final 10 overs would be made up, working on the assumption that once Yates was done, we'll get another over of spin from Mosley to complete 10, and then it would be made up from the pace bowlers. But it looks like they feel that although it's not turning, they're doing a pretty good containing job.
Yeah, well, this is quite a surprising. Vanch Jani being brought into the attack. Rob Yates, we thought they might try and smuggle the 10 overs through between Mosley and Yates. But in actual fact, they pretty much bowled, I think it's 18 between them so far.
They've done 19, yeah.
19
and gone for 98.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So happy with that.
Yeah, very much so. And Yates grabbing the wicket as well, of course, of Bohannon. But so Vanch Jani will become the 3rd spinner to bowl. I'm not going to say it makes an argument for perhaps playing a full-time spinner when you've had over 20 overs from the part-timers.
You do think that, don't you? Especially when the spinner's carrying the drinks on and off.
Well, I also think, Phil, you know, in modern-day cricket, spinners can bowl on anything, really, can't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're a full-time spinner, I guess the expectation is that you can bowl on anything, really, even if it is seamer-friendly like we're expecting today.
Well, Ethan Bamber is in front of us. I think it might be. We might be happy we've got a fielder in front of us, you know, Adam.
Might be quite helpful.
Yeah, because this last 10 overs, I think they're going to go for it big time. They've got 200 with 10 to go. Well, they've got to have an eye on 300 plus, haven't they?
Well, you would think so. Harris ticking along nicely. He's on 70. Flintoff going well on 26. The run rate for the first time ticking over to beyond 5 and over. Vanch Jani from the school end. Quite a lengthy run up for a spinner. He's pulled that short, and Harris has not got that as square as he wanted to. Got it a bit too straight, and then he get a single for it.
Yeah, he got laid into lash that one down to long on. Just bounced awkwardly in front of George Garden down there.
Yeah, I think his eyes lit up for a moment, didn't they? That's a better length from Jani. Fielded by Gilchrist. 1 more to the total.
Gilchrist just bowled a couple of overs, so he's got plenty still to come, but not many overs left for him to have a go at.
Well, Harris is really opening up now. Again, he's got that quite straight, and once more it's bounced awkwardly in front of Gilchrist, and they'll come back for 2.
You could see Gilchrist down there he sort of got down to cover the ball, and there was a trepidation behind because he knew that that ball was going to take off on this hard outfield. It's a very lush outfield, but hard underneath.
Harris going for everything, and this time he's got all of that. It's a terrific shot from Harris, all the way straight for 6. No need for Gilchrist to get down and barrier for that one.
Yeah, over the canopies down there, and for where the hospitality is based, and out the other side, big strike.
Second 6 for Marcus Harris of his innings, and well, this idea of Shani, he's gone for 11 off his first 5 balls. I'm not sure this one's really worked out.
He may be just that little bit too slow and short. Got
plenty of welly from Harris again, but straight to OHD this time. Oh no, OHD. I think Booth's ended. No, has Booth ended up over there? Yes, I think it's Booth that's ended up over there. And it's just 1 to the total, and that completes the over. 213 for 3 then, with 9 to go.
Field's been moved all over the place at the moment. It's hard to keep a track on who's where. I don't know whether we'll have another one of those. I reckon that could be the only over we see from Johnny.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I was complimenting Rob earlier on, Rob Yates, who's obviously skippering today, on the fact that they've gone in with the 4-seamers, and like you say, we thought we'll muddle 10 out the part-timers, but clearly they felt it was working, so change of plan. We're going to bowl 20 out from the spinners. I just think going for the one more of Jani was probably a mistake. But
well, Mosley is about to start his final over, his 10th over. He's not 46 so far, so he would like to finish with the success of the captain, Rob Yates, coming out right down to the boundary edge, down in front of us, as this first ball from Mosley is fired in, and Harris chops it into the ground.
Such a good fielder, Rob Yates, isn't he? You want him out
in
dangerous positions.
Yeah, put in front of us is perfect, and that's why he's driven out up to Bamber at long on. If you can have a person to field and save you when you're commentating, in case a ball comes at you, Rob Yates is your man.
You mentioned earlier on as well, I was over getting a cup of tea while I was off comms, and you mentioned about those boards. Well, they do, yeah. The ball hits them and just rolls up in.
It's like a launch pad.
If I'm a skateboard, I'd be well in there, I'm telling you.
You wouldn't want to be just showing people you knew Turkish teeth, would you?
More changes to the field.
Gosh, doesn't Flintoff from this distance look like his dad, the way he stands and the size of him? Drives this one up to long on for a single.
You don't like to kind of make those kind of comparisons too often, but in everything that he does, in the way he's just struck that ball, the way, like you say, the stance, the stature, there's an awful lot of dad about him.
Absolutely. This one is short, and that's put somewhere out near Rugby Station, I think. That's absolutely hammered by Harris for 6. Dropped that one into much too short, and Harris was on it in a flash and launched it away over sort of wide long on. It's called, we don't call it cow corner, but it's approximately where they are.
So Mosley bounce up.
It's fuller and better length and driven, but driven straight back.
And I'd argue trying the shorter one probably wasn't the wise idea, given the success he had earlier in the over with playing kind of full and almost getting the ball trapped under Harris's bat.
Drives this one up to Bamber, who comes in off the long on boundary, restricts them to a single. So Dan Mosley finishes his spell. He was wicketless, but a good spell from him. Was it 51,
55, I think he went for.
In the end. Yep.
I mean, again, I think what we just witnessed is in that over, he went for 4 singles off of the balls that were well pitched, or 3 singles off the balls that were well pitched up, 2 dot balls, and the one he pulled short ended up going for 6. So everyone can bowl a bad ball, but it felt like he probably tried to do it deliberately because it looked like one of those where he tries to whip a quick bouncer through and take them by surprise. But
I think Michael Booth has just whipped the ball out of Johnny's hand.
thank you, Michael. That's what I say. Thank you. They're going really well. Partnership's 77 off 71 now. They're ticking over really nicely, and Harris up to 88.
And they're getting that sort of 10 and over plus now, which they would launch them up with a score perhaps in excess of 300.
It's going to take a good chase, that, I think.
Yes, it is.
But it's certainly gettable, but it'll take a decent effort.
But they've kept wickets in hand, haven't they? They kept their rate going at a reasonable level. They've given themselves the perfect launch pad.
Here is Booth then, who's going to bowl to Harris, who just eyed us up here on the boundary and just delicately plays that down towards Hannon Dolby, just away to our right-hand side. There's one more to the total.
Booth got that one wicket when he bowled Keaton Jennings, and Jennings was looking to be going well, but good delivery from Booth.
Yeah, it was. He was flying along at the time, Jennings, wasn't he?
Yep.
One more to the total.
Did you find out what those leaves were while you were?
Do you know, I completely forgot, Phil. I was in the press room and I was chatting, drinking tea, as you do. But we will do that in the second half of this game. Because apparently you can take a picture from here probably, and it will stick it in the internet. And it'll tell us.
I'm beginning to move off the idea that they're oak trees.
I think there's great variety around here, isn't there? All sorts of different shapes, sizes of trees. Yeah. Here's Booth. Ooh. I hope he caught that more on his boot than his shin.
Yes.
Because that was well struck. Harris is certainly striking the ball hard. I think there's no two ways about that. He's not limping too much.
No, got a good picture of his legs. He's still got both of them there, but gosh, that was hammered at him.
Only 2 off the first 3 balls of the over, though, thanks to his shin, ankle, boot.
I think if that had been his shin, he would have been in a bit more.
He must have got the boot up to it, I think.
Boot, yeah.
OHD's loosening up. He's swinging those arms. He's got a good wingspan on him. That's up in the air from Harris, and Malik with a catch, and that's a crucial wicket for Warwickshire. Harris is on his way for 89. Malik with the catch. Booth gets his second of the game, and it's 2-2-4 for 4.
Good catch from Malik there, running back, backward point, and get ball over his shoulder and taking it very comfortably and confidently. So well done to him. A good knock, but an important wicket that. So 89 runs and 224 for 4 in the 43rd over.
Harry Singh is the new batter for Lancashire. Here's that ball from Booth. Up in the air, outside half of the bat from Harris, and over his shoulder. Malik's done very, very well to take that catch.
It just held up for him, didn't it? Sort of spun off the outside edge and looped, and should sort of got that backward point on the offside, well protected, but ideal for him. So now they just need to try and keep this tight. It just hits Lancashire, stop the momentum a little bit, because Harris was in full flow there.
22-year-old Harry Singh is in. Not really scored too much in this tournament so far. 3rd game today. Scored 17 against Surrey at Sedbergh and 4 against Gloucester up in Manchester. So he'll have something to prove. He's on strike immediately against the pace of Booth. Best way to stop the run rate, isn't it? Take wickets in these final 10 overs.
Booth starts his run up and then checks it.
Singh is now ready to go, so 2 right-handers, and emphasis will probably move on to Rocky Flintoff now. That's pulled straight away towards OHD, but over his head for 6. Well, that's the way to get off the mark.
As you were saying, he's probably over to Flintoff. Yeah.
Well, Singh not messing. Short ball, well dispatched.
We won't try that one again. He really got into that. Well,
I think
cleared OHD by 10 or 12 foot.
I think an OHD on OHD shoulders would have struggled with that one. That's cut away nicely as well. Started well here, Singh. Is it going to get across the ropes? It has gone. Yep, for 4 more. Singh off to an absolute flyer. It was a really good over prior to that from Booth. He went for 13 in the end and took the wicket. 43 gone, 2-3-4 for 4.
So nice pull for 6, and then the game opposite side of the pitch cuts one away to backward point. Johnny down there was unable to got round to it, but unable to cut it off. He still sat down on the floor down there.
Yeah, his right ankle, I think.
He's done his ankle a little bit. He's up now and walking around. He seems okay. Just looking at the pictures on there.
OHD can have a bowl.
So back into the attack. 1 for 26 so far. It's from his 6 overs. Coming from the out road end, and he'll be bowling to Rocky Flintoff, who waits. OHD into him, and this is going to be runs. Just pushed away through mid-wicket. Just be a single.
I think he set off thinking about 2, didn't he? But
yeah, because George Garden had to come in off the fence there, and the ball was played with not a lot of pace, so it was possible that he was able to get back. But anyway, it brings Singh back onto strike. 10 runs. He's only faced 2 balls. Some strike rate at the moment. Okay, at the moment, isn't that? There's Hannah Dolby into him, and he's fired this one away. He'll get more runs here. He'll certainly get a couple, I think. So he's back for 2. And
it's a very comfortable 2, despite him not quite getting all of that.
So it's come out with a purpose. Well, they'd set him up, and it's an ideal position, and he's taken up the cudgel straight away.
Say one of the joys of having wickets in the hutch, isn't it?
Yeah,
you can
absolutely
come out and play with this kind of intent, knowing the position that you're already in.
Hannah Dolby bowls, and this is whipped away, but straight to the extra mid-wicket roll, which has now been pushed out. Was that Johnny who's...
Yeah, Johnny was in, and now he's gone out again. Yeah.
Last time I saw him, he was running around that boundary, but he'd been pulled in short mid-wicket and very effectively stopped a full-blooded pull.
He seems to be tweaking with the field between every ball at the moment.
Yeah. 237 for 4. There's Hannah Dolby in and bowls, and this is going to be runs. Just pushed up to long on for a single.
Mosley's the fielder at long on. Ian Yates either side of OHD.
13 now to Singh. Brings Flintoff, who's quickly moved up to 30, back onto strike.
I think Jarney, Garton and Smith also on the boundaries.
And Dolby bowls. Flintoff is in. This is driven straight. But Mosley is quickly onto that. They'll get back for 2. Good running, but good fielding as well from Mosley. Keep him down to 2. 2 more on, 240 for 4.
6 off the over so far, which, considering they've been going very well at over 10 and over, you'll take.
Yep.
Try and get out with a single here, and that will be deemed a pretty good over from Warwickshire's perspective.
And Dolby in. This is off the top edge. He's looking to cut it away. It's going to run down to the fence for 4. So not quite where he was intending, but the return for Flintoff is exact as he wanted. So 4 more, and Dolby has 10 off that over from him. And Lancashire 244 for 4. They've got 6 overs remaining. Robbier's got a little bit of a problem here, hasn't he? That trying to stem this as it heads up to what looks towards about a 300 total.
Small boundaries, isn't it? It's easy to score quickly here.
Very fast outfield, although it's very green. It's very hard underneath.
And of course we are in those final 10, and they've got wickets in hand, so happy to take the chances. Flintoff's on 36, Singh on 13 from his 5 balls so far. And here's the man who's doing the damage at the moment, Michael Booth, with his 2 for 38 so far. And it's Singh once more who's on strike.
Have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, it's down the leg side from Booth. 1 more to the total, 2, 4, 5 for 4, and all of a sudden in excess of 300 is looking on the cards. I think they after 30 overs they were about 150, so
yep.
Or 145 actually, I think, after 30, so that adage of doubling the score. That's a lovely shot down the ground from Singh. It's going to go all the way. It's beautiful timing, and his exquisite bat hold at the end of it, very pure from Harry Singh.
He's come out here after the fall of Marcus Harris. He's come out and just kept the pace going, maintained the momentum. He hasn't even no time to settle in. He's just got on with it and played some lovely shots. And
Booth and Yates in conversation, trying to find the solutions here. Turn round the corner by Singh. They'll still get a single, even though OHD's inside the circle at fine leg.
Brings up the 250 with that single.
.6 now, the run rate's up to. What will Flintoff do here?
I think he's going to be...
False start from Booth again, not for the first time. Already 6 off the first couple of balls of this over due to that wide as well. Could be a good over here for Lancashire. Will Flintoff seize the moment as the bowls? Oh, that's an exquisite shot from Flintoff through the covers for 4. Very nicely struck.
Like stand and deliver on that one, wasn't it? Just waiting and bang. So that's 10 already off this over. And,
Guy Smith's coming into the circle to allow a bit of reinforcement. Yates going out to long off. Full to Flintoff, who's squirted that out onto the offside, and that's going to beat both fielders as well. It's very well placed by Flintoff. 4 more to the total. 4 more to Rocky Flintoff as well, who's in the 40s.
hit that really crisply and lovely shot all the way along the turf, and it didn't off the bat look as though it was quite got enough to beat the field, but there's a couple of men out on the boundary, but dissected them perfectly.
It's a wide ball from Booth again, who is just struggling to find his line here and find solutions.
Yeah.
15 off the over so far, and still 2 balls to come.
Yes, this could be an expensive one if we're not careful for Warwickshire. 2:59 for 4 and still 5 overs to go afterwards.
Flintoff on 44. Make that 45. He picks out Yates. One more to the total. 260 up. Still one ball to go in over 45. Smith is going to stay in, having come into the circle for Flintoff. Yates is going to stay out at long off for Singh. Final ball of Booth's over. Singh meets it nicely on the 4. It's going to be just the 1 to complete the over. 2-6-1 for 4 then. 5 to go. And Lancashire look like setting an imposing total.
Yep, for sure. And full credit to Harry Singh and Rocky Flintoff. They're going for the shots, but they're not doing it in a wild way. They're actually playing some really clever cricket. They're placing the ball beautifully and hitting it cleanly. Singh, from the moment he came out to the wicket, has been very effective. Yates having another chat with Alex Davis.
So five overs to go. Bamber's got 2 left. Booth with 3. OHD with 3. And Gilchrist with 8. I'll be surprised we'll see him again.
Quite get that one. And Dolby in bowls. And this is hammered back over. Long on for I think that's gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has. Terrific shot from Singh.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It wasn't that bad a ball. It just stood and just hit it straight off a length.
He has, and it's not even though he hit lofted. That was travelling, mid-height all the way to the ropes. It's ridiculous strength from Harry Singh.
The only good thing is, Adam, he didn't hit it towards our tent. There's Hannah Dolby again. This is shorter and played strongly up to long on for 1. That's what it'll be this time. So it's 7 off the first 2 deliveries and 268 for 4.
Singh's on to 26 off of 10. But he seems to have really good wrists as well. He seems to have some power, but also that ability just to use the wrists to flick the ball.
Flintoff waits as Hannah Dolby is in. This is played up to Rob Yates, who's had a shot at the stumps. The ball's gone past, and back they come for a second. So buzzers for Lancashire. That's probably he'll afford those to give them away.
I don't think he needed he was in. I'm not sure why Yates. He was already there when Yates took the shot at the stumps. I don't, for the life of me, understand why he did that.
Yeah, perhaps he fancies chasing down 320.
We're going to need another stunning innings like we got last week from him, I think.
Alan Dolby is in, and this one is again driven up towards Yates, but the dive of Bamber, the enthusiastic Bamber diving, running in and diving across in front of his skipper, saves Yates having to do the fielding.
Dare I say Bamber thought no more overthrows this time. I'm having that one.
Yeah.
I think Bamber's been warming up, so I think we're going to see him potentially for Booth at the opposite end in a moment or two.
You'd have to think Gilchrist may have a pull or something. It's Hannah Dolby. It always rolled in, and that's the end of the innings for Singh, who's gone for 26 from just 11 deliveries. Done exactly the job his team wanted. Terrific little knock from him, cameo knock. 271 for 5. Hannah Dolby gets his second wicket, and it's in the penultimate ball of the 46th over.
Yeah, good comeback in the end from OHD. It's full straight, and Singh is dispatched. He batted really well. I mean, like you say, he's done exactly what was wanted of him. He took a step forward and ended up almost yorking himself in the end with a length of delivery from OHD.
Good bowling there from Hannah Dolby. He's got his own shirt. It's like a training vest, isn't
Well,
it?
I think he
rather
just
than
rolls his sleeves
Or
up.
does it say his
I
sleeves
think he
rolled
rolls
up?
his sleeves up. When it's sunny like this, he's like, I don't want dreadful tan lines on my arm. After he'd finished bowling earlier, he was hitching his trousers up and had his shins on show while he was fielding as well. He would love to be playing in a t-shirt, in a vest, and some three-quarters. He'd be quite happy with OHD, I think. He's not used to it, is he? He's, but man from Yorkshire, he's not used to all this sunshine.
They don't see much of it up there, do they?
No. Well, I think that he sees a lot where he is up there. I think, as in his shoe.
Where he is,
gets it before we do.
Yeah.
Still got one ball to go in the over. It's been eventful. 10 off it and a wicket. An excuse for a drink for everyone as well.
Not exactly raced through these overs, Warwickshire, have they? They've
Nope. We have 3 hours and 3 minutes so far. Not sure what the cut-off is.
I suppose the spinners for the 20 overs
They did,
would bring back within reasonable length. This one is played by Blatherwick, the new batsman, and it's tries to pull the first one, which in fact he doesn't try to pull it. He does pull it, but not with the power he expected or wanted. He gets off the mark though, off the first ball. And so he takes the total on to 272 for 5, who had 46 overs. And, Flintoff will now become, again, the main man, who is on 48.
You think Bohannon was out the first ball of the 31st over when they were on 145, so that's certainly going to more than double the score, which is the adage of 30 overs, isn't it, in 50 overs?
Yep.
Here's Bamber. We thought he was coming back on. He'll probably bowl his 2 from the far end.
They're already well past the average score, first inning score here at Rugby, which is around about 260.
Aaron was saying the ground staff thought this was probably about a 300 wicket, though.
Yeah, you would
It was
think
about
so,
par.
with what they were saying. Yeah.
Here's Bamber then. Over number 9, number 27 so far. Slammed away by Blatherwick. And that'll just be 1 to the total. Flintoff in sight of his 50.
And that's come off just 43 deliveries so far. He's not hung around.
And he contributed 1 so far of the 7 sixes in the innings. That's Flintoff. Up onto his toes. Just going to be 1. He'll move on to 49. Good start from Bamber. He's been very economical so far. He's by far and away the most economical
Yes,
bowler
he
in
is.
this side.
Yeah. Still hasn't got that wicket, which he probably deserves.
It's missed, full toss. Blatherwick will feel like he's missed a golden opportunity there.
With you, listeners can hear the wind blowing here. It's really picked up in the last hour. It's blowing from behind us through towards the pitch. It's really getting up a bit of a gale behind us.
A bit shorter this time, in the air onto the leg side from Flintoff, and that'll bring up his 50 of 45 balls. So Rocky Flintoff making a good contribution here to this Lancashire innings. Raises his bat, celebrates nicely. He's had a good run of scores in the list day, but this is highest of the campaign.
Yeah, but he's batted very well.
Scored some good runs for the England under-19s earlier on in July. As Blatherwick, I think, just tried to have a go at everything. He threw the lot at that, but just gets a single.
Whereas they're going to now, it'll be swing and virtually every ball. Nobody will say thank you if you start playing them back. The field is spread as far wide as it can possibly be. All the infielders are on the edge of right on the edge of the fielding circle.
Oh, he's got an edge on that, and that's going to be 4 more.
Went for the swing on that, got top edge, and the one place Robbie Yates hadn't put any fielders to cover was immediately behind the wicket keeper.
Certainly a busier Manhattan in the last few overs. 47 gone, 3 to go, 281 for 5.
So Warwick should be looking here to try and contain them to somewhere around about 305, 306, but you're going to have to go some. But Lancashire will, on the other hand, probably be now looking for 320.
Flintoff some way off his highest list day score, that's 88, but going very nicely in the 50s.
Hannon Dolby is on his way into Bradwick, who launches this one hard and high into the outfield, and it's gone for 6, dropped over the fence. I'm going to say that's
George Garton.
George Garton out there. A hard chance because he was virtually in amongst the spectators when he got to it. He got his hands to it. You'll see there's some good camera work from our friends doing the work there, that they picked him up, and you can see on the screen there he was I think over the line anyway. He can try again this time. He's not even bothered to look. It's hit hard and high. It's cleared this one's cleared the spectators and bounced off the wall of the building at the back of the stand. And well, what did I say about 320?
Yeah, perfect start to the over for Blatherwick. Run rate well over 6 now.
Those were 2 big hits, weren't they?
Nice length from OHD though, really. Right in the slot, weren't they?
Yeah. Good one to come back with a wicket for now after that having been dispatched twice. Going to get away with it, by the way. He's looking to cut it away. Was got underneath it to deep backward points, and it dropped between Manick and Kai Smith. And they get back for a second. Good running.
295 for 5. 14 off the first half of this over.
This is Hannah Dolby's 9th over. 2 for 61 now from his spell. And the run rate now is up over run a ball as Hannah Dolby in bowls. This is off the top edge and will run away down to the third man boundary, or fine leg boundary perhaps, one of those, but virtually straight over Alex Davis's head. 4 more, so these runs coming fast and furious. 18 off the first 4 balls.
It's almost just tempted to put a backstop in, isn't it?
Well, that's 2, isn't it, in
Yep.
the last couple of overs which have gone to some, where you have no fielders. And Derby again. By the way, it comes down the wicket, and in the end, an ugly looking shot. It was like he was trying to swat a fly. As he went past, he got running down to try and take the advantage off and make Hannon Dolby drop the length, but he ended up really in no man's land for the shot.
Yeah, OHD looks an angry man. Last ball of the over.
He's in and bowls, and Bradwick is hitting that into the floor, and Dolby comes chasing down, sliding down in frustration, and that's the 300 for Lancashire in the end of the 48th over. So well done to them.
It was a slide in frustration from OHD, a very nice slide, but for a big man he goes down very gracefully.
Yes, indeed. Fortunately, he hasn't hurt himself in doing it. It's all that's damaged is his pride at the moment.
2 for 66 from his 9 so far. So Bamber will bowl the penultimate over. Well, none for 35 from his 9. Partnership between these two, 29 off 13 balls so far. Blatherwick has very swiftly moved on to 22 from 10. Puts a lot of effort into a single.
Sort of wound himself up for that one, didn't he? And never quite connected cleanly with it. Dan Mosley down there did the fielding.
.301 for 5. 11 balls of the innings to go. Here's Bamber. Straight down the ground from Flintoff. And it's 4 more to the total. He moves on to 58. And Lancashire on to 305.
Lovely clean strike again from Flintoff. Seen some lovely shots from him.
Well, I don't think there's any nepotism here. The boy's got it, hasn't he?
Yep, absolutely. First time I've seen him live.
Yeah. Short. Swings at it. It's fine. It's a good bouncer from Bamber. It's one for the over. Signal by umpire Widdop. Still 3 to come from Bamber. I did say at the start of the day Flintoff was one of the players I was looking forward to seeing. I wasn't hoping I'd see this much of him, really, from a Bears perspective. It's hammered straight to the fielder. Here's Yates. It's 1 more to the total. So he's going to be something around 320, I think, probably by the time we get to the end of the...
It's going to be in that region, isn't it? You would think, unless something exceptional happens. And that's going to take some chasing on this.
Has he got him there? Well, no.
Bamber thinks he has.
I was going to say Bamber and Dave both thought they had, but...
I think he's celebrating having another dot ball.
At this time of the innings, that's quite precious.
There's not been too many of them the last 10 overs. I think was it the Warwickshire against Surrey year before last?
I think Surrey have the highest score here. We're just checking. That's the end of the over, actually, and 6 off the over. That's a really good over from Bamber.
Yeah, it is.
He's bowled 10 good overs for 41 runs.
Yep.
As Ethan Bamber.
Well, you know one thing with him, he always puts in a full shift.
Yeah, 341, so they're some way short of
Oh,
what was
wow.
the highest
Who
score.
was that one?
That was Surrey, yeah.
Wasn't it?
Was that Sibley 100 that day?
Yes, somebody nearly brought them home, but Warwickshire only won it in the end by, I think, 3 or 4 runs.
I always look and see him scoring hundreds in the 50 over, and I just remember some of his championship innings and think, really?
But he batted beautifully. So Hannon Dolby with the last over, he's in, and this is Adam's going to retrieve our screen because the wind, which I was telling you about, has blown our screen off the table. Hopefully you can still hear us. We haven't lost the line, but it's blowing a real gale through here, and it's taken the main screen and blown it off the table. So we have to be careful. As you, Blatherwick's got a lot of swinging going on here, but he's not making connections So far, 2 balls from Hannah Dolby's last over for just a single. That wind really has picked up, hasn't it?
It has. Correction as well. 311's the high score here.
I was
That
going to
from
say
Warwickshire.
341 seemed a lot, yeah.
Yeah. If Warwickshire scored 311, Surrey 307.
This is going to be down to the mid-wicket boundary. They want to come back for 2, but settle for 1. So 300 and Adam's arm. I'm just looking at it. 308 for 5.
She's trying to prevent us blowing over again.
No. Well, now, once it's gone, we know it's going to go again.
We'll deal with that at
we were
the
lucky it
interval.
didn't take all the rest of the.
It almost
our
did,
equipment.
didn't it?
Yeah. Well, we have to get Aaron to sit behind it, and Dolby in, and this is chipped up into the onside. Again, not going to get back for a second. So 309.
Good over this so far.
Yeah. Just 2 balls to go. Blatherwick on strike. 311, that new figure, which is the highest score here.
We've got the highest score by a visiting side.
Yes, because Surrey was
307.
307, yeah. Alan Dolby in. It's again, Blatherwick swings and misses, and second dot ball for Alan Dolby, just 3 off the final over.
He's pulled this back nicely, hasn't he? Because he's taken a bit of tap the last 2.
Yeah. Well, we've got them at about 320, haven't we?
We did think 320 would be the one. Yeah, with 2 overs to go, yeah.
So they've done very well. Bamber with his last over and with this one from Hannah Dolby. It's been a good end for Warwickshire. I just have to now finish this off as Blatherwick is, you know what he'll be trying to do. He waits and he drives, and they're going to try and come back for 2. They're going to get back for 2 because the throw has. Was he run out there?
No. I think OHT lost the ball. So
Right.
ended up breaking the stumps with his fingers in the end.
So they end on 311 for 5 from their 50 overs with. So yeah, the last one did go for 2, so it was we got home safely. Flintoff finishes 61 not out, Blatherwick 26 from 17, and that partnership of 40 runs at the end of the innings has taken them up to equaling the highest score here at Rugby School. 311 for 5. 2 wickets for Michael Booth, and a couple for Hannah Dolby, and Rob Yates getting 1. What do you think that's a gettable score?
I think that's probably 10 or 15 short of where they thought they would be.
Yep.
The way those last 10 overs were going.
Yep.
I think. I mean, when you look through the card, Harris got to 89, Bohannon 62, the 60 from Flintoff, and then everyone contributed apart from Matty Hurst. Really, no one got less than 20 apart from Hurst with a 3. So it's been an all-round. I mean, it looks on that basis that it's a really nice wicket to bat on.
Yeah.
And I think the Bears did a very good job in those middle overs with the spinners, but there was a couple of wayward overs in that final 10. But they pulled it back really nicely at the end. Was that 9-10 runs off the last 2 overs? So
Yep.
it's really impressive. It's going to take a lot of getting, but actually I think what we've got is a really good wicket, a ground that's quick to score on. It just kind of depends on that mentality of the Bears when they come out for the start of that second innings.
Yeah, they need to start, and if they can get that start, then and then produce performances they did here last Sunday, then it's not going to be beyond them. But stay with us. We'll be back in about half an hour, 40 minutes.
29 minutes, 10 to 3. We're back underway.
10 to 3, I think. And join us for when Warwickshire start their reply.
A warm welcome back to Rugby School, where the Lancashire fielders, led by their captain George Balderson, are walking back onto the field of play. The Red Rose scoring 311 for 5 from their 50 overs after being put into bat first by Warwickshire captain Rob Yates. Speaking of whom, he'll be opening the batting for the home side as he just strolls out here, coming off the back of a quite simply magnificent 132 that he scored against Gloucestershire. How he'd love for something similar in today's game. Alongside him will be Dan Mosley. So 2 left-handers at the crease for the Bear and Ragged staff, looking to chase down what would be a record score in List A cricket at this resplendent Warwickshire venue. You're listening to the voice of myself, Aaron Viles. In a couple of overs' time, we'll hear from Adam Bridge as well, in addition to maybe a special guest or two over the duration of this run chase. Massive thank you to all of you for catching the coverage today as well. We always love the interactions here on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube live stream. So let us know whether you're tuning in from the West Midlands or indeed from the Northwest or even further overseas. We appreciate your company immensely. So Tom Bailey has new ball in hand for the visitors. The experienced campaigner ready to bowl at first to Dan Mosley.
Mosley on strike then. And a confident stride forward and a lovely shot to get us going. And that's going to race away to the boundary ropes for 4. What a start from Mosley. Terrific shot.
Yeah, precisely the start that both himself and the Bears were hoping for. Not really a better way you can kickstart the run chase than with a boundary. Nice shots from the returning all-rounder, making his second appearance in the competition. Scored 15 in the defeat against Leicestershire on Friday. Be hoping for rather more in today's game.
Bailey's in. Bowls again to Mosley, this time into the ground, and there's no run. As you say, Mosley's opportunities in recent times with the bat been fairly limited. I mean, he finished the blast in such good nick, didn't he? He was absolutely on fire. Plays with real confidence. So obviously Barnard, when he came in for a game, opened up, and they're going to sneak through a buzzer here. That's a bit cheeky. But they've added one more to the total.
Yeah, he's a very dynamic cricketer, is Dan Mosley. Always likes to be in the heat of battle. Someone who will be hoping to get his side off to a fast start here as well. Batting alongside his captain, Rob Yates. The amount of cricket these two must have played together over the years. Goodness me, it's countless, isn't it? All the way up through the age groups.
Certainly is. First chance for Yates to be on strike, and he's behaved as though he's pulled his bat out the way of that. I'm not so sure. I think it was a really good delivery from Bailey that probably just got the better of the Warwickshire captain.
It's always nice when you see partnerships like that, though. Two guys who really cared deeply about this cricket club and cared deeply about Warwickshire as well. Played all their cricket in and around this county.
Another good delivery from the tall Bailey. Saying to Phil towards the end of the innings, you know, it's a slightly above par score, we think, but it's going to take some getting.
It will do. And I thought that Lancashire finished off the innings really strongly. Rocky Flintoff getting that half century. Jack Blatherwick sending the ball to all corners of Rugby School. All of that set up as well by some lovely batting from Marcus Harris and Josh Bohannon. So I think it was a decent total.
The last ball of the over from Bailey is well fielded in the covers, and that's going to be a dot ball. 3 dot balls to finish the over, just 5 from it, all to Dan Mosley. 5 without loss at the end of the first over, and as we saw with Lancashire, it's not how you start these innings. You can end up with a really kind of poor first 10 overs or power play and still end up with a score in excess of 300.
Most certainly can. Here's the Lancashire captain then, with George Balderson to bowl the first over of the reply from the school end. Leading, again, his home county. Born in Manchester. Product of Cheadle Hulme, which is a rather notable cricket club up in the northwest. He's played more recently for Hyde as well, which is in Cheshire. Always enjoy watching him bowl, especially in these past couple of seasons. Really has developed into a brilliant wicket-taking option for the Red Rose. Here he is then, ready to bowl at first to Dan Mosley.
Just the one slip in place here for Mosley. Very strangled appeal down the leg side, but the arms out from Simon Woodup. That's a wide, first of the innings. One more to the total, 6 without loss.
It was a very enthusiastic appeal, wasn't it, from Keaton Jennings?
That old classic, it's going to be a wide ball, let's pretend he's touched it kind of appeal, really. Right arm of Balderson in again. Moses active as ever as he is in the crease, on his toes, and another dot ball. Knowing how much he loves to play cricket, I can only sense how frustrated he's been that he's not had a chance to play for the Trent Rockets in the 100 as yet. He'll have welcomed the chance to get back to it with Warwickshire. Another one down the leg side, and more cries of catch it from Keaton Jennings in a vain attempt to hoodwink the umpire, whose arms were already outstretched at length.
I think that's a really good point you make, though, because when it comes to competitive cricket, his previous game prior to Friday would have been the 12th of July, which was the final group stage game of the Blast.
He's going forward there, struck on the pads, again big appeals, but so much movement in Mosley's feet. Pretty difficult, I would suggest, to trap him in front, and there's no reaction from Simon Woodup. Yeah, and obviously on the 12th of July he did all right, didn't he?
Certainly did. So too did the Bears after what was admittedly a very disappointing T20 Blast performance.
Some kind of finale that, though, wasn't it? Here's Balderson in again. This time Mosley's chipped that in the air, and he really has just chipped it, and it's run away for 4. That quick outfield helping Dan Mosley to his second boundary with no effort at all, really.
Lovely shot, isn't it? Just clips it, really, through that vacant, almost wideish long-on channel, deep forward mid-wicket. Fancy footwork as well from the young spectator there. Does go uphill, actually, up towards that grass bank.
Shout of no run from Mosley this time, because there's no single available. 11 without loss. Yates has only faced 3 deliveries so far, all the run scoring being done by Mosley and by the 2 wide deliveries sent down so far by Balderson in this over. In the air from Mosley again, lovely shot this time, use of the feet into the leg side, beautifully struck. It's 4 more to the total. 4 more to Mosley, he's on to 13, score on to 50.
Fancy footwork and pinpoint perfect precision as well by Dan Mosley. Languid flow of the cricket bat, no protection, out towards deep mid-wicket. Finding that area with great ease at the moment.
Well, they appear to be going with a slightly different approach to Lancashire, which was a cautious, but I guess that's the character of these 2 batters, really, isn't it? And I think we're going to see the wicket-keeper coming up to the stump, so helmet being run out here for Matty Hurst. Just to try and stop the footwork and the movement of Dan Mosley. So a little bit of positivity immediately from Balderson to try and curb the movement and enthusiasm Dan. Plays out that last ball defensively, and that's 2 overs gone, 15 without loss. Really good start for Warwickshire.
Very good indeed. Fast-paced, dynamic batting from Dan Mosley. He has been the far more aggressive of the two. But I think that'll be the message, really. We saw it in the previous game against Gloucestershire. Kai Smith actually opened the batting alongside Rob Yates. The youngster scored, I think it was 17 or 18 in that game. And it was almost a directive to come out and hit the boundaries, make the most of this opening 10 overs. Only 2 players allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. So I don't mind this as a combination.
Bailey returns, and it's wide of Yates' off stump, and he's happy to leave it, allowing Mosley to play the aggressor at this moment in time, the Warwickshire captain. Obviously Sam Hain was going to be the man in charge for this campaign before injury put pay to that very swiftly. Oh, he's beating him outside the off stump there. Definitely playing at that, Yates. Got that highest score of his career in List A cricket at 132 here a week ago. Not really been in the best of nick elsewhere in this competition, has he?
Unfortunately not, but that was a special innings. Let me tell you, some of the shots he was producing were remarkable.
Well, we'll take a replay of that today as he drives on the front foot. There's no run. Bailey has found his line and length to the left-hander really well here.
He has done, and he's a very skillful and wily operator, is Tom Bailey.
Tempting, given everyone has an obsession with a left-hand, right-hand combo, maybe probably tempting to open with Zen Malik maybe, but Mosley's in there as Yates gets into that one better. Steers it away through the offside for 4.
Nice shot from the Warwickshire captain. Tends to be a real strong suit of his game. That region, almost between backward point and cover point. Think of it as a zone on a cricket wagon wheel. Josh Bohannon is lurking there, so he's got to be careful when slashing aerially, but on that occasion, he's picked his spot very nicely.
He's cut that one away and has found Bohannon this time. Not just a statistician, but clearly a fortune teller and being able to tell the future with your reference to Bohannon as he's called into action.
Well, it tends to be a really, really busy position. So this is very sad. But we actually crunched the numbers at Yorkshire the other day. And it's actually the most attempted shot in Group B. Is the cut shot through backward point.
Just short. It was just short. The attempted catch by Luke Hands. Yates didn't get all of it. Probably a good job he didn't, otherwise it would have been in Luke's hands. But that was just short. You shake your head. This is a natural thing for anyone to say. It's Luke Hand. 19 without loss after 3.
Very good, Mr. Bridge. But yeah, just going back onto that conversation, having spoken to a couple of the analysts, it just tends to be a really natural release shot because you're looking to almost utilise the pace of the ball, especially on these admittedly more harder wickets which have been sun-baked all summer. Just ride the bounce and you're looking to almost divert and deflect. But the problem is, a lot of players have done that exactly to the fielder. So we saw it in the first innings. Zen Malik was very busy in that position. There's a reason why Josh Bohannon is placed there as well.
So you let the analysts work it out, you didn't do it? Because that would have been really sad if you had sat doing that. I'd have been quite alarmed. And there is that shot, just run away by Mosley. Down on this near boundary to Tom Bailey. One more to the total. 14 for Mosley, 4 for Yates, 20 without loss. Did you have a look at the numbers in Group A as well?
Not yet, no.
No, okay.
No, that was just in Group B. But it would be interesting, actually. again, it'd take a lot of work, really. Something for the analysts to enlighten us about.
Beaten this time by Balderson. Yates has been beaten a few times already outside that off stump. It's interesting to see where Yates is at with his career, because there was obviously talk of England a few seasons ago, wasn't there, when he was quite prolific in the county championship, wasn't he?
Yeah, there were. Went and played for the England Lions on a tour to Australia. Did Yates. Someone who's still very highly thought of in these parts as well. As you'd imagine, the fact that he's been given the captaincy of his boyhood club. But it does feel like, especially in, I'd say more so first-class cricket compared to other formats, it'd be great to see him have a proper big season. We're talking a 1,000-plus run campaign, because he's got that level to his game. I spoke with him back in March. So this was at the Edgbaston Indoor School. And he said that's the next kind of milestone, the marker that he's looking for.
Oh, it's gone through the fielder and is going all the way to the ropes. And it was Jack Blatherwick who's let that go through him. And that's 4 more to Yates. Poor bit of fielding.
Yeah, it was on that occasion. He was there, wasn't it? Just squeezes underneath. Maybe just over-anticipated where the ball was going and dived over the top.
24 without loss. This one's nicely turned round the corner again. It's run away to the ropes for 4. Is it? Diving attempt to stop it on that far side. Again, Luke Hands throwing himself to the ground. And that's gone away for 4 more to the total. 28 without loss.
Just strayed on the line a little bit there, did George Balderson. Has got a little bit of protection down at deep backward square. Just strayed slightly too far down the leg side. Easy pickings for Rob Yates, who is dealing in boundaries.
Dot ball to finish the over. And without actually taking any risks, Warwickshire find themselves 28 without loss at the end of 4 overs. Much stronger start than what we saw from Lancashire, chasing down that 312 for victory.
It is, but this is the advantage of knowing what the surface is like. I think this probably would have played into the decision for Yates, having won the toss to put his side into bowl first. It was the exact same ploy against Gloucestershire a week ago today. No one really knew what the surface was going to do, so you put your opposition in, you bowl well. I think today Lancashire batted very, very well, especially towards the end. They've given themselves a real shot of making it yet another victory in Group B. A reminder as well of the format for the knockouts. The top 3 in each group go through. So the winner of Group A and Group B, they go straight through to the semi-finals, and they will host those semi-finals as well. As Bailey comes into bowl to Dan Mosley.
Oh, good shot from Dan again through the covers, going all the way to the ropes for 4. I don't think he timed that perfectly. However, there's no stopping it on this surface. Outfield very speedy and runs away for 4.
As for the other positions, if you finish second in your group, you get a home quarter-final. So those games take place on Friday. The semi-finals taking place on the Sunday, so a week today.
And then we'll all come back in about a month's time for the final.
Yeah, Sunday the 19th of September.
Trent Bridge?
Trent Bridge, indeed it is.
It seems a long gap, doesn't it?
It is, especially
why
when
not
we've
just get
seen
it
it
over and
compared
done
to,
with?
to the Blast. I know what you mean.
Well, they go back and they play red ball, and then all of a sudden you've got players who aren't in form. You'll have players back. Then you get into that old dichotomy of, you know, those that were away for the 100. Do they play in the final? Is there a rule on that? You're going to tell me there's a rule on that this year? I thought there might be.
There is indeed.
That'll teach me not to check my rule book. Mo's on the move again.
So
You have to have played.
correct. Yeah, you have to have played a group stage match.
What, just one?
And also, it's the exact same for the Blast. I don't actually know if everybody knows that, because prior to this season, it was almost a little bit, not an unwritten rule, but maybe a less than widely known rule. Because, of course, a couple of seasons ago, there was a whole thing with Adam Zampa coming in for Surrey.
Yeah.
So since
So
then...
it's just one game. As long as you play one.
Yep, you're eligible.
Cut away again by Mosey. Excellent piece of fielding there. That's Marcus. No, it's not Marcus Harris. It's Harry Singh, who's managed to get a hand on that. I was impressed with Harry Singh. His numbers. I looked at his numbers when he came in. Pretty average. Less than average. And then he's 10 off 2 balls.
Well, this is the thing with Harry's game, and it's something which almost you'd say with Rob Yates. It's all about consistency at this stage. Harry, admittedly, at a younger stage of his career, but we've seen this in the twos. We've seen it in club cricket. Goodness me, his numbers in the Northwest have been absolutely terrific.
Exquisite shot from Yates that gets him nothing.
But the problem in the professional circuit, of course, you've got higher standards of bowlers, even higher standards in the field, and such is the way in which he attacks the ball with such hard hands at times. It can produce his downfall. So, yeah, it was good to see Harry Singh getting some quick-fire runs today. Got plenty of power. So too does Arif Shetty, who we'll see undoubtedly with the ball later on.
Last ball of Bailey's over. And it's almost a tip and run from Rob Yates to steal the strike. Gets a single. 6 from the over. 34 without loss. 5 overs gone. Mostly on 19. Yates is on 13.
Yeah, very solid start indeed. We have our first geographical shout-out of the run chase. This comes courtesy of Joe Burnham, who's watching on from Yerevan, the capital of Armenia.
Okay.
Supporting Lancashire.
Armenia, wow. What's the time there?
Good question.
What an exquisite shot that is from Rob Yates. Absolute beauty. Balderson hammered to the boundary for 4. Delightful.
Just feels as though Rob Yates has almost fed off the energy of Dan Mosley here. He has dealt almost exclusively in boundaries. So 16 of these 17 runs have come courtesy of 4s. Timing it well, placing it very, very nicely. Putting Balderson under a little bit of pressure.
I guess as well, as we talk about the advantage of knowing what you're chasing, a good start and a better start than what Lancashire produced puts you in a position where in those middle overs, when they'll probably try and do what Warwickshire did with the spinners and just slow things down and just try and kind of curb the run rate, at least you can afford. You've bought yourself a little bit of leeway, haven't you, if you can get off to the kind of start that Warwickshire have managed so far here. It's better from Balderson.
And it's precisely what we saw between Smith and Yates against Gloucestershire. Because as soon as you've seen how it plays, yes, we saw a little bit of extra bounce early doors in those first 10, hence why it was a slightly tentative start by the likes of Matty Hurst and Keaton Jennings. Even Josh Bohannon early doors was very watchful in comparison to the later parts of his innings.
Thick inside edge from Yates, goes square on the leg side, just going to be 1 more to the total.
But the Bears have the knowledge that this is a really, really good batting track. I spoke to the ground staff this morning. Yeah. Well, we may be able to find out more about the pitch in a few overs' time. We may have a special guest, wink wink for that, who may be involved on the rugby ground staff. I was chatting to him during the interval, ever so interesting. Really is always nice to have a chat with the ground staff. They provide so much insight into the preparation process.
Moses picked that up beautifully for 4. Lovely shot. He moves on to 23. Warwickshire on to 43. And they're chugging along here at over 7 and over.
Tremendous start, isn't it? Dan Mosley, I wouldn't necessarily say he's in T20 mode here, because we haven't seen the real inventive or unorthodox shots, but just picking up the length really early and picking his spots. There's no protection out there, so he's just gone, let's throw the hands a little bit.
He's playing with confidence, which, as you said, last time he picked up a bat in the T20, he was on prime form. Oh, they could have got one there. That's a wild throw coming in that time from Blatherwick. That completes the 6 over, 43 without loss. 6 gone.
Also got an update on the time in Yerevan in Armenia.
Oh, okay.
3 hours ahead.
Oh, 3 hours ahead. Okay.
Yep.
6:15 then.
Yeah.
In Armenia.
Indeed. Yeah, fantastic to have all of your company today. If you haven't already, please do give the live stream a like as well and subscribe to the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel. We're almost at 100,000 subscribers. I think we're about 800 and something away. So if you are able to click subscribe, it's completely free. It really does help us out. Here's Tom Bailey.
Into Yates, and it's a dot ball to start with. Who knew that many people had such good taste? Nearly 100,000, wow.
Well, I've also got a spectator tuning in from the Czech Republic.
Okay, nice.
To be specific, from a microbrewery as well.
Oh, even better. Czech beer. I mean, now there's something. Oof. When I was in Prague a few years ago, that's good stuff. They don't even sell it in pints, and yet it's still good stuff. Certainly my son found that when we were in Prague for a few days. It's a lovely shot from Rob Yates. Cut away to the boundary ropes. 4-4. He moves on to 22. Another boundary. That's 5 in total in his 22 so far. And these two keeping pace with each other very nicely here. 47 without loss.
Well, that's what it feels like. It feels like two guys out there who are just in rhythm. They are feeding off of the fact that one another is scoring these boundaries pretty much every single over at this point. And Yates showcasing all the class and the skill on that latest one.
Good response from Bailey. Good ball right in the slots that Yates can only defend. You can hear the wind. We are fighting the wind here, I can tell you. It's coming right over our shoulders and kind of almost wanting to blow all of our equipment all over the place, including TV screens. So we are holding it together at the moment with sellotape, I think it's fair to say. We still haven't found out what those trees are. I will take a picture and send that to the internet and see what it tells me, because Phil and I are very intrigued as that's run away by Yates for a single. It's one more to the total, 48 without loss, 6.4 overs on so far. 23 each for the batters, who are going very nicely, it's fair to say. Changing the field here with Mosley on strike. He looks round, they've kind of strengthened deep backward square. One of the fielders out, so he uses his feet, comes down the wicket, straight drive, lovely shot for 4. Excellent use of the feet from Mosley to Bailey. Changed the field just to try and cut off some of his scoring options, but does a brilliant job.
50 already up for the Bears. 50 partnership as well for the opening pair. It's just divine batting, that, isn't it? Exquisite footwork. Beautifully drilled downtown for 4.
He looks in very good nick, to be fair. Tries to cut away that one. Now that's him in T20 mode. He's already taken 9 off the over. Well, they've already taken 9 off the over between them. That completes the 7th, 52 without loss. And that required run rate down at 6, just hovering above 6s right now. Such is the chunk they've taken out at the start of this innings.
Some more shout-outs as well. Adam Heston watching on the phone in Stoke while out for a walk. Lovely way to spend a Sunday, going out for a walk in sunny Staffordshire. Who's tuning in from Canberra? Got a couple as well tuning in from India. Fantastic to have your company on today's broadcast. Spencer as well. Not as exotic as Armenia, but a Bears fan watching on from Bedford. Shout out to you, Spencer. As well as Harrison, who's watching the action from Adelaide.
Well, interesting change here. Balderson's gone for 28 off of 3. So we're going to see the introduction of Adav Shetty. So a bit of spin. Right arm.
Something to watch out for here. not only, of course, for you as the viewer at home, but for the Warwickshire openers, is the carrom ball. It's something which went viral on social media with Arav last season. Really does have a mean variation at his disposal.
Yates onto the back foot immediately. Gets one out to Blatherwick, who's on the ropes just in front of us.
Also, have to give a shout out as well to the clubs that Arav has played for up in Cheshire. Plays his club cricket for Alderley Edge. Also played for Grappenhall as well.
Very posh round Alderley Edge way, isn't it? Footballer territory, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, actually.
Alderley Edge.
Quite a few.
Yep.
Up towards that way in Cheshire. Really interesting story as well, as we'll touch upon.
Here he is again. Mosley cuts with ferocity straight to Bohannon.
So he was actually a product of the Lancs Academy. He had stints at both Northamptonshire in their twos. He also played for Saka. And that re-galvanised his career, really. He was initially released from the club in 2023. And then, of course, got the opportunity to come back for last season's One Day Cup, where it's safe to say he excelled, and he batted really well against Notts earlier on in the competition.
Mostly using his feet this time, just to disrupt Chetty a little. Gets a single.
Scored his maiden list day 50 in that game at Farrington. But he's very much a tricky customer with the ball. Spoke about the carrom. Has got your standard off break as well. Also has one which just creeps out the front of the hand, almost like a little bit of a slider. Really does have all the bag of tricks.
Into the leg side. It's going to be one more to the total.
Interestingly, though, as well, just speaking about his first stint at Lancashire, of course, things have changed since then. But he was a middle to lower order batter, so maybe that hasn't changed as much.
We didn't see him with the bat today, as that's cut away by Mosley in an important hand, and then a mix-up. Yates, if it was a direct hit, might have been in trouble. But he got back. It was a good stop initially by the right hand of Bohannon for a ball that looked like it was making its way to the boundary ropes. Completes the over, better over, and it's 55 without loss.
It's the first real bit of indecision we've seen between these two. I think he would have been gone. Direct hit there from Blatherwick. I think the captain could have been in a real spot of bother. But just going back to Arav Shetty, he was actually the third, sometimes fourth choice spinner. So that's why I brought that initial stint up, because now, as we're seeing, his side happy for him to almost, not necessarily open up bowling, but bowling the opening power play. It really is a testament to how much he's backed. Here's Tom Bailey then. Warwickshire 55 without loss.
Yates down the leg side. They want to say he's got a touch on it again, but the arms go out, and umpire Saga says it's a wide.
Yeah, yet again, a little bit of gamesmanship, isn't it, from Lancashire? Couple more shout-outs as well. First to Dean Walker, watching in Swansea. Come on, you Bears. That's what we love to hear on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club live stream.
Welsh?
What, come on, you Bears?
Yeah.
That's a very good question. Dean, you may have to help us out with that one.
Here's Bailey again. On his toes this time, Yates.
Shout out as well to King Bilko, who's tuning in from sunny Yorkshire. He's saying hello to all of the members and his friends attending at rugby. And as for Bill, watching from a place that I know very well, Lytham St Anne's up towards Blackpool Way, with the added bonus of cool planes flying overhead from the Blackpool Air Show.
Very nice. Edged, but no slip. Just be one to the total. First time really either bowler has found the outside edge of either opener's bat. 57 without loss. I was up that way. I went to the Open, Birkdale, as you can probably tell by my hat. Yeah.
If only there was a piece of apparel that tells me you went to the Open.
Yeah. I feel a need to buy a hat whenever I go anywhere. I didn't take a hat with me. I was the only one that didn't take a hat with me. I was like, where's your hat? And I was like, I'm just going to buy one when I get there. Got to buy some merch while you're at these things, haven't you? A few years ago, I went to a test at Old Trafford. The day that Zach Crawley scored the 100 in the Ashes. And again, it was roasting hot, but I was in hospitality, so you had to dress quite smart. And I was like, what am I going to do? So I thought, I'll buy a hat when I get there. Picked up a nice red England hat. I've never worn it since. So I'm making sure I get use out of this open hat. I intend to attend and live in St Andrews 2 years' time. Not go to Scotland next year to St Andrews, but I'll certainly head up to Lytham for the next time it's in that patch of the world. That to Sing on the boundary. One more to the total.
Shout out as well to Searsy, watching from glorious and sunny Kernow, which of course is Cornwall. Come on, Lancs. That's the message.
Never been to Cornwall.
Kevin, watching from Istanbul. Kevin supporting Warwickshire in this one. We've also got Luke Hans's auntie tuning in from South Africa, which is fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Really glad to see Luke playing first 11 cricket.
Cut away by Yates to nowhere, really. Didn't get much on that.
Which may actually relate to the next comment from Harry Watkinson, tuning in from New Longton, which, for those who don't know, Luke did play for New Longton, the home of elite cricket. In brackets, we were bowled out for 48 yesterday.
We may have to have a steward's inquiry on the phrase elite there when you're bowled out for 48. Last ball of the 9th over coming. We may have to have break protocol and have a production meeting on air because I can't remember what we're doing after 10 overs. Here's Bailey again. We've got a guest coming, haven't we? So I'm going then.
Yes.
For how long am I going for?
We shall see.
We'll have a production meeting on air. Let's carry on. You did run through this with us earlier, but I was clearly not paying attention. I was eating my dirty fries. 58 without a loss of 9. I've actually got the cheese sauce down me, which is never a good thing, is it? Dear, oh dear. Can't take me anywhere. 58 without loss from 9. Chasing 312 for victory. Good start, but last couple of overs they've just, put the brakes on a little bit here. Since the introduction of Shetty and a good over from Bailey.
It's almost a similar story to what we saw actually in the first innings. Because we saw it was almost a squeeze, wasn't it? In and around Drinks, Rob Yates and Dan Mosley applying a little bit of pressure with the off breaks.
Here's Shetty. Cut away by Mosley. Just can't get it off the square at the moment. What we don't want is him to be frustrated that at this time he can't do that. That's the worry. Likes to score his runs quickly. Then tries the reverse. Keeper got something on it. There's no run. That's what I mean about him getting frustrated. No need. It was in the air for a little. Too far away from Shetty and not enough power in it to reach the field at long on, at mid-on, should I say. It's one more to the total. Mostly on to 30. Yates on 26. Cut away into the offside for 1. Run rate and required rate fairly similar, just over 6 per over. Mosley goes big. He's got plenty of that. Fielder's looking interested, but I don't know why, because that's over the ropes for 6. It was in the air a long time from Dan Mosley. Well, we said he didn't want to get too frustrated. He decided it was time. Really good contact, moves down onto 36. Lovely shot.
Well, it went a mile in the air, didn't it? It's probably come down with a little bit of snow or hail on it. It's gone that high in the altitude, but goodness me, Just had enough to creep over the Metro Bank advertising hoardings.
I think George DeBell's newspaper may just have gone fly. If it was George's, I'm not sure. But it's flying onto the outfield, such is the wind. There's a single at the end of the over and one more to the total. 67 without loss then from 10 overs. That's the end of the power play. Really strong power play. I know today you're not really the king of statistics. What was the power play score for Lancashire? Can you remember?
Well, I can certainly get it up for us. Just one more shout out as well to Matthew Lowe, who's watching on from Anglesey. His message, come on Luke Hands. And of course in brackets and Lancs.
Of course. Well, the run rate chart says it all really about where Warwickshire are in comparison to the start that Lancashire had. 67 without loss then. Changing the bowling, we're going to see Jack Blatherwick have a bowl from where those lovely trees are located, the south end away to our right hand side.
Yeah, so just for a comparison, after 10 overs, Lancashire were 42 for 1, so it's definitely been a stronger start for the Bears. But again, it comes as a result. They've got that prior knowledge. They've seen how this surface has acted. There hasn't been that same degree of almost consolidation early doors that we saw with the Lancashire top order. Still plenty of time, though, in this run chase. And wickets, that'll be the key. That is the currency. Here is Jack Blatherwick then. Mosley will get a single here on the offside.
It's on to 37, Mosley. Born in Nuneaton. That's where two of my children were born, given that we're all in the same vicinity of each other, really. No great surprise there. Yates has gone. Played on. Blatherwick strikes with his second ball. And Yates is on his way for 27. The captain's gone. 68 for 1.
Well, that was almost, I don't want to say desperately needed for Lancashire, but certainly required at this stage. The partnership going along very, very nicely, especially those boundaries. They were continuing to tot up over after over after over. But the Warwickshire captain, he's had his stumps rearranged by Jack Blatherwick. Just take a second look here on the replay. Yeah, the leg stump just getting knocked back, and that will signal the end of his innings. It's not quite the 132 that we saw against Gloucestershire. Yates departs for 27, Warwickshire 68 for 1, and Zen Malik comes in at number 3 for the home side.
He does. Zen brought me one of my most magical hours this summer so far in the T20 Blast at Edgbaston. When he was batting with Bo Webster. What an innings that was, 99. We'll take that today. Certainly hits the ball very cleanly. I thought a ground this size is right up his alley, really. Particularly alongside Dan Mosley, of course. Top list day score of 105 for Mosley.
As for Zen Malik, though, hasn't quite had the competition that he's hoping for in the One Day Cup. He's had plenty of starts. I think back to the game against Nottinghamshire. It was a nice fluent 29, but then he departed, scored 19 against Somerset, a high of 58 in the victory against Surrey at Edgbaston. Also had a really nice innings in the last game here. Scored 39 against Gloucestershire. Looked in very good touch indeed.
Short ball to start with. Dot to get underway. Blatherwick certainly making his presence felt. Bit of pace about him.
Most definitely.
Fourth bowler used already here for Lancs.
Another single, just deflected away by Zen Malik, gets him off the mark in nice style. Blatherwick is having quite the handy game, isn't he, for Lancashire so far. Wicket with his second delivery, thought he batted very well. Complimented Rocky Flintoff with some brutally struck boundaries.
Yeah, look, a couple of those balls from OHD were kind of right in his slot, weren't they? And he took full advantage.
Turned away by Dan Mosley. Another single. Moves him on to 39. A reminder as well about the wider landscape in Group A. Warwickshire, unfortunately, as a result of that defeat on Friday, it's practically done, the chances for the knockouts. As for Lancashire, though, they have got a massive opportunity, a victory today, and they are very well placed heading into the final group stage game on Tuesday. Down the leg side and signalled as a wide straight away. We will, of course, keep you updated with events and proceedings down in Cheltenham, where Nottinghamshire, who are also in that top three in the group, are taking on 9th placed Gloucestershire. But that'll be a big game, and of course Somerset also playing today. If Somerset were to win, that would set up a grandstand finish on Tuesday, because that is Lancashire's opposition in the 8th and final game. One more for Zen Malik, just drops the bat and easy single down to deep third. That'll round out a successful over for both Blatherwick and indeed for Lancashire. The big wicket of the Bears captain Rob Yates. He departed for 27. The home side 72 for 1 after 11.
Very steady scoring from Warwickshire throughout, as you can see on that Manhattan. Mosley on 39, Malik on 2. Run rate just around 6.5, so 6.15 that required rate. Chasing down that total of 312, which would be a record chase here at Rugby, with them equalling the highest score ever, which was set by Warwickshire against Surrey the seasons ago. I'm remembering as well, high score by a visiting side, because Surrey on that day only managed 307 in response. It was a very tight finish, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a great game of cricket. Dom Sibley against his former club scoring a century as well. That, of course, playing for Surrey against Warwickshire in 2024. Slight adjustment in the field here for Arav Shetty. Marcus Harris goes down to long leg instead of deep fine. And Zen strides into his latest shot. Single on the offside. Another couple of shout-outs as well, just quickly. First one to David, who's chilling by the pool in Cyprus, waiting to see a bit of Luke Hands. Plenty of support for the youngster today, which is really nice to see. Also to Keith, who's watching from the Orkney Isles. Come on, you Bears, that is the message from Keith.
Is it raining in the Orkneys is my question, because I noticed it was raining up in Scotland today. Curious as to whether the weather had turned up there too.
To Lucy Turner as well. Come on, Lancs, watching from sunny Spain with Luke Hands' uncle, auntie and cousins. Oh, fantastic to see. Shetty, though, continuing to bowl. Will be a dot ball there. Benno Chad watching on from Budapest in Hungary. Shout out to you as well. One more final shout out as well, a special one we'll give at the end of the over. Tidy work though this from Arav Shetty.
Yeah, he's certainly put the brakes on here, hasn't he?
Shout out as well to Andy, who's cheering on Lancashire from his laptop down in Cornwall.
Everyone seems to be on their holidays.
Well, it is August, in fairness.
It is.
I know for us it's peak season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's peak season. Football's back. Cricket's still on. Don't know which way to turn, really.
Final delivery of the 12th over then. And Mosley will get a single here. Out towards forward square. So Warwickshire 76 for 1 after 12. A reminder, the target 312 after Lancashire posted 311 for 5 from their 50 overs. So I mentioned that final shout out, and it goes to Hannah McCabe in Liverpool. Currently teaching her how to score in the scorebook is George, so she can help out down at the local club on a Sunday afternoon. Fair play to you both. George, let us know the club as well. Always love giving local sides a shout out. Of course, I've very much got my roots down here in Shakespeare's County, but spent a lot of time in the northwest, whether that's been Cheshire, Lancashire. Spoken already about that connection to Blackpool Cricket Club. That area, Thornton Cleveleys, Lytham St Anne's.
You love a trip to Blackpool, you didn't?
I do enjoy it. I used to go there for football tours as well. Here's Jack Blatherwick then to start his second over. Dan Mosley drives it divinely for 4. The outfield lightning quick. Marcus Harris was interested only for a split second. Well fielded off the advertising hoarding by that gentleman in the checked shirt there. Warwickshire now 80 for 1.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Dan Mosley. Moves on to 45. Beautifully timed. Exquisite finish. And he's ticking over very nicely here. About 125, 130 strike rate. Getting that boundary off the first ball just makes life a little simpler. I've not been to the Pleasure Beach in Blackpool for quite some time.
Have you been to the cricket ground? That's the real question.
I haven't actually. I've been to Bloomfield Road, but not to the cricket ground.
Well, let me just say, it's always a pleasure to go there. Stanley Park, great venue. Mosley slashes it away on the offside, and the spin just takes it beyond the dive of the fielder. A valiant attempt. Dan Mosley will get 4 more. Moves him on to 49 from just 36 deliveries faced. This has been a top knock so far.
Certainly has. Powerfully cut away. Take him on to the cusp of a half century. And his second appearance in this competition this season.
It is indeed. Scored 15 against Leicestershire, did Dan Mosley. Here's Blatherwick bowling to the Warwickshire opener. And this will be a 50 for Dan Mosley. Drills it through the covers, may even go all the way for 4, just about scooped in. Great fielding out in the deep, but Mosley is lightning fast, turns it into 3, and this will be a half century in just his second appearance in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. It arrives from 37 deliveries faced, includes 8 4s and 1 6. Well batted, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, super knock from Danger Mouse. 52 off 37. 8 4s included in that innings. Turning that 2 into a 3 there as well. And he's given his side the perfect start here. Yates, the only player out so far. Mosley just controlling things in the middle. And now it's about Warwickshire building around this innings from Dan, allowing him to go on and get big runs.
Another single here for Zen Malik. Slightly more expensive over this for Jack Blatherwick. Pair of boundaries, that 3 as well. Crisply driven, has to be said, by Dan Mosley. Single there as well, so it's already gone for 12 runs. After what was a fantastic start, getting the wicket of the Bears captain.
Brings Mosley on to strike for the final ball of an over that's already yielded 12. And it'll be a dot ball to finish.
Indeed it will be. 13 overs have been bowled in the run chase. Warwickshire are 88 for 1.
13 overs gone. 224 required then off 37. And a run rate of 6 and over. Mosley has taken the helmet off. It's really deceptive here because we are, as we mentioned, in the shade of the trees and also under a canopy. But I'm guessing it's actually quite warm out there. We did take a little wander into the sun earlier, but it is quite warm, I think. And you're in a hoodie.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. Yeah, had a few quizzical and puzzled looks when Babel saw me in the Bears hoodie. Here is Araf Shetty then, from the school end. Resumption of his spell. It's been a very economic and metronomic start. 16 from his first 3. Malik so far just happy to almost be the foil here for Dan Mosley.
Well, the start that Yates and Mosley have given them, it's easy for Malik to do that, isn't it? Just take your time, play yourself in, and see what people like Marcus Harris did after we'd seen Bohannon and Jennings start to kind of score some runs. There's no way that's going to be OEW so far down. Ridiculous shout.
It's one of those which you're so exuberant, you do go up in appeal, and then you have that moment of realisation, oh, hang on.
Well, they were almost nose to nose, he'd gone that far down.
Good start, though, here from Araf Shetty. Malik will manage to rotate the strike.
It's one of those, if it was given on a Sunday afternoon at your club, you'd want to have words with whoever your umpire was afterwards.
Mosley this time happy to respect the line and length provided by Shetty.
I think it's been quite a respectful innings from him, all told, really. He's not taken too many risks, has he?
No, it's been mature from Mosley. Powerfully struck through the offside. Harry Singh is out there to prevent the boundary. 2 more runs added.
It's really well run, that.
Well, this is what you almost expect from these two, especially from Dan Mosley. We know he's a bit of a live wire with every single thing he does, whether it's in the field, whether it's when he's bowling, of course when he's batting as well. He's constantly looking to convert and get those extra runs. This time just a single for the opener. Moves him on to 55 and the score on to 92 for 1. So Warwickshire require a further 220 from the remaining 36 overs, going along at 6.57 runs per over at the minute. The run rate required still a tickle over 6.1.
Yeah, nice, these two. Partnership 24, 22 balls, so run a ball, which at this moment in time is all they need. There's nothing drastic required. We'll see another over at this end to come from Jack Blatherwick. He was a little more expensive last time out, but Mosley has pinched the strike. 55 off 41 balls. And everything ticking over very nicely for Warwickshire right now.
Safe to say the promotion has worked as well, hasn't it, for Dan Mosley? Takes on the short ball. There's protection down at long leg. 1 bounce for a single. Of course, in the T20 Blast, used to seeing him almost being in that 3-2-5. That's kind of the ideal range, isn't it, for Dan Mosley? But in this year's One Day Cup, as we saw on Friday at Grace Road, given the responsibility of opening up.
I was going to say, with the way Bo Webster was playing, he ended up moving down to 4, or 5 sometimes, didn't he, depending on where the situation of the game was. So we were so used to seeing him in at 3, but ending up at 5 after Hayne and Webster. But it was a position that seemed to suit him. He won him a couple of games. So
Malik advances and smokes it for 4.
That was travelling at pace. It's an excellent shot from Malik. Thundered into those sat away to our left-hand side. Really got on top of it. Good foot movement. Took the bowler on and won the battle.
I know we've said this on many an occasion when it comes to Zen Malik's batting, but doesn't he have wonderful aesthetics? Just the way in which he bats. He is such a delight to watch. He really is. Goes aerial again, shouts of catch it, he'll just evade the fielder. One bounce out to the sweeper. Well fielded by that man Luke Hands. The youngster making his first appearance in this year's One Day Cup.
Safe hands of Luke Hands. Judged that bounce really well, actually.
Handy fielder. A very, very handy fielder. Good bowler as well. I can't wait to see him bowl, I must say. First time appearing in the competition this season. Made 5 appearances in 2025. Solidly defended by Dan Mosley. That's why we love this competition. It's about seeing the next generation of talented cricketers. Seen it with Arav Shetty, Harry Singh, Rocky Flintoff, Luke Hands for Warwickshire. Seen the likes of Kai Smith develop over the past few seasons in the One Day Cup. Charlie Taylor, this year a product of Ulster and Ragley in the Cotswolds Leagues. It's wonderful to see. It's a great, great competition. And that goes for all the counties as well. Someone formerly of these pastures, Rory Hayden. He's now excelling at Derbyshire.
It's quite looking forward to seeing Charlie Taylor bowl today.
Well, he played on Friday, and I think that's probably what it boils down to. Let's not forget he's still only 16, so it's very important the workload management with the young seamers. Off the hips of Dan Mosley.
Just going to be one. Very swiftly fielded on the ropes by Harry Singh, who looks a live wire. But again, they've taken 7 off the over, so it's a tidy over without any danger.
And that's the key. I know there was that thumping strike, wasn't there, from Zen Malik, but
dangerous, was it? Though he didn't.
No,
it was a huge risk. It was just a clever shot.
Correct. Throughout the entirety of the shot from start to finish, he was in complete and utter control. So, no, I completely echo that sentiment, Adam. It's been really smart, intelligent batting. Feels like the onus is slightly on Lancashire. It's almost bait and error here from the Bears.
The sun's kind of moved around onto our back now, so I'm starting to feel some of the warmth that is going on out there, and it is a warm afternoon. There'll be a drinks break in a couple of overs' time. Probably a well-deserved drinks break as well, particularly for Dan Mosley, who's on strike.
Dan Mosley will rotate the strike and bring up the team 100 for Warwickshire at the start of the 16th over. The Bears ticking along very nicely indeed at 6.59.
Yeah, very nice partnership of 32 between these two now. And the required rate just ticking around 6. That's because they are very easily, every over, getting 6 or 7, aren't they?
Correct. Yep, and low risk runs, as you touched upon. Hence why it's up to the Lancashire bowlers to close those gaps. Prevent those easy ones being taken. But Shetty's been really good so far. Yes, we haven't seen one which has absolutely ragged off the surface. We didn't see that in the first innings either. I don't think we're really going to see that today, given that neither side had a wrist spinner, or a specialist wrist spinner, I should say. But this is just consistent. He's just popping it on that penny piece. He's making Dan Mosley switch between playing on the front foot and the back foot.
It's a quicker ball, that one was Shetty, wasn't it?
That's the danger with him, though. It's the danger. Change the pace and, of course, the Karen ball as well. A little bit of width there for Mosley to whisk it away for one. But the bounce on this surface has been very consistent. It's been very true. We're not seeing them just skating a little bit low.
No, which we did see last year, I think it's fair to say. And Malik here's got 12 off 14, so he's ticking over nicely as well. And he'll just take one more. There'll be 4 singles from the over. And 103 for one.
I think the square leg umpire has just found that Bit of newspaper as well. I thought for a second he was going to hand it to Marcus Harris.
No, he's giving it to Martin Saggers to have a read, but I think Harris is going to go and dispose of it away to our right-hand side. 103 for 1 then, after 16 overs. 35-run partnership between these two. It's ticking over at just over a run a ball. So very welcome. And the run rate has plateaued a little, but it's still quite some distance ahead of the red line of Lancashire, as you can see. 103 for 1 then. And we're going to have another over from Jack Blatherwick, whose 3 so far have gone for 24. So 8 and over. This time it'll be Malik who's on strike. He's on 13.
Defends the first delivery from Blatherwick.
Hardly a cloud in the sky now, just some wispy white clouds. It's a beautiful afternoon. The ice cream van is now doing a roaring trade on the far side. It was a little quieter this morning, but certainly picked up business this afternoon. Glorious sunshine. What a place to be.
Chopped away for a single. Dan Mosley has to put in the dive. Josh Bohannon with the shy at the striker's end.
Half a dive. He didn't go full length then, did he? Just kind of went on the knees and an outstretched upper half of the body. I think he'd have been okay.
Yeah, completely agree, but he didn't want to take the risks.
Oh, and he now wants some clean gloves. Which is a good time to get it, because in 4 balls time it will be the drinks break.
Yeah, it is quite hot out there, has to be said.
Feel for the umpires in the long sleeves. Well, I feel for you in your hoodie as well, to be fair.
Another single here for Dan Mosley. We believe it's high 20s, so around about 28 to 29 degrees today.
You're not feeling it on your neck now?
Not really.
On the back of the head?
Well, I've got a hood.
I'm sat a little bit further back from you as well, probably. That may be the reason.
But it has just been the most glorious day.
And we set some more Tuesday, haven't we? A bit warmer, I think, on Tuesday.
Indeed, yep. Kent the visitors for that one.
The weather vane.
Malik takes on the shorter ball and he pumps it away for 4. One bounce into the spectators. Out towards deep mid-wickets. Zen Malik now deciding to just up the ante with his innings a little bit.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot this. Just waited for it. Clean strike into a huge gap where there's no fielder. And landed just in front of the building. And what's the building over there, is it?
It's a very good question. I know to the right-hand side, I think there's a rackets court, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to check, though. How does Blatherwick respond? Pitches up a lot fuller and driven full-blooded for 4. It's back-to-back boundaries for Zen Malik. Both exquisitely played as well.
The thing is, if these two get going, they could really take this game away from Lancashire, because they both have the ability to score at such a terrific rate. And an over like this with 10 off it. I mean, Blatherwick's going at nigh on 10 and over. He's been taken to the cleaners a little bit so far. This will complete his 4th over this next ball. He's already gone for 34. So in excess of 8, pushing on 9s.
Final ball of the over. And he's gone. Zen Malik has chopped onto his stumps and Jack Blatherwick delivers the perfect riposte. Warwickshire now 2 down for 113. And it is the number 3, Zen Malik, who departs for a well-made 22 from 20. Played some lovely looking shots in there. But the extra pace from Blatherwick, yet again, paying dividends for the Red Rose County.
Well, he's got 2 wickets. He's been expensive, having gone for 34, but he's picked up Yates and he's picked up Malik in similar circumstance. Malik there, having crunched 2 4s. This time just tried to guide the ball down through the vacant 3rd area and just chops on. And another promising innings from young Zen Malik comes to an end. 22 from his 20 deliveries. And he's on his way. It's time for a drinks break. And we'll also see the arrival of Vanch Jarni, who time and time again, whenever I speak to Aaron, whether the game or not, all I ever hear is you need to see more of Vanch Jarni, because when he hits the ball, boy does it stay hit.
It does indeed. Seen a lot of him this season, not only for the first 11 but in twos cricket. Think back to that warm-up game at Lady Bay, scored 217 against Nottinghamshire on that occasion. Also been playing very nicely in the Birmingham lead for Berkswell. So yeah, very highly rated. Someone who has a very, very bright future in this game. Full credit really to Jack Blatherwick. Came back very, very strong after getting a little bit of treatment from both of these two. And for Lancashire, that's going to be the key. It's pegging back Warwickshire in consistent intervals. Yes, they've got off to a very good start, but the run rate still a tickle over 6 runs per over. And if you add another couple of wickets, let's say it'd be 150, 160 for 4. Very, very different scenario. I'll also give you a little bit of a score update as well. I know for those of a Lancashire persuasion, you'll be interested with proceedings taking place down in Cheltenham. So let's run you through the scores on the doors across the Men's Metro Bank One Day Cup, starting with that game in the West Country. So Nottinghamshire, who are currently in and around the top 3 in Group A, were bowled out for 279. Gloucestershire, in response, 103 for 1 after 19 overs. So that could be a very intriguing finish, and we'll keep you updated on that one, because if Gloucestershire beat Notts, that could throw a real cat amongst the pigeons. As for the game taking place in Northampton, well, the Steelbacks appear to be very well set for a victory against Somerset. The visitors were bowled out for 185 in the first innings. In response, the home side, Northamptonshire, 139 for 2. So, both of those games so far helping and assisting Lancashire's cause, providing that they were to get a victory here today. As for Group B, let's start on the south coast. Hampshire racked up a mammoth 383 for 9 from their 50 overs. In response, Sussex 52 for 2 after 10. As for the game taking place in the northeast, Durham finished on 229 for 5 from their 38 overs in Darlington, and Essex are just about to get their response underway. As for the encounter in Cardiff, Worcestershire restricted to 278 for 9 from their 50 overs. Glamorgan 45 for 2 in their quest to stop the Rots in Group B. And as for the final game in the East Midlands, Middlesex searching for a victory that will confirm their place in the knockout rounds. The Saxes finished 327 for 6. In reply, Derbyshire, the hosts, 75 for 1 after 15. So those are the scores on the doors. We saw a little bit of Arav Shetty from the scoreline earlier. Appears as though we're going to get some more spin courtesy of Harry Singh.
I think we are indeed, yeah. Interesting to see the players quite cleverly taking that drinks break in the shade of the trees over here on this near side. The other thing as well, I think what Dan Mosley will love about this situation with Vanch Jarni coming in is that Dan's the senior partner. And I think Dan loves that responsibility. It's like that final over in that T20 Blast. When I went and talked to him afterwards, he said, I thought I'd blown it. But because he was taking control of the situation, he was telling Wokesy what was required. He, despite Wokesy being the senior pro, I think in that respect of that moment, it was all about what Mosley had to say and how he was going to try and deliver the finale, which he did. So I think he will love this responsibility of being the senior partner right now.
I completely agree. That's when we see the best of Dan Mosley. We'll get a single and put Vanch Jarni on strike. Just to continue the trend of giving some shout-outs to clubs, let's give some shout-outs to those who Harry Singh has played for over the course of his young career so far. So he's played for Flixton, formerly at Woodbank, has also played for Urmston, so very much northwest based is Harry Singh, born in Blackburn. His sister Anjali also played for the Lancashire women's side. Jarni can't quite get that beyond the dive of Keaton Jennings.
Looking to get off the mark first ball, there was Vanch Jarni.
Harry's also played for Cumbria last season in the National County circuit. Charlie rifles it down, but no run added.
Oh, he picks out straight away Rocky Flintoff, who fields well. Good strike.
Goes again, great stop. This time at short cover.
Shot a ball here from Van Shani so far in his opening 3 deliveries. Just a single off the over so far. Good start from Harry Singh.
Goes again. Slight appeal. Good take by Matty Hurst with the gloves.
Oh, no surprise. It's Keaton Jennings appealing again. Shot Cora.
1 run added from that over for the Bears. Warwickshire 114 for 2. A very good start, courtesy of Harry Singh.
Well, I presume we're going to see Blatherwick again, having just taken a wicket. He's making the long walk. Here's Blatherwick from where he's fielding on the boundary. Extra pace has done the job, hasn't it? 2 for 32 from 4, so he's tracking at 8.5 and over. Only bowled 8 dot balls in those 4 overs, when you consider Tom Bailey's bowled 19 in his 5. But he's got the 2 wickets that have fallen so far. Bearing in mind, Lancashire didn't lose a 3rd wicket till about 145, did they? The wicket of Bohannon in the 30th over. So the Bears are certainly ahead of the run rate, and at the moment in time in a really good position. But you feel that Dan Mose is probably key to that.
Here he is on strike against Jack Blatherwick. Some lovely shots as well, courtesy of our guys on the camera of the venue. Given plenty of shout-outs to our live stream viewers. Shout out to Hass and Sean on the cameras today. It's very, very hot out there. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, trying to capture this terrific venue. Must be quite a nice job as well. It's a tricky one.
Especially on a day like today. Just make sure that you're keeping hydrated, lads. That's all I'd say. If you are in the sunshine, get the sun cream on as well. They always do a terrific job, though. Mosley, for the time being, just regathering himself. A couple of dot balls to kickstart this over.
Yeah, 61 off 54 so far.
Genuine bumper from Jack Blatherwick. Signalled as a wide.
I mean, that's about as wide as it gets, I think, from Blatherwick. It's fair to say. And it's too high as well, so that's the one for the over 2. Diminishes most of the options available to Blatherwick now. And the remaining 4 balls.
It does, but I don't think he'll mind that whatsoever, because both of the wickets have come from those fuller deliveries. Just targeting the stump, so let's see what he's got in the locker. Drags back the length slightly against Dan Mosley.
He's on his toes there, Mosley.
A reminder as well that we have had a sold-out crowd here at Rugby today.
What is the capacity, just out of curiosity?
Well, I found this out.
And how do you define sold outs? Given in mind there's not as many fixed seats.
Single here for Dan Mosley. I actually found out after having a conversation with Stuart Kane.
So I'm guessing the key is there is a capacity that the boundaries can hold.
Correct.
And that's accounting for not just people, I'm guessing, but collapsible seats that they might bring with them. So you allow a certain amount of space, don't you?
Yep, yeah. Exactly that. So the maximum capacity for today's game was 2,500. And if you have a look, the chairs that were already here, very, very well populated. It's been a nice atmosphere as well. Love that fancy dress too. Liking that shot as well by Vance Jarney, only as far as Marcus Harris. So
it's not our old friend Scooby-Doo, is it? I don't think it was, is it?
No,
like
it wasn't. No, that was a bear costume. Very on brand. Of course, the Bear and Ragged staff, the proud emblem of this proud county. One which you can't really escape in Warwickshire, has to be said. It's everywhere. Such a wonderful sight is the Bear and Ragged staff.
I think something's just blown onto the wicket actually, which again Martin Saggers is just asking to be removed.
Final ball of the over then for Jack Blatherwick.
It's a good one so far, just 2 off it.
And remains just 2. Very, very good indeed. Backing up that previous one from Harry Sink. Warwickshire, as you said, Adam, scoring rate just beginning to plateau slightly. The home side 116 for 2 after 19.
Well, at this point, I'm a bit, I'm not getting too concerned about our colleague Phil Britt, who probably should have come back to relieve one of us by now, but I'm guessing that we might find him over by that ice cream van is where I'm guessing. Either that or he's gone to find out about those trees, one of the 2 things that we set him a task for earlier, but we've not seen him for a fair while, have we? Shout out if you're watching on the stream anywhere around as well, so you can get the replays around Rugby School. If you see Phil wandering by, send him back our way maybe.
Well, unsurprisingly, it's a continuation for Harry Singh. Went for just that solitary run after his first 6 deliveries, bowling to Dan Mosley. Rotates the strike nicely down the ground with that latest single.
I think this is sensible. They've made such a good start that they can afford, we said it earlier, they could afford in this middle spell to not be as prolific and still kind of be on target. And I think it's important that Dan's actually the one who's kind of not got frustrated, which we talked about earlier, and almost kind of sat there and gone, well, I'm going to be quite sensible about this, and we'll take the runs as and when they're available without taking too many. I can see him. He's coming in this direction.
Well, that is 4 for Vance Jarney. Great way to get off the mark for the youngster. He's been trying, hasn't he?
Well, it was a shotter ball when he first came in, wasn't it? I think he's been a little calmer since then and a little bit more relaxed. But certainly, you wanted him to just get that first boundary and get that first run on the board.
Well, I've got the opportunity as well. Shout out to the Mountfield mob watching the game today. Or cheering on Luke Hands from sunny Wigan. Another shout out to the Northwest.
I'm popping to Wigan next week, actually.
I assume that's for the football.
Well, I'm actually going to Bolton, but then I'm going to stop off in Wigan and visit family, and then head to Burnley the day after. So I'll be next to Burnley Cricket Ground on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Make sure you visit the cricket club at Wigan. That was the home of Matt Critchley.
Ah, okay.
Really, really nice venue, that.
I think I've got a curry in order that evening, so...
What about a Wigan kebab?
Not on the plan. I'm only there for a few hours. We're going for a curry, I think.
Got the Wigan Warriors Hall of Fame as well. I visited that the last time I went to Wigan. Slashed away by Vance Jarney. Slashed away brilliantly. Will it be stopped? No, it won't. It was an admirable effort, wasn't it? I think it's Luke Hands out there on the boundary rope. Just snuck underneath him.
He did have a good go. It's a nice shot from Vance Jarney. Really quick hands. The way he just let that one go to the boundary. And this is a better over from the Bears. And it's all that's needed. 9 off it so far. I think they wanted to have a quick over to look at Harry Singh and have now decided that maybe he's someone they can get after a little bit here. Well fielded by Keaton Jennings. That will prevent them from getting a single. One more ball to come. You're going to go and get some afternoon tea, given it's 4 o'clock.
Evening tea at this stage.
You could go to the scones, are you, over in the far side? Or something a bit more substantial.
Well struck by Vance Jarney.
It's a brilliant shot, that. It's a really good shot.
I told you, Adam, this lad can play.
I was looking for a fielder to be in that vicinity and thinking he may just get 1 or 2. However, it was a excellent, excellent shot for 4. And it's 129 for 2 after 20 overs. Rose is on 63. Vance Jarney is on to 12. And they've added 16 runs from 18 balls. And that was a really good over, just giving a little bit more momentum back to Warwickshire in a run chase that they're very much in control of. Oh, that looks like a nice ice cream. Oh, it's It's a double whirly ice cream as well. I'm pretty sure that probably had a flake in it and some sauce before we honed in on it. Looks quite nice. He's going to get a milk moustache there with his ice cream, isn't he?
Yes, he looks like it, doesn't he?
Well, that's where I thought you were, Phil. I've been
over to have lunch over at the...
Yeah.
There's not much of a selection, actually. I ended up with fish and chips. But I gather, whilst I was having my fish and chips, my newspaper...
Yeah, it was yours, I think.
It was my newspaper.
Yes.
No, my non-league football week paper, which I was at the shop early for this morning as it opened. And I'm making my selections of the games I'm going to next week. And I gather it blew across the pitch.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere behind the hoarding away to our right-hand side now. Martin Sager's got a hold of it. That's a brilliant shot. Oh, and it's an even better stop. Moses picked that up so nicely, but the stop from Jack Blatherwick was extraordinary with his right hand away to our left-hand side. What a stop.
It was a good one, wasn't it?
Luke Hans is into bowl here on his debut this season in this competition. Not played this season, played previously, but here he comes.
Mostly 65.
He's batting really well, Phil.
Yes.
I don't know how much you've seen from where you've
a little bit
where you've been, but he's being sensible.
Well, I was having fish and chips, and everybody was having their photographs taken, selfies taken with somebody, a footballer, but I didn't know who he was.
Oh.
And you can't very well go up and say, "Can I have a selfie?" when you don't know who it is you're having the selfie with, because everybody else is doing it. But
didn't find out who he was?
No, I didn't. But somebody, I'm sure, may know. It wasn't the person I thought it was.
His hands again into the leg side. That's going to be one more to the total. Good start to the over. 4 off it already, courtesy of that wide as well. Now, we were just discussing how Dan kind of relishes these moments where he's the senior partner.
Yeah.
And he's the kind of elder statesman and almost kind of wants to guide whoever's with him through this process. And I mean, look, they've made us such a good start here.
Really got going, haven't they? 6.5 and over their rate.
And he's done it without risk as well, which has been really impressive. Here's hands again into bowl, and it's guided by Vanchjani down towards Blatherwick, the man that's done the damage with both wickets so far for Lancashire. It's just one more to the total.
I saw the last one, and I was just walking across when the first one went. Rocky Flintoff's father's here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So.
Is he launching in the VIP area, isn't he?
Yeah, I took that little scout in there to see who's about.
Lovely shot from Mosley again into the leg side. Will just be one. I'm sure you're allowed in the VIP area, Phil. You are a very important person.
No, I don't, that's why I had to walk it to the other side of the ground to get my fish and chips.
It's fairly vacant over there.
It is.
People in the
VIP
area
today. No.
But here we are at sellout, about 2,500, isn't it?
Yeah, although I didn't think there were as many as there were last Sunday, but it's still a good crowd.
Vanchjani just runs that one down towards third for one more to the total, 136 for 2. And again, without any hassle, they've accumulated 7 off this over already.
It's a really favourite shot for the bats, isn't it? Running it down with the open face down to third man.
It's almost a pressure release shot, isn't it? Because it feels quite easy at times.
It keeps the board ticking, though, doesn't it? You keep milking it.
Big appeal. Oh, and the finger's up. It's given by Saggers. And he's on his way for 67. So he's not happy about it.
Is that his first wicket in first team cricket? Was he?
I think it is, probably, yes. We will check that out. But Luke Hans, as we know, he's got a lot of followers who are watching on the stream right now, and he strikes in his first over, and he's got the danger man out. Dan Mosley really wasn't happy about that decision. Stood and looked at umpire Saggers for a while. Let's have a look here. I think that's going down
It
leg.
looked to me a bit leggish, but still, we're looking at the angle. You get that ball tracking across. We'll watch it again.
There he's-
And
yeah. I think that's missing leg stump.
he did take a long time to make his mind up, but his step is across the wicket. But I think the movement is just taking it just away from that leg stump. But doesn't matter what we think, does it? What
Nope.
that shows, he's out.
It's right arm round.
Yeah.
Moses gone. 136 for 3. He's on his way for 67 off 61 balls. LBW to Luke Hands, and the youngster just 17 years of age.
No, he
Has taken 2 wickets before in
Okay.
this day. Yep, that was when he was playing for the England under-19s. But in terms of first team for Lancashire, yeah, this is it.
So well done to him. It's always good, isn't it, to see a young player come in and get some success. It's like Charlie Taylor when he got his first wicket against Surrey the other day.
It'll settle his nerves as well, won't it? First over.
Yep. It's changed the complexion a little bit now. Warwickshire are going to have to just dig in with Davis, who's been in no sort of form at all season in any form. In white ball, red ball, but you keep thinking sooner or later Alex is going to have one of his. It's going to come off and things are going to change.
Let it be today. Do you think third wicket down for Lancashire was with the score on 145 in the 30th over? So, in terms of progress and runs wise, they're well ahead of the game.
Big requirement now on Johnny. He batted well last week. Last week, but Warwickshire still requiring. To remember, the target is 312, so 176 more runs required. That seems an awful lot.
You did that very quickly in your head then, Phil. I'm very impressed.
Next one, Johnny drives, but only up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'd have been using the fingers and the toes of the spectators behind us to try and work that one out that quickly. It's a well-poised game. We said it would take some getting through 12, didn't we? And I think that's the case. We're going to see some ebbs and flows in this run chase.
Wilson, who's in his 4th over. He's been a little bit expensive in his first 3, but so far he's been on the money.
Yeah, it's a bit like Blatherwick as well. He went for over 7 and over, but picked up those 2 wickets.
Wilson, Johnny runs this one down into the backward point area, and there's no run.
Quite warm out there, isn't it? We're starting
Over
to
the
feel it on
other
our
side,
back now, aren't we, as well?
Over the other side, it's really hot. And I was talking to somebody and I said, it's really quite cool where we're commentating from. And they were saying, no, it can't be. Again, no run there. Yeah, explain the mishap. We haven't done that again, have we? It hasn't caught again, has it, the screen?
No, we've been okay.
Good,
We've been okay.
good. Adam did some creative work during the break.
I'm not sure
Shoved a chair
chair against it might,
just against
might
the bottom.
be the solution, but let's hope it's not quite as windy on Tuesday.
This is going to be some runs. It will only be a single, so no maiden for Balderson, but a good tight over, just the 1 run off it. Warwickshire 137 for 3. We've had 22 overs.
It's a good comeback, really, from Balderson, as we say. And we'll see Luke Hand see if he can follow up that first over, which went for 7 runs, but also got his first wicket in this Lancashire first team. And the run rate gap between these two just narrowing a little in terms of the worm. Still very much in Warwickshire's favour.
Well, they went up like a train, didn't they?
Which, again, we were saying puts them in a good position, doesn't it? Because it allows you, when you do lose a wicket, to have those moments where you rebuild if you are that far ahead of the curve. But we can't forget they had a really good final, kind of 10-12 overs, didn't they, Lancashire?
Yeah, yeah. So here's the hands in and bowls. This is cut away into the gully, but well stopped. And
Bohannon.
Couldn't take it cleanly, but prevented the single.
Oh, to be 17 again, eh? Took hands with it all in front of him.
This next one is thumped out to Singh out on the cover boundary, but again it's just restricted to a single. 17. I've got socks older than that.
Did you go around the far side? Is the ice cream van doing a roaring trade?
Yeah, I came when we start. I hadn't realised that the bank behind us here, walking around behind the pavilion, is quite steep, and you've only got a little track along the top. So precariously walked along that, but I went all the way around the back, coming back. I was up in the air for a while, but in the end, safe enough. And Davis got away with it. So 138 for 3 still.
Midway through over 23.
In comes Hans bowls. Davis is looking to run that one again down through that third man area, but got just around a little on it. Still can't quite get off the mark. Good tight bowling again by Hans. Just a single so far off this his second over.
The run rate, which was down required, just hovering above 6, is starting to nudge towards 6.5, hasn't it?
Davis gets underneath that one, lifts it hard and high, and clean strike over deep backward square leg for 6. Picked that up beautifully, put it in the air, and it cleared the ropes and into the crowd by some distance. So Alex Davis will feel much better with that.
He will. I think it may have. He's just signalled that that's maybe hit someone on the head.
Oh.
Yes. Well, I think rather than try to catch it, I think they kind of just duck their heads down, as you sometimes are told to do, like on the golf course, really. So the physio's going to go over and
just check them out.
Yeah, just to make sure they're okay.
Okay, the physio going across the field now.
But like you said, well, I mean, that could give David the kind of confidence, isn't it? You have a big hit like that. Can do wonders for you. We've got 2 physios going.
Don't like to see a player or anybody who's struggled like in the way he has.
No, I think they're just going to...
having a look at... Well, you can see these on the pictures as well. So it's into the crowd.
I think it's that gentleman there that clonked him straight on the head. He did have his hat on.
Oh, well, that'll help him.
Just going to check he's okay.
Yeah. This will run away to backward point.
Probably do a little concussion test, I would have thought, because that went quite high. That's going to have come down with a little bit of velocity on it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to be your own head, would you? It's very sad when it's somebody else's, but so long as it's not yours, you don't mind too much.
No, certainly demonstrating the first thought of Alex Davis was not to celebrate his 6, but was to kind of check on the welfare of the spectator on that far side. So 23 overs gone, 144 for 3.
Yeah, I sometimes worry about people going to catch balls and things. I remember many years ago, but not long after the Blast, or the T20s it was, had started, we were commentating at Bristol at Neville Road, and the ball was hit straight, and there were 2 gentlemen sat right down the front, both in their retired age, and one went to catch it, missed it, and threw his hands straight into his nose.
Oh, that's a brilliant stop. Keaton Jennings. Super bit of fielding.
He really didn't have a problem, as you can imagine.
Yes, I remember in my days of T20 evening cricket, it was off my bowling actually. One got looped up into the air. He's on the boundary rope, put his hands up over his face trying to catch it, missed it, and took half his eyebrow out. To be fair,
Yeah.
they're not soft, these cricket
They're
balls.
not forgiving, are they?
Yes. So in comes Balderson again, nicked around the corner by Johnny for a single. It always makes me laugh when they go, oh, I think the ball's gone soft in the middle over as well. Your definition of soft and my definition of soft are two different things, exactly. I would say. 1-4-5 for 3. Johnny on 17. Dave on 6. Here comes Balderson again. And in this heat, no surprise that having just tapped that into the leg side, Davo just ambles a single.
Talking about the ball being hard, I was watching earlier last week. For no reason I can tell you why, but Joel Garner bowling, and somebody got him upset, and he bowled at this bat, bowled about 5 balls, and 4 of them hit him in the body. And I thought, what he must have looked like the next day.
I remember meeting Joel down at Kent when he was playing against Kent in those days where we had tour matches and the West Indies were playing down there. Wow. I mean, just the spectre of the man looming over you was... I was only very small at the time. The spectre of him looming over me was quite a sight. Johnny's really hit that one. Beautiful contact. Terrific strike for 6. Used his feet brilliantly. And, well, Aaron's been telling me this boy has got something very special. There's just a little glimpse of it.
Yes, I agree with Aaron. I think he's... and you picked up exactly where I think the beauty with him is. He uses his feet really well. And hits through the ball, and that's a sort of classic shot for him. But last week here, he batted beautifully.
The 150's up, 152 for 3. 8 off the over, so a good over. No need to do anything silly off the last ball. And he doesn't, just defends back to Balderson, and that completes over 24. 152 for 3 then. Off 23.5 overs, 3, so 24 overs should I say. 312 is the target, just 160 more required.
Yep, nearly halfway there. They're still having a chat with the physio. Perhaps he can't remember what follows April.
Yeah,
they ask them the months, don't they?
They do. They was. It's funny because we were talking to. I think we had Katie George joined us up on at the Blast. Kate George, she was giving us a quick run through of what the concussion test is and the kind of questions they ask you. Half of which I probably wouldn't know anyway, even if I hadn't had a bump on the head.
Yes, Buchanan's this one in there. One is dropped. He's put down, and so a little bit of fortune there for Alec Davis.
Maybe that's what he needs. Just that little bit of
just
luck.
A little bit going his way, and very close to getting his second wicket. It was scooped up, and it was in the end. Was that Bailey who put him down? I think
it was. Yeah. Tall guy, but he couldn't get his arms quite up to it.
This one comes down the wicket, Johnny, and hits this one away to deep backward point for a single. Again, used his feet for that. Yeah, you sort of say all the questions like, "What's your bank account number?" and things like that. It's
quite a handy one to have.
Just while you've got a concussion.
Yeah, just don't ask me any of my passwords of anything because I haven't got a clue.
Another single here for Davis, just lifting that one. Perfectly controlled in the end, just lifting it down to third man.
I guess the thing is, but they don't have to do anything silly, do they?
No, they don't.
what they've done in this over so far, 3 singles, no risk cricket, and then the odd boundary.
Yeah. I was looking at the damage which Harris did when he put the ball through the window of the press tent room.
We went in the media room, didn't it? Oh
yeah.
dear.
Another single here as Johnny turns this one to mid-wicket. Yeah, that very big 6 which we were talking about towards the end of his innings went through the top corner window and bounced on the table in front of the one guy who was in there working. Who was obviously totally oblivious till the window was shattered and the ball came down.
It's good we didn't land on his laptop. That would have been very unfortunate.
Yeah, it just... George and I were talking about the time he had his laptop hit. George Deville. This next one is dug out and played back to Hans as he follows through. I think that was at an act ground at Colwyn Bay or something like that. But the ball was hit and went straight into his laptop. Smashed it, obviously.
I remember many years ago down at Canterbury when I was doing my cub reporting, I used to take the radio car, but they used to make you park on the bank with your windscreen facing. And I was thinking, hang on a minute. Anyone who parks with the windscreen facing a cricket pitch is very brave or stupid, one of the two.
Yeah. Well, certainly grounds you don't do it at for definite. Northampton always worried me when I parked as you drove up towards the pavilion. Sometimes they'd park you on the road there, and it's quite obviously depending where the wicket is on the square, but it's quite regularly the ball's lifted over the bookshop there into the road. So I always try to avoid that.
Halfway point of the innings, 156 for 3. I'm going to ask you.
Exactly halfway with the score
it is, yeah.
and with the overs.
Look at that symmetry.
Yeah.
6.24 is the rate required, and 6.24, of course, what they're scoring at right now. Here comes Balderson again. That's in the air. First one that's coming in our direction, but it's way over the top of Harry Singh. And that's a 6 for Vanchjani. And it's an excellent shot, beautifully picked up and executed to perfection.
I didn't see Aaron racing across to take that one.
He's eating his fish and chips. He wasn't going to move for that.
That's why.
Yeah. There was no break in his lift of chip to mouth. The rhythm is going. He wasn't going to interrupt it. Here's Balderson again. Vanchjani goes again, this time lower and away to 4. It's a brilliant shot to mid-wicket. Vanchjani just picking on length again. And it's 4 more to the total.
A ferocious hitter. He's got big runs in the second team. And very quickly as well, as you can see why.
Blatherwick was at full stretch and couldn't quite cut that one off as it flew past him at great velocity, I would say. Balderson gone for 47 and he's going at the start of his 6th over here. Driven through the covers. Has it got it enough to get to the rope? So this one's going to be cut off just about. Excellent bit of fielding. And it's just 2 more to the total.
Yeah, he didn't quite get that as clean as he would have liked, but again, it was still a nice, lovely looking shot.
I think he's just eyeing us up then, Phil. I think he's thinking this is a big gap here for him to aim for. He's taken 12 off the first 3 balls. Johnny's on to 37. 168 for 3. Required rate now below 6. Whoa! That's over the top of his head. Wow. Well, that's obviously going to be a free hit as well. That's a no ball. And they'll complete 2. And there is the sign of the no ball. Wow.
Let's just say that one slipped out.
Didn't it?
Gosh, it was way, way, way over the top.
Well, he would have been wondering what to do. Clearly couldn't quite make his mind up, although maybe sweaty hands. But it's a free hit for Vanchjani to potentially try and have a field day with here.
Now, the wicket-keeper wanted to go back there, but he's got to stay where he was. Yeah. So he's been told to go back up to the stumps.
Here's the free hit. And he's had a go at that free hit as well. And it's not quite come off as cleanly as he wanted. It'll just be a single. But it's still a very profitable over so far, with 15 from it and 2 balls to come.
So again, that's lifted Warwickshire and dropped the rate below 6. Now 5.75. That's a big boost at the start of the second 25. It's over. If Alex Davis can actually show this a little bit of form, he scores quickly. That's one thing with Alex. Once he's at the wicket, the runs come. This one is just dropped down into the offside, and initially there was no thought of a run there, but Alex Davis saw it. It's back on the heels, the fielder, and they called him through for the single. Well done by Davis.
Yeah, there was a slight hesitation for a moment. 173 for 3. Score moves on to. I was going to ask you, that building over there, what is that building? Do we know?
That one, yeah, sorry, I don't know.
Oh. Aaron didn't know either, so I just thought I'd ask you, Phil, because you tend to know most things around here.
No, far from
You've
it.
been coming so many years.
Well, we've only been coming. Well,
Was it 4?
Well, we first started
On
in
and
about 2012 or something like
Yeah.
that. But no, I've never really even thought about finding out what that is. It's
172 for 3. 26 overs gone.
could be anything. It could be anything.
36. It could be anything, yeah. 36 the partnership. Well, I noticed walking in today, there are a lot of buildings kind of that are on streets away from here.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Rugby School. That's
Yeah.
Rugby School too. So
They own an enormous amount of property around
yeah,
here.
all
I
around this
gather.
area, isn't it? Here comes hands again then.
This one is run down to third man. He's single by Davis.
Balderson going at 9 1/4 per over.
It is absolutely beautiful in this weather as well. We've been blessed again this year so far, and Tuesday, by the sound of things, is
Even warmer,
forecast
isn't
as a really hot day. It's idyllic setting. Hands in again, bowls. This is pulled away viciously for 4 by Johnny. It was a little bit short, got inside it, stepped across and just hoisted it round through deep backward square leg for 4.
It's very good, isn't it? Really nice shot.
Little group of youngsters down there, all in their white shirts. I don't know whether they're from the school or what, but boarders from the school. But they're there to do the fielding and enjoyed that ball coming at them.
Certainly be enjoying this.
This is driven, but straight up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 5 already off the over. So Warwickshire really gone about this chase with a purpose.
Yeah, 134 more required. Only just over halfway in the chase.
Then this is lofted hard and high, and one bounce. Is that gone all the way? No, it did bounce inside the rope, straight down to long off rather, for 4 more. Just questioning whether it had bounced inside or outside the rope, but it's signalled as 4. But another great shot.
Lovely flow of the bat from Vanjani.
Who's now moved on to 46, and that's come from just 37 deliveries.
6 4s, 2 6s so far.
Taking a liking to Rugby School. This next one almost surprises him. It stopped on him a little bit, and he just had to check the shot, but does enough on it to get through for a single.
1 more to the total. 183 for 3. What it's also allowing Alex Davis to do here as well, isn't it? It's just find his way in.
Yeah.
See, our cameraman's found some shade with an umbrella.
good big shout out for the camera crews here, because they've done a fantastic job as last year at really providing these pictures.
Dot ball from Luke Hands completes his 4th over. He's gone for 28 so far. 10 off that one in particular. 183 for 3 from 27.
We never did find out what those trees are. I'm going to do that. But are you here on Tuesday?
Yes, well, we can.
Right, we'll crack it for Tuesday.
Maybe we have to bring a gardener along.
Yeah.
There's the partnerships for Warwickshire so far, and they've all been good contributions, really. 68 for the opener, 45 then between Mosley and Malik, and this one's ticking over nicely too.
I've got an app on my phone which tells you what the vegetation is, what the plant is.
My wife's got that too, yeah.
So
she's got into gardening.
Well, either I do, you can bring your wife along and she can tell us what these trees are.
That would be, yes. She doesn't really like cricket.
Yeah, but she can find, if she likes trees, she can sit and look at the trees all afternoon.
She can't go to a garden centre without coming back with something that needs to be then implanted in the garden. But I just leave her to it, because she looks after the garden, she puts all her borders in and all the rest of it. So
I'm a bit like that. I tend to go for the coffee and cakes mostly at the garden centres.
Now that's me. Now you're talking, Phil. Here's Shetty back into the attack. The most economical of the Lancashire bowlers so far. 5 overs for 24. Reminder, the target is 3-1-2. Warwickshire having won the toss and elected to bowl first to kind of see how this wicket was going to perform, I think. And it surprised them so far. It's delivered what they thought, as Johnny just turns Shetty round the corner for a single to move on to 48.
Alex Davis has got on to 11. He needs to just stick to it and keep working away. Doesn't want to. So often, Alex, over the time he's been before, it's just looked really set, and then his wickets almost thrown away sometimes with some of his shots. Because playing against his former county today.
He's just decided to scoop that, and he scooped it very nicely. Not quite going to get to the ropes, but he'll get back for 2. He's ticking over at a runner ball. Into 30.
From where we're sitting, that looks as though it was going to go for 4, but the boundary rope runs in round the tree. It bends round the roots of the tree and goes back behind the tree on the other side to us, so we kind of very confusing.
Shetty back at his mark. 3 off the over so far. Watchful from Davo this time round. That breeze picks up again. Seems to go through spells where it's quite windy and then just almost seems to disappear in its entirety. Going back to your flying newspaper, it did get as far as square leg, actually.
Did it?
Yeah. That was that point Martin Saggers felt he needed to intervene. And
was there much of it blew out? There couldn't have been a lot.
Just a few pages, I think, but it stayed together quite nicely.
The one page I wanted to know was this week's fixtures.
Well, it stayed together and rolled quite collectively. It was well put together. I think Marcus Harris in the end was responsible for disposing of it and headed somewhere up towards the trees and to where that hoarding is. It might be tucked away up there somewhere. The remains of my lunch almost went flying at one point in the wind as well. So
we've got quite a bit of the paper here, so and my important thing is my bit I wanted is still there, so that's good.
I did blame George, but obviously it wasn't George.
No.
Good ball that from Shetty. Gave it a little bit more flight, and Johnny had to be a little bit more respectful. Just 4 off the over again, so Shetty continuing as the pick of the Lancashire bowlers so far, despite not taking a wicket. 187 for 3 from 28. 5.6 the required rate. And these two are settled down very nicely following the loss of Moseley. They've added 51, the partnership between these two.
And they've come very quickly and also without too much problems. There was that one chance which Bailey put down, but off Davis, but which was way above its head. If it had been, he's a tall man. Had it been a shorter man, he wouldn't even have got to it. He's reaching up, got his fingertips to it.
Bailey's coming back now.
So he replaces Luke Hans, who's got that wicket. So here comes Bailey from the Oak Road end. There was a huge queue. In fact, that queue's still there now. I'm just looking for the ice cream van when I was over there. I shouldn't think he's... you need to have a rest tonight. What he's selling, I should think he'd have to have a rest. What he counts is what he's taken have been. It's been a terrific day for him. Bailey bowls. This is chopped away, but down into the ground, and, to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. There'll be a bit more traffic about when we come here on Tuesday. It's been quite pleasant coming in early on a Sunday morning for the last couple of weeks. Bailey bowls. This is pulled by Davis down to deep mid-wicket for just a single.
Yes, and obviously all the street parking round here you can do on a Sunday, but you can't do on a Tuesday, can you?
No. Well, with the schools not being in, it'll be quieter. So I noticed going into into Birmingham in August is so much easier than the rest of the with no early morning schools traffic. Bailey bowls, and Johnny just runs it up to long on for one more. He goes on to 49, 189 for 3. And further 123 runs required for Warwickshire and 7 wickets for Lancashire. Think about a single. Alex Davis there wanted a single off the throw which Bailey had half stopped. I think Johnny hadn't moved at all, and Davis had got halfway down the wicket there before he realised Johnny wasn't going anywhere. Had he carried on with the run, no question that somebody would have been run out at the striker's end. Anyway, he managed to get himself back and turned and quickly got back, but Johnny was not going anywhere.
Yeah, quieter over this time, just 2 from it so far. They're going to try and get 2 here. Now, that was Davis's initial intent, but he realised as he got towards the end of the run that there was only 1 there at the end of another over. That's 29 overs gone. 190 for 3. So 122 runs required. You're off 21 overs, so 5.8 per over is the required rate. Quick drink for the batters. 5 overs until the official drinks break, of course. It'll be Shetty who will continue. See, Vanshani's already hit an unbeaten 66 here against Gloucester, an unbeaten 66 against Surrey, and a tidy 33 against Leicester as well. Totally has, in terms of 50s in List A cricket, 3 of them. Looking to rack up number 4 today. More importantly though, see the Bears home to a victory.
Well, he's probably working himself into a real opportunity of playing in the championship side, I would have thought.
Well, also, I mean, if there is a question mark over the fitness of Sam Hain potentially,
They have got Young coming, of course, haven't they?
They have, yep.
So that. But I think the original plan was Young and Hayne would have been playing.
Well, fingers crossed that Hayne is okay for the return of those last 6 championship games, with them being in such a good position. All to play for in terms of the title. It's going to be just one, maybe. Actually, this could be 2 if they go quickly. They will. They'll take on the arm of Singh and get back quite comfortably in the end. It's well run.
Yes, it was. But they set out straight away with a purpose. One of the... I'll wait to the end of this ball. Next ball.
Just a prod from Davo. Moves him on to 19.
The lad is fielding out at mid-off. He's got his sunglasses on the top of his head and the light keeps catching them and it looks like a blue flashing light going on and off on his head.
There's been a few of those today.
Yeah.
Once you just hit the right angle of the sun. That's going to be the 50, the 4th of his list A career for Vanchjani. And it's taken 42 balls, 6 4s and 2 6s. Excellent from Vanchjani, just when it was required by Warwickshire. Score moves on 194 for 3. Lovely knock.
Yeah, it has. He's slowed down the last 2 or 3 overs, but he's hit the ball beautifully, used his feet well, and he's looked to carry on from where he left off last Sunday.
A couple of those not outs, as we mentioned, against Gloucester and Surrey. If he could stay not out here, that would be a result, and that's... I'm not sure if it's a mis-stumping.
I wonder whether he got a touch to it, actually, just a little nick.
He was a bit frustrated, Matty Hurst, wasn't he? So
yeah.
It's a big stride from Davo, but from where we are, he looked like he had his back foot in, so maybe there was a nick.
That's for the end of the over. We can get a replay. I'm never going to get one.
Chetty again. Davo just turns it into the leg side, just 4 off the over. And that completes the 30th. Hopefully they'll give you a replay, Phil, to talk about. I'm going to disappear for a few overs, and Aaron's going to come in and join you.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Just looking to see if that was a stumping or whether it was possibly a missed chance behind the wickets. Anyway, it's 194 for 3. So remember the target, 312. So 118 more runs required. And just waiting for this one from Bailey, but as the field's reset. So good afternoon, Aaron.
Good afternoon to you as well, Phil. Here's Tom Bailey then, bowling at first to Vanchjani. Starts off defensively. It's been a lovely 50 this, hasn't
yes,
it,
it has.
for
I was just
Jani?
going to say to you, he's batted really well, hasn't he? He's used his feet well, hit the ball cleanly, and known when to accelerate, when not to, and he's carried on from where he was last Sunday. Yeah.
It's funny you say that, Phil, because I make it every single home game so far. Vanchjani has scored at least 50.
Yeah. Yeah, he got 50 at Surrey, didn't he? He got 50 last Sunday against Gloucester, and another one today. And one more game to go against Kent, and they'll be looking for the nap hand then.
He certainly will. And just speaking of that game against Kent on Tuesday, a little bit of a positive update for any Bears fans out there, because all the results that Warwickshire needed to go in their favour today have so far gone in the county's favour. More on that after this ball from Tom Bailey. which is rifled away by Vance Jarney, or no run. Good stop by Balderson. The big one was Northamptonshire versus Somerset. So, if the Bears were to win this game, they would be on 12 points, Lancashire on 16. Somerset also on 12. Lancs and Somerset play each other on Tuesday. So it'd still require a Somerset win in that game against the Red Rose.
And Warwickshire to beat Kent.
Correct. The top two appears to have already been settled. More on that again after this latest ball. So the top two will be a combination of Leicestershire, Notts / Lancs, depending on how other results go. Notts are still playing Gloucestershire as we speak. If Notts win today, they are all but guaranteed to go through.
Right, so the info we gave out earlier that we were out of this competition isn't strictly true then?
It was a very, very slender chance. It's just gone up a few percentage points. Beautiful shot by Vance Jarney. Bisects the gap through deep square leg. 4 more runs for the dynamic youngster. Moves him on to 54, and Warwickshire on to 198 for 3.
There's a quartet of Warwickshire players and backroom staff wandering around the ground at the moment, just along the boundary edge. Oliver Hunt Dolby being one of them.
Looking very casual as well,
Yes,
might I
they
just
are a bit, aren't they?
More runs for Vance Jarney. Could be 2 if they want to hustle back. They don't. Probably the wise decision as well. A couple of Lancashire fielders corralling the ball.
So how does the run rate look, Aaron? Or because that could be the deciding factor.
It could be. So, at the moment, the Bears currently sat on minus 0.224. Lancashire also in the negative on minus 0.12. Surrey as well on minus 0.233. So Surrey are on 16. Again, the reason why I say it's very slim, a couple of results also need to go in Warwickshire's favour on Tuesday if they are to qualify. The big one being Notts versus Surrey. However, again, there could be a chance if Notts lose today against Gloucestershire, their net run rate will come down. Notts play Surrey in the last game, so it's not quite grasping at straws just yet, but there is a chance. There is a chance nonetheless.
Shetty starts a new over from the school end, and 199 for 3. Johnny plays it back and there's no run. And he comes again and gives that plenty of air. Johnny forward to that, opens the face of the bat and just runs it down into the backward point area. And again, there's no run. There's a short third man and a backward point, so 2 guys both in on the edge of the fielding circle, protecting that shot where you open the bat face. This one is turned, but turned to mid wicket. Again, there's no run. Shetty's really bowled quite tightly and quite well. He's in his 8th over. Just the 32 runs coming from him. Gives that loads of air and it's lifted away. Not quite cleanly hit. I think he was looking to put that into the pavilion, but in the end, he settles 4-1. And just question of whether that's the 200 up. The applause you can hear. And just questioning there with the umpire whether that in fact was a legal delivery, but he said, yeah, that's perfectly okay. Ian bowls, and Davis dabs this one out to deep backward point, and they amble the single.
Still very much in control of the required run rate as well. Warwickshire in this position, 6.11. Nothing too out of hand at this stage. Another single, this time for Vance Jarney.
Yeah, they sort of waited there just to see whether the ball was going to be fielded, as he just pushed it into the onside, and in the end, once it had beaten the first fielder, it was a little jog through. 202 for 3. We've had 32 overs.
We have indeed. Great to see. Over 3,300 of you tuning into the stream. I was just waiting for it to update. I thought that said 3.4. Hopefully we can get up to 3.4. If you haven't already, please do subscribe to the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel. We're on 99.1 thousand subscribers prior to today's game. It's already gone up to 99.2. So if you can subscribe, please do. It's completely free as Tom Bailey bowls here to Vanchjani. Excellent shot, just scooped really away to a teammate by Keaton Jennings.
He just got a hand to it in the end, deflected it, so prevented the single. There's still a big gap out there for Gianni, which he favours that shot, pulling it away through mid-wicket, and he's played one or two of those shots there, and there's an inviting target if he's to drop short.
Tickled fine down the leg side. There's no protection down there. And all of the Lancashire fielders just waiting and watching it trickle away towards those seated spectators. It's 4 more for Vanchjani. And the Bears now 106 away.
He's got the field. It's quite an interesting setting. It's obviously heavily loaded out on the offside. And if that's the case, you cannot bowl on leg stump.
Johnny advances and smacks it downtown all the way for 6. Just creeps over the top of the rope. The standing umpire waiting for the signal. This should be 6 runs. We had a prime position to see that just creep over the rope. Vanchjani continues to motor along at Rugby School. That requirement now exactly 100 for the Bears.
He's got this just right, actually. The number of times he's just cleared the ropes for his 6s.
Goes again, winds up for a big shot, stopped by George Balderson. 1 more added to the tally.
This is better over from Warwickshire's point of view. The 11 already coming off, it just pushed that rate back again. It was just creeping up very slightly, but it's back down to 5.71 again now. So a little burst. And Johnny moves on to 68 now. Davis, without anything too extravagant, has reached 20, and how nice it would be from Warwickshire's point of view to find Alex Davis scores some runs.
Short ball by Tom Bailey. Too short for the umpire's liking. Wide signalled.
Well, the other good thing was that Alex Davis didn't try and take that on. A number of times where I've seen him try and take that type of delivery, and there's really nothing much you can do to control the shot, and it's the sort which he has got out to in the past. Just let it go this time. Enthusiastic boys over to our left.
Good call by Alex Davis. Just has to put in the dive at the end just to make sure he's got into his ground. 1 more added to the total. Lancashire, of course, desperately hunting for a wicket, especially that of Vanchjani. Feels like he does hold quite a prominent role in this run chase for the home side. He has batted superbly well for his 68 so far.
This requirement now down to just double figures, so once you get past the 100, you start to really see it come moving.
Bludgeoned through mid-wicket, and an excellent stop. That is superb work out there by Rocky Flintoff. Saves 3 runs, just a single to round out the 33rd over. Warwickshire 216 for 3. The requirement now 96 to win off the remaining 17 overs.
Yeah, Rocky Flintoff was saying to Adam that his dad's here today, so watching. He's over in the hospitality area. So So he'd be pleased with the way he batted today. So this partnership is already, with Davis and Jani, is worth 80. We have a bowling change at the school end. Blatherwick, who's got the 2 wickets. A little bit expensive, but he's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. He's had 5 overs. He returns. As for the sun goes in for what I think must be about the first time today.
Yeah, it's been out all day. It has been the most splendid Sunday of cricket in North Warwickshire at this incredible venue.
Or even South Warwickshire.
I don't quite understand that, Phil.
What do you say in North Warwickshire?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I know what you mean now. You're on about in the county as a whole. I'm on about rugby in isolation.
What's that got to do with North Warwickshire, though?
That's where it is. Rugby counts as alongside Nuneaton, Bedworth, Athelston.
Physically,
Yeah.
I would say...
It's also a little bit to the east, but
But it's not North Warwickshire.
not north, of course, but it does count. It counts as that constituency.
Oh, yes, it's a political constituency, but physically positioned not. It's a beautiful shot through extra cover for 4 while we're debating the geographic position of rugby.
Well, we know the geographical position of that shot. And yet again, that spectator. He fielded a couple earlier, the young lad.
I think they're from the school.
I think they're from Coventry in North Warwickshire.
Oh, are they?
I think they are. I think they were the flag bearers today.
Oh, yes, could be. Could be.
So I recognise the cap.
Right. They've
Which
got their
is-
own little area down there as well, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. That looks Covent North Warwickshire to me. The ground and area of this county I know very, very well.
There's a hold-up here now.
Yeah, we're going to have another drinks break, I believe.
Well, yeah, we don't normally have a drinks break after 33.2 overs, so...
No, but it is very, very warm, isn't it? We have to say. Just to give an update as well from that game taking place in Cheltenham, because that does have implications for both of these counties. Gloucestershire now require just 76 from 13.4 overs to beat Nottinghamshire down in Cheltenham. Tommy Boorman and Joe Phillips, the 2 men at the crease for the home side. Still got the likes of Daz Ahmed, Ed Middleton, Aman Rao, Marchant Delanga and debutant Alfie Johnson to come in that game. So that really does hold quite a bit of weighting and bearing in this group. The other one, of course, is the game taking place in Beckenham, where again Kent going very nicely. They require 77 to beat Leicestershire on home soil. Now, the reason why that's important, Warwickshire and Kent play each other on Tuesday. So Kent, I think, would be marginally ahead on net run rate. They would also be ahead on points. They'd be on 16 as a result of this victory, providing that they can pull it off. But if the Bears were to win on Tuesday, if Somerset were to beat Lancashire, and other results go in their favour, that third place and an away quarter-final is on. And I think that's important, actually, again, for those who maybe aren't quite familiar with the formats in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's the top 3. So the team that finishes in first place, they get a home semi-final in both Group A and Group B. Those semi-finals take place on Sunday the 16th of August. The quarter-finals will take place between second in Group A, third in Group B, and the other one, of course, being second in Group B, taking on third in Group A, with those matches taking place on Friday the 14th of August, so 5 days' time. Of course, the winners of those quarter-finals take on home sides in the semi, with the final itself taking place on Sunday the 19th of September in the grand final at Trent Bridge.
It's a pretty thin cord we're hanging by, though, isn't it?
It is, but the cord
There's
exists.
still a cord there, though.
Correct, and that's the important thing. You never ever know. The same can be said for Lancashire. Admittedly, they've got a little bit more slack compared to Warwickshire. They could lose today, providing that they were to beat Somerset. Lancs would actually be through in this situation. Just looking, providing that they didn't have a real negative net run rate off the back of this, they'd be very, very well positioned to qualify. So these final, 16.4 overs
Yep.
hold plenty of weight for both of these clubs.
So Warwickshire really need to score quickly and optimise their run rate. Lancashire need to drag this out as long as they possibly can. Or take 7 wickets quickly.
Correct, yeah. That'd be the biggest thing for Lancs, win the game.
Yep, absolutely. Well, they've still got plenty of runs to play with at this stage. So 92 more required. So we resume this Blatherwaite wick over. Yarny waits and whips this one away. One bounce over the ropes for 4 through mid-wicket. Just lashed it away. He hits the ball, doesn't he? He really does hit it hard.
He is having quite the season, is Vance Jarney. A career best 77 and counting for the youngster. Someone who was earmarked and identified in the Warwickshire Twos as being someone with a very, very bright future. Took his chances last season. He's beginning to really build and evolve his game off the back of that in 2026.
This time it's just pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, he's broke in through this competition, I think, last season, didn't he? And first time I'd seen him play in the first team. But, this year he's really come on.
Well, he made an instant impact on his debut.
Yes, he did.
Scored a half century up at Scarborough. In fact, just a little bit of a correction on my end as well. May have jumped the gun with the career best. Career best was 82 in that game, actually, at North Marine Road. But it's his best so far this season. It's a season best of 77 for Vance, and he's still only 21. That is the frightening thing about this.
Yeah,
he's 21 years of age.
That's what people forget with him. Six or 7 years younger than Malik, isn't he?
He is, yep. Then coming via an unorthodox route. Spliced away. The spin will help this potentially go to the boundary rope. In fact, it'll just be scooped away. Well fielded. Nice bit of relay work out in the deep. Gets it to just 2.
Did well there to restrict that down to just 2 runs, because it was spinning away from the field all the time and got down and stopped it. But fortunately, there was another one running in who was able to pick up the loose ball and get it in. So just 2 off the over. This is the point in the game where they decide which of the 2 balls they want to keep. And this will now just be 1 ball in the match. So that's been done. And Lancashire will now use that one for the rest of the match.
Indeed they will. So returning to bowl from the south end will be Luke Hands, someone who was very popular in the YouTube live stream earlier on. Shout out again to the Mountfield mob who are tuning in Wigan. Luke Hands getting that huge wicket. In fact, the latest one to fall, wasn't it, of Dan Mosley? Got an LBW.
Yep.
Fantastic to see the youngster back. Still only 17 years old. First appearance of the season for the man who used to play for New Longton. More recently has played for Leyland. Was telling Adam the story earlier. I actually saw Luke play club cricket in the Northwest before his Lancashire debut.
This one is played out by Davis out to the cover boundary for a single. Singh does the fielding.
So yeah, I think I saw him in a game at Stanley Park. Just a little bit of league cricket. Seen a couple of games there now. The other one was Garstang. And I'll never forget that game because Kerwin Mungrew played in it, who I'd seen in South Africa's domestic circuit. He was the overseas pro for Garstang.
Wind picking up again, causing problems with our monitor here in front of us. But fortunately this time it's not gone flying off the edge of the table. plays this one back and there's no run. 2:27 for 3. Yanni's on 79, Davis 22. 85 more runs required for Warwickshire with 7 wickets in hand. 94 balls remaining, and they look at about getting the single, but coming quickly off the boundary edge prevents, off the edge of the fielding circle rather, prevents a run. So do you go and watch a lot of club cricket when you're in Lancashire?
I do all over the place.
Do you?
I really do. I love watching club cricket. It's the birthplace, isn't it, really, of all these players' careers.
Johnny drives and drives powerfully and through, extra cover for 4. Lovely shot. Races up to the fence and again using his feet really well to thump it away. 231 and he only goes to 83, and you say that it levels his, equals his...
It's actually just surpassed it.
Oh, has it? He was saying,
Yep.
So well done to him.
Yep, high score of 82. That was actually on his list day debut at Scarborough.
This next one is played away to extra cover. There's no run.
The other incredible thing about that game as well, Warwickshire at one point were 56 for 8. Came out to bat alongside Oliver Han and Dalby, which was quite the partnership, and just started teeing off. This is the game that he plays. He's naturally aggressive. He's a very dynamic and explosive run getter. And in that game, Warwickshire bowled out for 138, so he scored over half of the side's runs in that game.
And virtually all of them in his partnership with OHD, I would have thought. This is another powerful shot, pick up and shy at the stumps, but Yanni is home, scampers through for 1 off the final ball of the over, so retains the strike. 6 off the over, 232 for 3. We've had 35 overs, so 15 overs remaining, and just 80 runs required.
Yep, 80 from 90. That is the equation for the Bears. And what has been such a lovely day at Rugby School. Really good crowd. It was sold out, as we found out via the club social media channels. Chief Exec Stuart Kane saying it's around about 2,500, around that mark in today. Nice as well for the local vendors, as we see over towards the school fields, the ice cream van as well.
The ice cream van, that queue doesn't seem to go down. Have you had one?
I haven't today, no. No, I haven't. I've been too transfixed with the action, I must admit. Not enough time to get an ice cream today. This really has been a blockbuster clash. Still got 15 overs potentially coming up. Jarni drives well, and will beat the effort of the fielder. Luke Hands, all he can do is palm it away, goalkeeper style to the boundary. It's 4 more for Vance Jarni and the Bears.
Yeah, Blatherwick there will think that one probably should have been cut off, but an excuse for him, excuse him one misfield.
Partnership moves on to 96 between Vance Jarni and Alex Davies.
Of which Davis has made 22, but 22 very useful runs.
Jarni hit on the pad and given out. Jack Blatherwick yet again doing the damage for Lancashire. It's his 3rd wicket of the game and an enormous one at this stage of the run chase. The dangerous Jarni departs for 88 and Warwickshire have lost their 4th. The Bears 2-3-6 for 4 in the 36th over. And that is an enormous wicket, just as the 100 partnership have been brought up between Jarni and Davis. It comes to a very swift end, but this is a lovely moment as Jarni departs the field of play for a career best 88. He's provided so much entertainment for these fans today, and rugby rises in applause for the 21-year-old. Very, very well batted, Vance Jarni.
Yeah, he went across his stumps there to try and turn the ball on the onside, and I think it would have probably bowled him middle and leg. So there was no hesitation with the decision, though. The finger was up virtually before the appeal was out.
So as one dangerous Birmingham League cricketer departs, another one enters the field of play. Kai Smith applies his trade for Harborne. Here he is. He was opening the batting at Rugby School against Gloucestershire. Scored a brisk 18 in that game before being trapped LBW by former Lancashire man Will Williams. And here he is in the more conventional finisher's role for his county.
He got useful runs in the Leicestershire game, though, didn't he, Smith? Was it the Leicestershire game he got lower order runs?
He did indeed, yeah. Scored a 50.
Yeah.
Very valuable 50 as well. The Bears ultimately being bowled out for 220. But that game, yeah, that made the chances a lot more slim. Here comes Blatherwick again. Smith will not get off the mark, first time of asking.
Well, he's another one who, whilst he's at the wicket, he scores quickly. Again, it's Warwickshire need to do that, because if they are going to win, they need to do it as quickly as they possibly can from the run rate point of view. As we say, Lancashire need to drag this out as long as they possibly can.
Smith deep in the crease. Be another dot ball. Excellent comeback this, isn't it, from Jack Blatherwick? Have to get blasted for a boundary.
Well, of course, it was the one he jumped, he sort of fell over, really, wasn't it? So he probably feels a little irritated that that fall went, but he picked up the wicket. Don't think there was anything wrong, any but question really with the decision on that LBW.
Very close. The reaction from the bowler, and the batter tells you everything you need to know on that one. Just another update as well from Cheltenham. Gloucestershire very, very well placed. They require 54 from the final 10 overs with 6 wickets remaining. Tommy Borman, Joe Phillips, the two local lads at the crease from Dumbleton and Exeter, respectively. Can they guide the glorious Gloucesters to their second win of the campaign and really blow Group A wide open? Shouts of catch it. That's not going to be caught. That's going to go for 6, I believe. Or just 4. Crept just inside the rope in that pocket.
Good as a view we had on that previous 6. This time the rope goes round the back of the tree and you can't see it. A little bit more elevation, it could have gone through the hole in the window which Harris created in the media room earlier in the day. But 240 for 4 and Smith on his way.
Yeah, the requirement's 72 now for the Bears. We'll also keep you updated with that game taking place at Beckenham. Kent themselves in a really strong position. The home side need 58 to beat Leicestershire. And that would turn Tuesday into nothing short of a blockbuster, because I think there'd be 6 counties vying for 3 places.
Hans is in the attack again, and this one is, first ball is thrashed away to Singh out on the deep point boundary, but they only get a single.
Correction. This is absolutely extraordinary, because if Kent were to win, of course, Northants have won today. 8 of the 9 teams in Group A could qualify.
So who's the one who can't qualify?
Gloucestershire.
Oh.
Yeah, Gloucestershire, unfortunately, out of the competition. That was confirmed in the previous round.
Hands in, bowls. This is run down to third man off the face of the bat for a single. So Smith on to 5, 23 to Davis, 242, 70 now required. So Warwickshire's requiring 70, and they've got 13.4 overs to get them in.
Could be a very, very nervy wait as well for Leicestershire, because today marks their final game of the group stage.
Hands, bowls, and there's going to be more runs here, bringing Singh back into play. So Warwickshire just going along in singles at the moment, but that's fine.
The only salvation, though, for the Foxes is that net run rate. But they need to try and take this game as deep as possible down in Beckenham. So we shall keep you posted. But Group A, well, it's living up to its billing. Some people said it was the more difficult group, and you can see why. It could well be contested right until the very final ball of the group stages on Tuesday.
Hands in, bowls driven, but straight up to Jennings. Jennings there, Bailey up at mid-on rather. There's no run. Yes, they've all been beating each other, haven't they? This has made it quite an interesting group. This one through to the keeper. Smith having a real wipe at that one, but we're lucky not to get a nick through to the keeper. He survives, which will remain 243 for 4. I thought that was a really remarkable victory for Leicestershire against Warwickshire last week. From the position they were in, they looked completely dead and buried, Leicestershire, but the lower order marshalled themselves well to get themselves over the line. This one is driven. It was going to be a quick bub. Well, in the end, Bailey couldn't pick it up cleanly. Had he and been able to get the throw in, Smith might have been in a little bit of danger, but running to the danger end. But he escapes. 244 for 4. We've had 37 overs.
68 now the requirement for the Bears. So just to run you through those final games taking place on Tuesday the 11th of August. Warwickshire playing host to Kent right here at Rugby School. Lancashire make the long journey down to Taunton to take on Somerset at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Surrey take on Nottinghamshire at the Oval. And the last one is Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire in the final list day game of the Cheltenham Cricket Festival before the return of the County Championship towards the end of the month.
Sold out at Cheltenham, I think.
It is,
yep.
It is, and if the Bears can get this done today, they will need your support on Tuesday. I think tickets are still available for that fixture. It's Blatherwick, bowls to Smith. And we've said it already, Phil, but the support for the competition nationwide this season has been nothing short of outstanding. Seeing those really healthy crowds at the Oval, up at Scarborough, almost 5,000 at North Marine Road the other day. Those games which took place at Farrington, just outside of Preston, pretty much straight away those 2,000 tickets were snaffled up. Here at Rugby School, a sellout today. Sellouts for Durham at South Northumberland and Darlington. Down in Essex, they always support their local side in Chelmsford. It has been wonderful to see. Please, please do keep on supporting this great competition. Smith may have just picked out the fielder. It goes straight to Marcus Harris. However, I think Blatherwick may have overstepped.
Yep, he has, and have let off there for Smith. But it was straight down, deep backward square legs throat. And slice of luck there for Warwickshire.
Massive slice of luck. Not only is it not a wicket, it puts Davis on strike for a free hit.
So 2 runs already for this ball. And there's Davis looking round the field. It was absolutely arrow straight to deep backward square leg and taken just inside the boundary.
The important thing to note here as well, because Davis wasn't the man on strike that did take a single, the field can change for the free hit. Look at Davis though, practicing a shot or two. Can he clear the rope?
That man who just took that catch off the no ball is now pulled into the circle, so it's open if he clears Down to deep backward square leg. That's clear.
Here we go then. Davis, the man on strike. Davis tries to tee off and completely wafts the bat. Be a dot ball.
Yeah, still finding life difficult. Just looking again here, was that called a no ball again? Because just having a chat with no, he's okay.
He might have been close though, Phil.
I think he's just telling him that he's really on the edge there.
He needs to be careful. Blatherwick, I must say, yes, he's been expensive, but he has been really good with those wicket-taking deliveries. Kept the Warwickshire players on their toes throughout this run chase with that extra sense of zip and venom off the surface. Just provides something a little bit different. But of course, the other side of that, as we head towards the business end of the run chase, that extra pace can actually be to your detriment. Flies away off the edge.
There's work still to do, and Alex Davis there as Blatherwick breaks off in his run. This over's taken a long time.
It is, but a lot of that was down to the field adjustment, wasn't it, for the free hit. Davis still the man on strike. Smart drop and run. These two really enjoy batting together as well. Remember a post-match interview last season. I believe it was the Kent game. It was either the Kent or the Middlesex game, one of those two.
Two wicket keepers together.
Well, two players who actually have just played a lot of cricket together in recent seasons. Davis, when he's not been playing in the first, has played alongside Kai in the twos. Of course, now in the One Day Cup, they've built up that middle order understanding. I thought it was really nice last season. They had a chat with Mel Farrell, our colleague, on Bears TV. And they said it was almost like a big brother, little brother dynamic. So Kai, he's ever so thankful, really, for what Alex has done over these past 3 to 4 seasons, almost being that mentor figure, guiding him how to go about his business in the middle, and just being that calming presence when they have been batting together. As for Davis, well, he said watching Kai is an absolute pleasure. Kai goes for the big shots. Big appeal from Jack Blatherwick. Will be turned down. Dot ball to finish the 38th over. Warwickshire 247 for 4. The home side requires 65 more from the final 12 overs to get their third victory on the board.
A little bit optimistic, I think, the shout. It hit Smith in the groin sort of area, just above, and probably going over the top of the stumps, I would have thought. But nothing given, so it leaves Alex Davis to face as starting the 13th over. Hands will continue. The field spread out. There's a big gap through extra cover, which might be attracting Davis. There's hands in, and Davis cuts this one past a diving point down to the deep backward point position, and they get scamper through for a single. 71 balls remaining and 64 runs required for a Warwickshire win, 6 wickets for a Lancashire win.
Both Kent and Gloucestershire still going well in their respective fixtures.
Hands bowls, this is in the air. This could be taken down at deep mid-wicket, and it's a good catch. And it is the end of Kai Smith down to caught out. So Hands gets his second wicket, and it's Flintoff, I think, who came in and took the catch. And a good diving catch down low in front of him has seen the end of Smith. he was out for just 7 from 13 deliveries. And again, Lancashire still well in this game.
Well, they are, and the key will be wickets. Warwickshire still do have plenty of batting to come. The latest will be George Garton, the Southport hard hitter in the middle to lower order. Ethan Bamber, he can certainly bat. Michael Booth last season at this venue produced some very handy runs indeed, but a lot of pressure now lies on the shoulders of these two. Davis, as the experienced campaigner, as what you'd say is the last real specialist bat, even though Garton is playing as a specialist bat this season as a result of his injury. But after these two, you are getting into those bowling all-rounders, so they'll know that. They'll know the responsibility looms large. Can these two take the Bears to victory? 64 from 70. The key, though, will be wickets. If they can just chip away, let's say another 30 to 40 runs, Warwickshire will be very well placed indeed. If Luke Hands and Lancashire can continue to get a couple of wickets, though, get the Bears, let's say 270 for 7, they'd fancy their chances of going on to win.
Yep. Warwickshire have to set a new record score here, don't they, to win this game? 312.
They do indeed, yep. The highest score chasing was Surrey's 308. So they lost by 3 runs against Warwickshire in 2024.
Having looked nailed on to win, I thought, in that match, but just fell away at the end. So here comes Hans now to bowl to the left-handed Gardner. Drives up to short extra cover, and there's no run.
I must say, though, I'm happy for Luke Hands taking his opportunity here. 2 for 39. Really good to see a local talent getting this shot in the first 11 for Lancashire. Still only 17. Spoke about Vanchjani only being 21. Goodness me, Luke Hands still very much in the embryonic stages of his pro career.
That's where this competition is so good, that you're giving opportunity for young cricketers to play at in the senior level against and with international players, former international players, and making a real contributions in it. Whereas without this type of competition, or with no 100 and this competition running parallel, they just wouldn't be seen. It would be the normal first team squad. This one is lifted by Garden up to between mid-off and mid-on and up to the boundary for 4. Nice shot, and finding the gap and getting on his way. So he's just broken the just a little bit of pressure which was building up, and takes Warwickshire past the 250 mark. 252 for 5 now.
Just lost one of the hands off the handle there, though, did George Garson. Still a good shot nonetheless. 60 now. That is the requirement. 5 wickets remaining. Still 11.1 overs to try and get there.
This one's dug out. Good full delivery. Couldn't get past the inner field. It's the final ball of the 39th over. End of this over, I'll make way for Adam Bridge. And he'll come back in. Your guest didn't arrive in the end today.
No, unfortunately not. Who knows, we may be able to get him on for Tuesday. Had a really nice conversation with him. That guest in question will hopefully on Tuesday be Jimmy Kavanagh, who is the head groundsman here at Rugby School. Gave us some really interesting insight. As we're going to have a change of bowler from the school end, it will be Arav Shetty. So this now, really, the pressure squeezing time for Lancashire. Thought Arav bowled really well early doors. And of course here, he's got the advantage of having a left-hander at the crease. Not for the first delivery. Alex Davis, the man on strike for the opening ball. But if Garton, he's at the striker's end, you've got that little matchup, the off-spinner versus the left-hander.
0 for 35 so far for
Yeah, from 8 overs as well. Just a bit over 4, isn't it? That's the economy rate. Bowling up first to Davis. Smart single taken.
They've picked up some very smart ones, Warwickshire. They just dropped the ball and run. Good understanding between the two batsmen, but just kept that board ticking over. The boundaries have just dried up a little bit in the last 3 or 4 overs, but that good one from Garton broke the change.
Just taking time here is Arav Shetty. Garton can't get off the strike with that one. Slip in play as well. Keaton Jennings, the man, operating in that position. Marcus Harris also lurking at backward point. Neither of them are going to be needed for that one. That has been dispatched all the way for 6 by George Garton, unleashing the long levers to devastating effect. Warwickshire now 259 for 5.
That was a lovely strike from Garton. From the moment it left the bat, the noise off the bat was just the perfect sound, and it travelled all the way. A longish boundary down there, down to long on. Man's out there now, but may just be. Got to be careful they don't follow the ball at the moment.
Deep backward square has gone to deep square leg as well. Garton winds up once more, just one this time through the offside. The only thing that I would say with George, having seen him back quite a bit, not only in this competition but previously for Sussex, when he does score an early boundary, sometimes it almost flicks a switch and he can lose his shape. Needs to just stay nice and cool and calm and collected. Still 52, that's the requirement.
Well, Alex Davis has been the model today of patience. He's really pulled himself in. 27 from 37 balls. And he needs to be there right the way through, bat right the way through.
It'd just be big for his season, wouldn't it? Quick single taken. Good shy at the striker's end underarm.
Right, that's me finished for today. Adam, I'll see you on Tuesday.
Indeed we will. Massive thank you, as always, to Phil Britt for his company in the commentary box today. We'll be welcoming back Adam Bridge for the final 10 overs. The equation for the Bears, 51 from the remaining 60 deliveries of the game. Big thank you as well to each and every single one of you who has been with us on the YouTube live stream today. If you haven't already given the stream a like, please do. And whilst you're at it, we would appreciate a subscription as well. It is completely free. We're currently on 99.2k subscribers, less than 800 away from the big 100k. So any support with that would be greatly appreciated on our end as well. The shouts of "You Bears" ring out around Rugby School, set off by a group of vociferous young fans to our right by the digital scoreboard. Here is Luke Hands, bowling to Alex Davis. Clips it handsomely away for 1 as we welcome back the dulcet tones of a certain Adam Bridge.
Almost as vociferous as you. I can imagine that was you when you were little.
Absolutely. I still remember my first game.
Which was?
2009, Pro 40 against Glamorgan. I won the tickets from a school competition. So I went to a small little village primary school called Claverden.
Oh, yeah. I know where Claverden is, yeah.
Shout out to Claverden. Hits the pad of Garton. Little bit of an appeal from Hans. 1 run will be taken. So, yeah, used to do a little bit of after-schools cricket. Unfortunately, well, throughout my entire education, never really had an opportunity to play state school cricket. But primary school, did that after finishing the day. And I got the most improved player. I won a win ball and I won 2 tickets to go and see Warwickshire.
That's always the award that nobody really wants, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
No offence.
There wasn't much improvement,
My
trust me.
sons have won it a few times, the most improved, and it's like, yeah, it's not the one you want.
Davis attempts a single there, but yeah, that game was actually sadly almost washed out. Just 18 overs. Didn't actually see the Bears bat on that occasion. But I did see someone for Glamorgan who immediately caught the eye and I thought, goodness me, this guy's really good. Powerful, classy opening bat.
I was going to say, I'm just trying to think about kind of eras-wise where we're talking. Go on, who was it?
I'll give you a clue, South African. South African opener. One of the Proteas' all-time greats. Very full. Well played by Davis. Another sharp single taken. The Bears now less than 50 away.
Did Graham Smith play at Glamorgan? No.
Wasn't Graham Smith. That's Herschel Gibbs.
Herschel Gibbs.
Herschel Gibbs. Although I only found that out in 2019.
Okay.
For years, I don't know why I didn't check. Because you know me, I'm a massive cricket badger.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, yeah.
And I thought, for years, who was that Glamorgan opener? Because they made an immediate impression. It was Herschel Gibbs. And suddenly, the penny dropped. It was like, okay. That's probably why you're so good. Garton driving through the offside for one.
More and more as the day goes by here, I'm appreciating it and noticing the little nuances around. And I know we've had a few close-ups of kind of weather vanes throughout, and I just noticed that on two of the separate buildings over there in the distance. I assumed it was the same one and was potentially on top of the pavilion, but actually there seems to be quite a few weather vanes around here. Is it a thing?
Potentially.
It might be a rugby thing.
Well stopped. A backward point by Josh Bohannon. I don't think any weather vane from a Warwickshire perspective will beat Edgbaston's.
No, true.
The Bear and Ragged staff.
Can't beat that.
On top of the scoreboard. An iconic site. That's an iconic venue. End of the over. Warwickshire 265 for 5. The requirement 47 from the final 54 deliveries. And for yourself, Adam, do you remember your first list day game that you watched?
Yeah, well, but the first game I ever watched was a county championship game, actually, funnily enough.
Was that in Kent?
It was a cricket week. So my mum was working at cricket week, actually, funny enough, doing hospitality. And she said, you're going to come along for the day because it was during the school holidays. And I was like, yeah, why not? It absolutely tanked it down for the first 2 days. And back then we were talking 3-day cricket as well. So it was a bit of a washout, really. But I used to go every Sunday when the Sunday League was on. I used to go every single Sunday. And if I didn't go, I would be listening to the commentary and scoring from my bedroom. Listening to Paul Farbrace, who at the time was on Kent staff. He was reserve wicketkeeper, so he used to be on comms for the local BBC Radio Kent, which I do like to remind him of every time I see him. I think it makes him feel a little bit old.
Good to see him still involved, though, isn't it?
I'm pleased that he's kind of taken on another role, because when he said he was stepping down as head coach, I was like, oh. I always thought, and I always felt at Warwickshire that he wanted to be the coach and not the director of cricket. And then obviously when he went to be coach at Sussex, it kind of made sense to me. But
slightly off the edge of Garton's bat, it's racing away. Harris goes off in pursuit. The ball will win. 4 more for George Garton. 43 now separating the Bears from victory number 3.
And also when you add to that, the experience he's got of being a hands-on coach, I always think he added a lot of value. You're not an assistant to a World Cup winning coach for nothing, are you, really?
Definitely not. Garton winding up. Slashes it into the surface. Regardless of today's results, though, Lancashire still well placed for that top 3. The qualification hopes well and truly alive, heading into that away trip down to Taunton. Garson goes, and he has gone. Good catch by Josh Bohannon. Rifled straight into the hands of short extra cover. And Arav Shetty deservingly gets his first wicket of the game. He's bowled some very tight and miserly spells, has the young all-rounder. And that certain delivery, just taking a little bit of pace off, inviting the big shot from Garton, sees the end of the former Sussex man. Warwickshire 269 for 6. They still require 43 for the win.
Well, this game is here to be lost, isn't it? Garton, again, there is no pressure. We've already seen a boundary in this over. 269 for 6, 43 off 51. So it's less than a run a ball. Just needed to punish the bad ball and treat the good balls with respect. And Garton's on his way. It was a good catch. And it brings Michael Booth to the middle.
There might be a twist at Cheltenham as well. Gloucestershire 36. Well, sorry, now it's gone down to 30. 30 from the final 5. They are 6 wickets down. A lot resting on the shoulders of Joe Phillips in that one.
There's a lot resting on the shoulders of Alex Davis here.
Yep,
and a man
100%.
who is out of form. He's muddled his way. There's been a couple of very good shots, but he's kind of pushed his way to 30 from 42. Just 1 6. Everything else has been runs, singles, twos. No other boundaries for Davo. It's been the glue that's kind of held this middle order together, allowing the likes of Johnny around and Smith to come in and maybe swing the bat, and George Garton there as well. A lot rests on his shoulders.
An awful lot does. Same with Michael Booth, has to be said. Spoke to him pre-season. He loves these moments. He wants to be that long-term number 8 for Warwickshire across formats. He's got aspirations, lofty ones in red ball cricket and limited overs as well. These are the kind of occasions where those qualities, those attributes, those traits need to come to the forefront. Here he is against Arav Shetty.
It's a very low crouching stance from Booth, isn't it?
It is.
Real pressure.
Well, usually when it comes to sport, you wouldn't say silence is a good thing. But everybody in attendance, their eyes are just glued on the action right now.
Well, I was over near the hospitality areas earlier, and I did hear someone say this will be done in half an hour. It wasn't quite half an hour, I thought, but
When was that?
When Vance Johnny was flying.
Wow. That would have been a very bold prediction if it was at 2:45.
No, it was probably about 5:15.
Yeah, it's going the distance, this. 100%. Excellent over from Arav Shetty. Just 4 runs conceded and the wicket of George Garton. Warwickshire remain 269 for 6, still 43 runs away.
Well, the bonus there is that's him done, isn't it? He's bowled his 10 overs now. And interesting, the 2 different approaches, isn't it? I mean, we've only seen, obviously, Shetty and a couple of overs from Singh. The rest of the time, they've gone down the route of pace, which is what we thought Warwickshire were going to do today with the 4 seamers and there's the 2 part-time spinners.
Update as well from Beckenham, where Kent need just 12 runs. So Kent will have a pulse heading into Tuesday.
Blimey, they've been resuscitated somewhere along the lines. It's been a terrible campaign.
This is the beauty of the One Day Cup, though. There are those real ebbs and flows, the real peaks and troughs.
So let me get this right, and then if Gloucester win,
Yep,
and the Bears win here, then we've still got a pulse too.
correct.
Okay.
Well, the result in Cheltenham doesn't impact Warwickshire as much.
Okay.
It's more for position for Lancashire,
Right, okay.
because the Bears can only finish 3rd in this scenario regardless, because someone will win or even get a tie. There will be a scenario where someone gets points down in Taunton, so the Bears cannot surpass whoever finishes in 2nd. Here's Jack Blatherwick to Alex Davis. Nice shot first up from the former Lancashire man. Just 1 though, through cover point.
Three wickets for Blatherwick. Expensive though. Gone for 58 on his start of his 9th over. 4 wickets in hand. 42 required. Don't know why I'm talking like it's snooker.
Booth goes deep in the crease. I'm not surprised though, Adam. As I said, everybody in the crowd, in the grounds, even to our left, in the media tent. You can cut the tension with a knife here.
It is. You can hear everything being said by the Lancashire players in the field. Huge for them, of course. Booth just looking around, see what his options are.
Takes it on, shouts of catch it. Three fielders trying desperately to get there. Tom Bailey will be the man to scoop it away from the boundary rope. Two more nervy runs added, this time for Michael Booth. Well, this is the interesting thing for Lancashire, because if they were to win here, and let's say Gloucestershire beat Notts, Leicestershire are done. Leicestershire will finish on 20 points. They don't have a game on Tuesday. There is a possibility that if they win here today and win on Tuesday, Lancashire top Group A. Booth goes again. One more, this time out towards deep backward square.
Well, that's 4 off the first 4 balls. It's a runner ball. There is no need to do anything silly, extravagant. 2 singles, last 2 balls, still bang on target. 36 off of 44 it will be. Or 42, so I think it's... Well, that's a no ball as well. We've got a free hit. No ball, free hit. Here we go.
Well, Davis
fill your boots, Davo, this time. He got a nick on that, by the way. I know I just say
right, okay.
You could hear it. When you didn't have your cans on, you could hear it in the middle. It didn't carry to the keeper anyway, and obviously it was a free hit, but he just got a thin edge on it.
Here we go then. Blatherwick it is to Davis. Davis winds up for the big shot. I think he split the gap. He has split the gap. That'll be 4. Blatherwick kicking the turf in frustration. But a really nice pickup from the former Lancs man. Davis moves on to 35.
Now, I think after he got off the mark with a 6, because I think he got off the mark with a 6, did he? I think David got off the mark with a 6. That's his first boundary. and it's taken him 43 balls to get. And you almost saw the relief as that ball crossed the ropes.
Well, this is all about patience. Yes, net run rate will be important, but there's an opportunity on Tuesday to get there as well. Davis again, this time dot ball, but there's no pressure. There's no pressure on this final delivery. The Bears have already scored 9 from it. But this is when it does get really tense, really nervy. You can see the body language of the Lancashire fielders as well. A few palms being wrung on trousers. That extra degree of perspiration. Everybody knows we are at the crunch moment of this innings.
Blatherwick, who's been the wicket taker as well, he's only got 7 balls left in this game. There goes one of them, and it's another single.
So 10 runs from the over. Warwickshire 279 for 6. An update from Beckenham. Kent now just 7 runs away. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Spitfires captain.
120?
128 not out.
Good guess.
Goodness me, that is outstanding. We may also have our first qualifier here on Super Sunday. Middlesex are going to beat Derbyshire unless there is something quite simply extraordinary. The home side need 90 from 42 with just 1 wicket remaining. So Middlesex looking good, not only to get the win, but also potentially to top Group B as well. And this is a big call. Harry Singh replaces Arav Shetty, who, as we know, he bowled out that maximum allocation of 10 overs. Singh has gone at 7 so far. Taller, quite dangerous off-spinner, but there hasn't been any turn on offer. Do Davis and Booth potentially take the bait which is offered?
Do you think as an umpire, when you get your rotor through, I presume they send him a rotor. Must be a rotor, surely. And it goes, you're on 50 over duty, you think, oh, if only I was out there for just 200 balls rather than 600. I just noticed that Saggers then was just stretching his legs because he's been stood out there a long time, hasn't he?
He has a good run. Early call by Davis. Booth obliges.
Do they get rotors? Is that how it works? I don't know. You must know.
Well, it's an interesting one. I know that for those who aren't actually umpiring, you're almost on standby.
Oh, okay.
Because we had a situation in Scarborough this season where one of the umpires couldn't turn up.
Oh.
So thankfully, one of the more local umpires on the ECB's panel
Is then on standby.
But arrived 10 minutes before the start of play.
So every game doesn't have an additional umpire ready and waiting, does it?
Not necessarily. Booth goes for the sweep. It's hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal from Sink. 1 run taken. Leg by signalled.
Just don't take those chances. No need. 2 off the over though. So ticking along nicely. 31 off 40. I was going to say, with everything that's going on at the moment, umpire resources might be a little bit stretched, are they, in terms of the amount of games?
That's a really good question, actually.
You don't want them out every day, do you? They also need their time off and travel and all the rest of it.
Kent have won. Kent have won down in Beckenham.
Well, that would have been a silly single.
So Leicestershire will finish on 20 points. The Bears cannot surpass them, but Leicestershire themselves, there is also a possibility they could drop into 3rd place. Davis hammers it away. 1 more run to the substitute fielder, George Bell.
So what we're saying is that Leicestershire are in regardless.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily.
I'm jumping the gun there, aren't I?
It depends on what happens today. More on that after this ball from Harry Singh. Booth again winds up. Big long levers from the former Hilton College man. So Surrey, if they were to win on Tuesday, can finish on 20 points. The only thing that Leicestershire have, and it is a massive thing, admittedly, is the net run rate. It's very, very positive. Everybody else, bar Nottinghamshire, their net run rate is in the red. Booth goes big. Booth has smoked it. All the way for 6. A timely maximum from Michael Booth. And the shouts of "You Bears" ring out once more.
Brilliant shot. 9 off the over. Just got his left foot out the way, cleared his leg, and just swept it away over mid-wicket. It's terrific. It's gone beyond the tent and down into the walkway. Might even have gone onto the road, actually. It's been fetched, whether it's gone. But a huge moment in this game. 19 is the partnership of 16 balls now between these two. 24 more required from the last 6 overs. So 4 and over is the target. And what are you getting excited for?
Gloucestershire need 9. Gloucestershire need 9 off 10 balls. They've still got 4 wickets remaining. That's a result that helps both clubs. Helps both clubs. What a group we've got in store for us in Group A, by the way. Goodness gracious me. It all comes down to Tuesday. So Blatherwick it is. He's only got 6 deliveries remaining in the game. Can he make them count? Davis decides not to go ultra aggressive. Booth though, head down a few steps, had to quickly scarper back.
Yeah, where do they turn to next? I have 5 overs still to go. I don't think it's going all the distance. Bailey with 2, Balderson with 4. Balderson very expensive, just shy of 9 and over. He's gone for. Blatherwick is going at just shy of 7.5, but he's been the wicket taker.
Almost goes to Matty Hurst. Interested to see the signal. It came off the bat or the glove. It's signalled as a 4. Davis moves into the 40s. Warwickshire now 20 away.
By hook or by crook, Davo's going to get them there. 20 required off 34. He's on to 42 off of 51. If he finishes with a runnable 50, perfection. And it's what you want his experience for. Chance was put down early doors, remember, by Bailey.
Takes on the short ball. It's aerial. There's no fielder out there. 1 bounce for 4. Davis goes back to back. and moves to within 4 of a half century.
It's a brilliant shot from Davo. Short, took it on and pulled to perfection through mid-wicket. No fielder. And for a man who not crossed the boundary for quite some time, he's now crossed it 3 times in the last few overs. Excellent stuff from Davo.
Then just rides the bounce. Next time of asking, guides it to Josh Bohannon at backward point for no run.
16 required off the remaining 32 deliveries.
Well, his previous season's best in this competition was 25. That came in the very first game of the group stages away at Northamptonshire. Since then, scores of 20, 24, 20 not out, 7 and 3. Davis 4 away from a top quality half century. Make that 3.
On to 47. And just out of curiosity whether your numbers will take you back that far, when was the last time you passed 50 this season? Are we talking an early couple of championship games?
I think it would have been.
Try to look myself, not be lazy.
While you do that, I'll commentate on this final delivery. Blatherwick, he has been expensive, took those 3 wickets though. He's been disruptive. Booth sits very deep again, he goes aerial. Has he got the elevation to clear it over the top of Marcus Harris? He does, just about. We are talking inches away from the Australian's palms. Booth survives, gets the single, and it is the end of Blatherwick's spell. He finishes with 3 for 77 from his 10 overs, and Warwickshire 298 for 6. The requirement 14 runs from the remaining 5 overs.
Well, I can't see on mine, but I know I've only gone back as far as the 19th of June and he's not past 50 then. I think he did do it a couple of times at the start of the season, didn't he? I'm fairly sure.
Just looking back on that, I think Harris may have actually dropped that. I think he may have dropped that. I think he actually got fingertips to it.
It was a tricky one coming over his shoulder, wasn't it? That's for sure.
It was. Apologies on my end for that. Here is Blatherwick. It was a no ball. Davis teeing off. Goes up in the air. One more bounce. So actually, it wouldn't have mattered regardless. That has been a bit of an issue for Blatherwick today. Just overstepping. So even though you'd say it was a drop, doesn't matter. The Bears now actually reaching 300 as a result of that extra delivery. 12 away. And they need the net run rate boost. That is the other almost facet or factor for the West Midlands side. They've got to try and get a healthy uptick in the net run rate column.
The Worm very much in the favour of Warwickshire right now. Blatherwick's finished his spell. Davo will be on strike. Score on to 300. 12 more required. Davo himself on 48.
If there was to be an individual to create one final twist, though, it would be Tom Bailey, the experienced man from Preston. These two former teammates representing the Red Rose. Davis nowadays donning the bare and ragged staff of Warwickshire County Cricket Club. He's on 48, a season high in List A cricket for Davis. Tries the drop and run. 0 chance of a single being taken.
Still 2 more to reach what would be a very well-deserved and very welcome half-century for Davo. Blatherwick's 10 overs were quite expensive all in all, weren't they? Did take those 3 wickets. So going the upper ends of 7 and over.
One more to Davis's personal tally. Well, he has had recent history against Lancashire, admittedly more so in the county championship. His first century as a Warwickshire cricketer came against his former club at Edgbaston. That was the ridiculous game where Luke Wells on the final day, I think he scored 175. That was an absolutely astonishing game. Lancashire won. That was almost the welcome to Warwickshire moment for the Darwin-born wicketkeeper bat. So 11 now the equation from 28. Booth drops deep.
It's going to be a wide.
He will make that 10. Bailey straying down the leg side.
Yeah, Blatherwick was 3 for 79 in the end from his 10. Luke Hands is the one who's warming up, stretching, having a practice bowl. 2 for 46, cracking debut for him.
There's bats
Inside
on that.
edge.
It's 4.
We'll take that. Doesn't matter how they come. 6 more required. Let's not leave Davo hanging on 49. Let him get his 50. He's probably saying that to Cards now. He's probably pleading with him.
I don't think he is.
No.
I really don't think he is. I think Davis, he's so experienced. Yes, he'd love the 50, but this has been a very significant contribution. If Booth is there to hit a 6 and win the game, just go for it. Here it is, Bailey to Booth. And it's down the leg side once more.
It's a wide.
5 now. The Bears looking destined to keep their hopes and dreams of a top 3 place alive on what has been a crazy day of cricket in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Well, Bailey is pleading for that not to be a wide. Matty Hurst looks frustrated by it as well. Probably based on the movement of Michael Booth in the crease. Dot ball. 2 to come in the over. 5 to win. Already Bailey has conceded 7 in the over. Oh, that's up in the air. And he's taken. It's an excellent catch in the end. And it's taken by Blatherwick. Well, it was up for an eternity from Booth before Blatherwick takes the catch. And it's 7 down for 307.
I know there's a muted muted celebration, Ethan, at this point, given the game situation, but that is an unbelievable catch from Jack Blatherwick, where he's taken that behind the body, over his shoulders, take a bow. That is a phenomenal bit of fielding. Let's take a second look at it. Bailey banging it in to what was an inviting area for Michael Booth. The eyes lit up. He wanted to finish the game in style, but Blatherwick, goodness me, that is something very, very special. It's just a shame for Lancashire that it may have come a little bit too late, but you never know. The game of cricket can be a very, very volatile one. Still 5 away. The Bears have not won this yet. Bamber, the latest man, to join Davis in the middle.
There's a lot of hang time with that catch. A lot of hang time. Did very well. Also up in that breeze. I suspect it may have been swirling a bit, the amount of time it spent up there as well. Very dusky feel to Rugby School right now. 6:15. Gloucester have won, have they?
They have indeed, by 4 wickets. There's only one word that I can use to describe Tuesday. Cinematic. Cinematic. If you can get to a ground, get to a ground. That's all I'll say. Somerset play host to Lancashire. Warwickshire play the Kent Spitfires right here in Rugby on Tuesday. Notts travel down to the Oval. And Gloucestershire play host to Northamptonshire. Providing the Bears win here, 8 teams go into the final day with a chance of qualifying.
Wowzers. Tricky one, isn't it? Kent against Warwickshire. Oof.
Depends who you ask. No, that should be a great game, though. Here is Bailey, then. Final ball of the over after that wicket of Michael Booth. I was about to say Bamber surely not going to try and win the game with one big blow of the bats. Dot ball to finish the 46th. Warwickshire 307 for 7. Davis will be on strike at the start of the 47th.
Yeah, 4 overs to go, 5 required, so It's just a matter now of whether the wickets can be taken. Long conversation here between Widdop and Bailey. I think that's probably about those wides that were bowled in that over. Shouldn't complain, he bowled 2 wides, ended up taking a wicket with one of them, so what's he moaning for? Looked fairly wide to me, but there we go. I think it was the movement of Booth around the crease that caused the objection. Look at that, what a scene. What a way to finish the day. The shadows lengthening across the ground. Nobody's moved. All still sat still and quiet, even though the winning line is in sight for Warwickshire. Here is Luke Hands. Can he be a hero for Lancashire?
Davis also just gathering himself.
Tension's too much for you. Remember to turn your mic on.
That has been a terrific game of cricket. Could there be one final twist in the tail? What a story it'd be as well for Luke Hands, making his first appearance of the season. Having played quite a few twos games and 5 games in the One Day Cup last season. Bowling at first here to Alex Davis. And Davis will reach a half-century, his first of the competition. And what a timely knock this has been for the former Lancs man. It's included 3 4s and 1 6. It's been a tough season. No one will know that better than Alex Davis himself. But when he's needed to stand up and be counted, he has done precisely that. This has been a wonderful performance from the experienced wicketkeeper bat. And it's put Warwickshire on their way to securing their 3rd win of Group A.
4 to win. Bamber now on strike. So no run. He can more than hold it back, can Ethan Bamber? Still, of course, Gilchrist and OHD to come, so we've got nothing to worry about there. Last time I saw OHD, he had nothing on his feet, so I hope he's got some shoes on ready to go. If he's not doing it, Usman Tariq.
Bamber still yet to get off the mark. Just an added bit of late drama.
Well, just looking round, I mean, tricky to spot because of the crowd. I get the feeling there's only 3 fielders outside the circle. Hence why they're trying to keep it quite tight.
Yep, they need to, though.
Yeah, we've got a 3rd in place. There is a fine leg and there is a deep square leg. Now the only 3 inside, trying to prevent Bamber getting off the mark. He comes down, and again he's not got it off the square. You're looking nervous. Calm down. It's all going to be fine.
Oh, you say that, Adam. Cricket is a funny game.
You're wringing your hands, you're rubbing your legs.
It's a funny game.
Is that excitement or nerves?
Bit of both. Great advert, though, isn't it, for the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's been a really, really good game, and this would be a record run chase in List A cricket at Rugby School.
Leg bite, still not off the mark. However, only 3 to win.
Yeah, that's the key thing. 3 runs away.
19 balls to go. I think we've got that side of things covered. However, it only takes 3 balls to take 3 wickets.
Correct. There is such thing as a hat-trick.
Well, not this over, because Luke Hands has only got 1 ball to come. Good over, though, just 2 off it so far.
I think he's bowled really well.
He has,
I must say, on a surface which hasn't really assisted too much seam movement, I think Luke Hands has been wonderful today.
And we know we've got Luke Hands' family watching on, so yeah, fair play, he's done very well.
Wraps up an excellent over, just 2 runs from it. The Bears, though, 3 runs shy of the win. Lancashire themselves, they'll be disappointed with this today, but they are still in the driver's seat. They control their own destiny at the Cooper Associates County Ground on Tuesday. A win there, they are guaranteed to be in the top 3. because Notts and Surrey play one another. So only one of those sides can get up to 20. Lancs, if they win on Tuesday, would join Leicestershire on 20. And in that scenario, we say about the Bears still being in contention. If Lancashire do win in Taunton, that's that. Because they cannot get up to 20 points, whereas Lancashire can. So for both sides, Tuesday is judgment day as Tom Bailey has ball in hand. Ethan Bamber, the man on strike for the Bears, charging in his Bailey. Low full toss, and it'll be a dot ball down to Jack Blatherwick.
Again, just 3 fielders outside the circle. Tension is rising. Actually, there may only be... Is there 2? It may only be 2, actually, just looking. It could be that it's just a... Well, we even got a leg slip in here, and then we've got a slightly wide, fine leg as well.
It is.
And then there's a third as well, yeah. Everyone else is inside the circle. Oh, no, the change
just
is
as we say that, Keaton Jennings goes out to deep square. That was typical. That was always going to happen, wasn't it, Adam? Just as we're counting the fielders in the circle. Bailey to Bamber, take 2. That is a full toss. Can Jennings catch it? Yes, he can. Spectacular take, diving forward. We said it, this game is not done. Bamber baited by a low full toss. He can only find Keaton Jennings. The Bears now 8 down, still require 3 for the win.
Well, he didn't come out on the boundary, did he? He kind of stayed halfway. And in the end, it was the perfect piece of positioning from Jennings. On the full, Bamber picks him out. Quite uncomfortable on some of those wicket ends where he rolled to take what was a terrific catch from Jennings. What a cricketer he is. Super take. And it brings Nathan Gilchrist to the crease. Still, 3 required, 2 wickets in hand, 16 balls remaining. You've got to love 50-over cricket. We've been here since 11 o'clock this morning, and here we are at 6:25, and nothing is clearer.
Well, we've been broadcasting since 11.
Yeah.
We've actually been here since, well, before 10 o'clock. I got here at 9:10. So it's been a very, very long day.
It's a long walk from the train station, isn't it?
No, not really.
Oh, no?
No, it's not. It's only about 10, 15 minutes.
Making me feel bad now that I didn't get here till 10:20.
I was just keen, to be honest. I've had a nice chat with the ground staff today. Hopefully we'll have head groundsman Jimmy Kavanagh on the stream on Tuesday as well. A reminder.
Did he defer us to Tuesday today?
Well, he's a busy man, which is fair enough. They've worked really hard of the ground staff. But we'll learn more about the surface on Tuesday's live stream. So Nathan Gilchrist, the former Kent man, is on strike. Tom Bailey. Can he deliver something magical and get Lancashire back in contention?
Highest list day score of 33. We don't need that today. Just 3 will do very nicely.
Having spoken to Nathan the other day, he has worked quite a bit on his batting, because a few seasons ago, I think he got 4 ducks in a row in the county championship, and that was almost the moment where he went, you know what, we do need to improve this a little bit. Here he is on strike against Tom Bailey. Very full, excellent delivery. Can't score any runs there, can the Warwickshire number 10?
Scored 6 not out at Wormsley for the seconds against Notts back on the 7th of July. That was the last time he picked the bat up. Well, he picked the bat up in a game anyway.
Good game that as well. Warwickshire 2's winning the second 11 T20 trophy at Wormsley.
Scored a collective score of 9 that day in his 2 innings. 1 not out. We'll take a not out now. Bailey's peppering him here. This could be a wicket maiden for Bailey. All right, even I'm getting nervous now.
I did say. I did say.
You did. You did.
I've seen, even though I'm only 25, Adam, I've seen a lot of limited overs cricket, trust me. Trust me, it's not over until it's over. See it around the world. Positions where you think, they can't win this surely. We saw it the other day. Mackenzie Jones of Essex against Glamorgan. I think he defended 5 at the death, conceded just 2, and Essex won.
So they put an extra fielder out on the boundary. Are we going full toss here or short? One of the two. It is short, and Gilchrist just ducks underneath it. Well, they set the trap. Not too sure that the number 10's going to fancy having a hook. But it is a maiden for Bailey, who completes his spell. 2 for 56. That was his first maiden. And we're down to 3 required off 12 balls, with 2 wickets in hand. And the ball is going into the hands of... Is it Luke Hands again?
It is. It is indeed. Deserves it as well. Only conceded 2 runs from his previous over. 17 years old.
Balderson a bit expensive, isn't he, to take it on himself?
I don't know. He's the kind of bowler who I'd actually expect to back himself.
Yeah, but do you think as a captain sometimes you kind of in those moments you go, actually, I'm not going to be selfish and bowl myself because he's bowled better on the day?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I think Luke Hands deserves this opportunity, to be completely honest. But he isn't facing Gilchrist here. He's facing the Alex Davis, who's already reached the 50.
Very lengthy meeting taking place between Marcus Harris, George Balderson. The slow hand clap has begun. Interesting, the one figure that's not involved in that conversation is the experienced Keaton Jennings. I was quite surprised by.
Well, no, there might be a little bit of a conversation about net run rate. The net run rate difference between Warwickshire, Surrey and Lancashire is hardly anything. It's hardly anything, so it will come down to the final game regardless, providing the Bears get over the line. Kent also quite a bit far behind on minus 0.4. The other side's in and around minus 0.012 to minus 0.2. Here is Hands, bowling to Davis. Still no runs scored. Warwickshire no closer to securing the win. I suppose the only club who you could say are sitting pretty at the moment is Leicestershire. Even though they've lost today, the net run rate has only gone down by 0.1.
The thing is here, if you're Davo, you're not taking a single, are you?
No.
It's a boundary or a 2,
Yep.
isn't it? Unless you get to the last ball of the over.
Hands again to Davis. Davis takes a little shuffle and still cannot get off the strike or even get the boundary.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit uncomfortable for him. He's down on his haunches there, Davo. Yeah, I think that may have hurt a little. Gilchrist come up to see if he's okay.
You say that, Gilchrist is laughing. I don't think he's that concerned, to be
Yeah, but it's
completely
one of those
honest.
scenarios where you can't help but laugh, can you? But you are concerned for your teammate.
I don't know. To be honest, I never found it funny. I really didn't. At the non-strikers, then you just wince in pain and go, thank goodness that's not me. Here's Hands then, take 3. Davis, the man on strike.
Gets it away.
It's just going to be 1.
It is only 1.
It's just going to be 1. Gilchrist back on strike. 2 from 9. But listen to the reaction from that 1 run scored. There are plenty of nerves fraying at Rugby School right now. What would be a record list day run chase at the venue.
Well, he can't keep taking a single every over. Going to run out of overs.
Correct. And a tie would not suit Warwickshire at all. A tie would knock out the Bears with immediate effect.
They're bringing another fielder inside the circle. A little bit of swapping positions going on as well here. Harry Singh is going in at gully. And we're also going to see Blatherwick coming into the covers on the offside. Hands is in. Gilchrist gets his bat down on it. Blatherwick does the fielding. It's another dot ball. See, that's the thing. People get hit in places they shouldn't get hit. You start laughing. people get nervous. You're making me nervous. I'm laughing. I can see OHD getting ready. He's not doing a Vant, Johnny. He's ready to go. I'm not doing a Azmun Tariq. Not being prepared. He is prepared. OHD is ready.
He might have to be. Gilchrist, the man on strike, though. Hans charges in. It's a beautiful drive and it's a victory for the Bears. Nathan Gilchrist wins it with a 4. And Warwickshire have beaten Lancashire in a record run chase at Rugby School by 2 wickets. The Bears have a pulse heading into Tuesday.
Indeed they do, and why did we ever doubt Nathan Gilchrist? Terrific shot. Luke Hands with his head in those hands at the end. He wasn't happy with that delivery. He gave Gilchrist enough to play with. Well, he may have only bowled 2 overs, but he's made a telling contribution with the bat, Gilchrist. That 4 keeps the Bears alive in the One Day Cup. It dents Lancashire as well. Does Leicester a favour too, Leicestershire. And it's a win that they've deserved. More probably nail-biting than it should have been. But just a word for Davo. Out of form. Finds a 50 from 61 balls. Unbeaten. A 6 and 3 4s. And what a time for the former Bears skipper to come to the party. It's a terrific win. It means we'll come here on Tuesday with hope in our hearts. Whereas Kent travel to Rugby School to take on Warwickshire, and what will be a dramatic Tuesday of action in the One Day Cup.
It will be. 8 teams will go into 3 come the end of Tuesday. The Bears don't really leap up the table, unfortunately, off the back of this. The Bears will move into 8th place, just ahead of Gloucestershire. However, they've given themselves a chance. It's a slender chance. It's probably the most slim chance of any of those 8 clubs still remaining, but there is a chance. Should the Bears beat Kent and do it with a decent net run rate, let's say that Somerset beat Lancashire, even if Northants, if they were to lose to Gloucestershire, the Bears could be through in 3rd place. They can only finish in 3rd. They cannot secure a home quarter-final or indeed a home semi, but the chances of reaching the knockouts are still alive. There is a heartbeat. It's a very, very slim one, but it's a heartbeat nonetheless. And just to echo that sentiment as well, Adam, absolutely over the moon for Alex Davis. A reminder, his best in the competition prior to today's game was 25. He has more than doubled it with a match-defining knock of 51. Mention as well to Vance Jarney, a career best 88. That was nothing short of exceptional. And also Dan Mosley, a handy 67 from just 61 deliveries. All of those contributions have provided the Bears with their 3rd victory of the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. Before we round out the coverage, Adam, any final thoughts and sentiments before we round out today's stream?
Well, we thought Lancashire's score was around about par for what was expecting on this wicket today. Turned out to be an enthralling finish. We said it would take some getting, and boy, did it. I mean, full credit. The other thing about Davo's knock, not only the fact that he found himself back in form, and he has scratched his way to 51. 3 4s and a 6. A lot of running has been done in the heat out there today, but he allowed Jarney to do his thing. And we saw it earlier with Dan Mosley when he became the senior partner, just allowing Malik to do his thing, allowing Vance Jarney to do his thing. They played their key roles as senior batsmen in this side brilliantly. And full credit to Davo. When you've had such a horrid campaign as he's had, he's found himself out the county championship side. He found himself out of the Blast team. He was playing in the second Blast tournament. To come and do that today shows great character, great bottle, and everything we've always known about the man.
Certainly does. So a reminder of the final result here from Rugby School. It's the Warwickshire Bears who are victorious over Lancashire by 2 wickets. A massive thank you to my colleague here in the commentary box, Adam Bridge, as well as Phil Britt for their contributions, as always. And a massive, massive thank you to our wonderful production team here on the Warwickshire live stream. Shout out to Hassan Sean on the cameras as well as our wonderful producer Simon. On behalf of myself, Aaron Viles, and everybody here on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel, we thank you ever so much for tuning in to today's broadcast, and we'll see you on Tuesday the 11th of August as the Bears welcome Kent to Rugby School.